heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you
Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer, my heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight, I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight, I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. keep going. Let's just keep going.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Welcome everybody to Rainbow Six Siege X over here on the B stream at the Esports World Cup 2025. My name is Rhapsody. You can go ahead and call me Jasmine. And I've got none other than the dynamic duo themselves. It's Jake and Guz. Boys, how are we feeling heading into today's matches? Hopes and dreams will be crushed and teams will be eliminated.
I'm feeling pretty good. Yesterday was, of course, a bit of a long evening of Siege, but entertaining nonetheless across all three streams that we had on offer. Some big upsets, some big results, and day two is going to be another banger.
Yeah, I mean, I think from yesterday's performances, games, results, a lot of upsets. I mean, the fact that Falcons aren't here anymore, you've got... What is it? G2 FaZe have to play today. Some big games, some big upsets. I thought EP were competitive yesterday. Furia not so much for APAC, but we've got Weibo today. And hopefully for Weibo's sake, they can actually take down Dark Zero and progress to the playoffs, because it's been really good for the APAC region.
Well, you know, for anybody that's only just tuning in, if you missed all of the action from yesterday, fear not, because we have our Kadia top plays of the day all the way from yesterday. And you boys can give me your thoughts and feelings from any key moments that really stood out to you.
Yeah, I mean, kicking it off, G2 and Shopify Rebellion, not covered here on the B stream, but heard that that was quite the competitive matchup. Could hear the yelling and screaming from the booth over on that occasion. Weibo Gen.G as well ended up being a very one-sided, lopsided best of three in favor of Weibo, looking to carry that form into today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Weibo, their strength usually is can Reaps perform and maybe even sometimes have to overperform, but they've got other avenues. FearX in this particular highlight, they didn't really have any highlights. This is a sad reality for a team that we kind of build as being maybe considered the best team from APAC. They certainly don't have that label anymore. That's now gone over to Weibo well and truly. FaZe were too good in that one. And then obviously we saw Weibo in the best of three against Gen.G. And for the most part, guys, it was pretty one-sided. I actually expected Gen.G to be a little bit better.
Yeah, best reactions now brought to you by PS5. And I mean, there was a lot of crazy reactions yesterday. I mean,
oh my God,
we're
yes.
all here, 3 boos, the noise was through the roof. But there are also some low points as well, especially some of the teams that unfortunately got themselves knocked out prematurely.
Honestly, hearing the screaming, the yelling, the amount of trash talks that these players are bringing to the arena, to the table right now, and the best part is it's about to get a whole lot more hectic today with elimination on the line and best of threes throughout, boys. The real question is, What are they competing for? We have a hefty prize pool, to say the very least. $2 million on the line here. And boy, oh boy, taking away $750,000 as first place. That's going to be a feel-good feeling.
Yeah, the prize pool doesn't quite double as you go up in the ladder, but it's really not too far off. So every single match is critically important in increasing your purse for this event.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said kind of yesterday on the opening pre-desk and what we saw last year, you win, you keep kind of doubling and increasing that prize pool. So today's matches, for instance, you win your best of 3. Not only do you get to make the playoffs, but then you're also doubling that prize pool, and then so on and so on towards the end, going into the playoffs starting tomorrow. So yeah, EWC Club Championship as well. Well, for Team Falcons, still atop that, but their team for Rainbow Six Siege X, they're out.
They're out. They're out. My heart breaks for them. The former champions coming into this, all eyes were on them. They had a huge target on their back, but unfortunately, they weren't able to make it happen, and they got knocked out by none other than SSG themselves. Is it a fair point to make to say that that was a shock across all broadcasts for every single person that's been watching Rainbow Six Siege?
I mean, I will say, though, Falcons themselves haven't probably been performing to their absolute best. We saw Julio kind of have a conversation yesterday regarding their performance as of late, and I think it's maybe caught up to them. And maybe it's time for Falcons to have some hard truths, because they quite honestly need to find some improvement going into the back half of the year now for R6, whether that means roster changes or whatever it actually means. Clearly, there's some work to do for Falcons, and it's a really big wake-up call that they couldn't even win here in Riyadh.
Well, taking a look at how our bracket started to shape up for Group A, we already have Shopify Rebellion and Virtus.pro through to the playoffs. But today is where it really counts for Dark Zero versus Weibo Gaming, and then G2 versus FaZe Clan. DZ having won against FaZe yesterday, but then losing against Virtus.pro. Would you say that was a little bit of a shock?
Not necessarily a shock, but I think on reflection, when you look at the opposition that they had in play, very, very different styles of Siege. And I think Dark Zero getting exposed against a more patient and slower paced VP.
Well, then today we're going to be having Oxygen Esports versus SSG and W7M versus Furia. I don't know about you boys, but that is the match that me in particular, I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, W7 and Furia should be a really good one. All Brazilian showdown to see who can make it through to the playoffs. I'm still excited for that OXG SSG game as well. I think that should be a really good one. It's kind of interesting, the matchups that we've got, where you've got like these BRB, VBR and NAVNA in terms of what obviously we've got on our stream. I think we've got some really good matches. I mean, of the 4, really, you can't go wrong between the A stream and the B stream. But for Weibo versus Dark Zero, it's a really, really good opportunity for the APAC team to make playoffs. DZ have shown, while they've got quality and they've had some good moments, they've also maybe not been at their absolute best.
Yeah, and of course that second game, BRBR, that is very much a coin toss. Sure, Furia with so much historical dominance, W7M though have certainly had their moments at international events, and that will no doubt be a really, really grueling BO3.
Well, our first game of the day is going to be Weibo Gaming taking on Dark Zero. But boys, I believe we have our Aramco Power Rankings. I want your thoughts and feelings on how that one's going to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of the match of the day here, which I think for Weibo Dark Zero, the reason why we go with this so far, what Weibo have shown, also even what Dark Zero have shown so far as well, where there's not a lot separating these two teams. Like, I think this might actually be the most evenly matched game that we have today across the 4 matches that we've got. So I think for Weibo, if they play to their absolute best, they can win it. But sometimes one weakness for this roster, guys, is they control a little bit.
Yeah, it's even because it's tricky to read. I'm not quite sure how these two are going to match up.
Well, there we have it. Our power rankings, the favorites, Falcons already knocked out of the running. Anything you'd really swap around after having watched the first day?
Yeah, I mean, Furia obviously had a bit of a rough day, lost, and then they obviously ended up almost having to go 3 maps against Enterprise from Australia. So clearly Furia not at their best right now. G2, a little bit up and down, and not even secured into playoffs yet. And same with for FaZe. Yeah. So realistically, you're kind of looking at this. Falcons already knocked out, and then one of G2 FaZe are also going to be knocked out. That's a guarantee. And Furia not exactly also performing at the very best. What we said at the top of the show yesterday was so good and so exciting, because a lot of the matchups that we ended up having probably not going the way you expected.
Well, Gibson gave us a little bit of intel yesterday. He said that Philippok said in order to win an event, to win a tournament and continue winning games, Furia have a tendency to require losing. And who knows, maybe that's the end of their losing streak. Maybe Furia can walk away winning the entirety of EWC 2025. But boys, it is time for the part I'm really excited about, are hot takes presented to you by Al Habib Medical Group. Guz, you predicted that Weibo will win EWC 2025. I want everybody in the chat right now. I want you to be rating everybody's hot takes. Okay, so Guz, explain yourself.
I'm not sure if it's a hot take or a lukewarm take, but Weibo have proven themselves to be the best from APL. I mean, that's objective at this point. And I think they are going to be a team underestimated at this event. And considering others aren't at full strength, you know, your Furias of the world, for instance, your phases aren't playing at 100% just right now, Weibo have an opportunity, I think, to have impact. Maybe a win is a bit of a stretch, but top 4 is definitely quite realistic.
I think that for me, it's a scorching take. Mainly because he said to win the whole event. That's not for me to say I don't believe in Weibo. Maybe to make the grand final, or as you said, top 4 would be more of that lukewarm take, and certainly they could do it. And I think for this matchup that we've got now, if you go and beat Dark Zero, now obviously we don't know who necessarily they're going to play in the playoffs, but you've already then qualified for it. And then at that point, there's already a couple of other teams, as we've touched on, that knock down the bigger teams. What if they don't perform tomorrow, for instance? And then maybe you can get a matchup against an NIP, for instance, and then you could win that. And so top 4 definitely could be on the cards if they play their best.
Well, Dark Zero coming into this having finished second in the NAL Stage 1. Weibo finishing first in the APL South stage to qualify for EWC 2025. What can you tell me difference-wise in these two teams' approach to how they play Siege?
Well, what we saw yesterday from Weibo was classic aggression from APAC, and sure, it was tamed at points. It's not like the old days of APAC where it was extreme, but in comparison, especially to their opposition of Dark Zero, it's going to be a strange matchup. Now, the problem is Dark Zero showed a really good ability yesterday against FaZe to tame the kind of playstyle that I would say Weibo are closely akin to. So Weibo likely now need to adapt a little bit to their opposition and can't play in a style that would have worked well back home.
I know we've got Weibo on the screen here, but to kind of close on Dark Zero, NJR was really good yesterday. Top 10 player in terms of the overall impact that he had at the tournament from all the day 1 matches, and we had a lot of them. So he ended up having a 1.43 rating, which is really quite high. And it's not as if they had a perfect day yesterday either, so he was really influential. For Weibo, though, it ended up being Reaps, but they only had about a 1.18. And I think for Weibo Gaming, if you put all your eggs into the Reaps basket and the other players don't perform, they're just going to lose. It's as simple as that, no matter how good he can be. But what made them so good yesterday was Turd stood up. You know, we saw Ape stand up. Speakeasy had moments, and Hoven, of course, can shine every now and then as well. So for Weibo to be at their best, it's always going to be when it's that team effort. You can go and get Reaps to have 15 kills, but someone else also has to go and get 10 or 12.
Well, Reaps actually had the best entry stats within their own region as well. So comparatively, to now have Turdster stepping up to the course, stepping up to the table as well, he's definitely a player to highlight, to spotlight. And there you have it, all of his stats as well. Was he one to look out for heading into this tournament?
Oh, damn, I didn't know his EPS was 160 over the last couple of months. I want to get a fact check on that. If it is, that's pretty insane. He definitely got labeled as a hot and cold player over the last probably 12 or so months, but I think he's definitely locked in and proven to be a top player rather in the region.
He's a great spotlight because I think he's the embodiment of if Reaps is not firing, or even if he is, someone like Turd, someone like Speakeasy, they're able to perform to a really high level to assist. As I said, if Reaps is a bit quiet, yesterday it happened. At one point he was 1-6, but luckily in that particular game, Turd was very much on all cylinders. NJR, Nave, the whole crew here for Dark Zero, talk about experience though, and that's one thing I think they're going to be able to bring to this matchup, that maybe while Weibo do have experience, this is a team that a lot of the times have been able to make deep runs at international events, whereas Weibo, obviously they've had players that have been able to do somewhat similar, but they've never been close to the expectations that a Dark Zero have had in the past, where we're talking about, can DZ be a dark horse at an SI or at a major? Can they go top 4? Can they win the event? That's usually what we expect from this roster.
One thing I would love to ask you guys, obviously Spirits and Citizen having fairly recently joined the team on the side of Dark Zero, Spirits having been a Manchester major winner, how do you feel that he's slotted into the team comparatively to the likes of Citizen?
Yeah, statistically, he's done quite well, of course, in terms of his role and the execution of that. I think, again, has been quite strong. And then you go over to Citizen as well, who, again, was one of the top performing players in NAL. He's really become accustomed to the meta in that particular region, and internationally as well, continues to do well. And much like Weibo, they're pretty well-rounded. He doesn't necessarily have to be the hero player on that team for the roster to do well.
Yeah, I think that for this roster, it feels like the most complete core DZ roster that we've seen in a while. You think back, Bolo and Kobilax, it's almost like the young and the old, and the young and the old weren't quite working, but now it all feels a bit more conducive. Citizen has, apparently got the same stats as Well, the main focus here is kind of the spotlight on Citizen. Now, he's been great, but I still think that for me, NJR was the player yesterday, but can you get a little bit more out of someone like a Citizen today? Absolutely.
Well, DZ having typically adopted a slower type play style, how do you feel that Kangaroo Kenny has helped push them out of their comfort zone just a little bit and maybe change up their play style heading into this event?
Yeah, I mean, Dark Zero always had the label in years gone by as being quite literally probably the slowest team at an international level. Now, I still think that
It's Virtus.pro.
Yeah. I still think they're quite reserved, and we saw that yesterday, but it can catch up more aggressive opponents. That's why, in my opinion, they were able to beat FaZe, but then against VP, where it's a closer matchup in play style, they weren't able to get the result across the line. So in terms of just raw matchup and the clash of play styles, Dark Zero on paper, I think probably are just favorites. But if Weibo are able to adapt on the fly and be a little bit more versatile, I think they have the firepower to get the edge in this match.
I was saying it to you before, Jasmine, where I think if you have no bias at all, you probably say Dark Zero are the slight edge favorites in this 2-1 kind of scenario. They certainly could win at 2-0 as well, but I think that we have bias naturally in terms of APAC, so we kind of flip it the other way because it is that close. Obviously, you were the advocate for Enterprise yesterday. We were giving them no chance, right? So for me, Weibo, slight edge, 2-1. That's kind of where I'm seeing it. And I think for Dark Zero, their strength might come through the structural, methodical kind of play style. If they can get to maps, like we're talking about maps like, your clubhouses, for instance, even your Nighthaven Labs, things that maybe are naturally going to slow down the pacing. Maybe Reaps can't get off the leash a little bit. That's going to help DZ a lot.
When it comes to the map pool and the veto and things like that as well, Weibo have a way wider map pool, I would say. How do you think DZ are going to look to combat this?
I mean, DZ have become renowned really in terms of map vetoes, especially in international events, and we actually saw it live during the veto itself. Kangaroo has some really, really extensive spreadsheets to be able to counter pick based on preference, etc. And while interestingly enough, you mentioned slowing down the pace, structure, etc., 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 the first two maps in the veto are exactly just that. Clubhouse actually, funnily enough, selected by Weibo on this instance, and Lair, with how expansive that is, should favor Dark Zero as well. But then it flips, and we're expecting 3 maps in this series. Shalet is one of the more open maps, typically speaking, in the 9-map pool.
Yeah, I think Lair, and it might have been overheard a little bit, I think it might have been Nave saying about testing the map pool of obviously their opponents in Weibo, and that might be the case for Lair. In the APAC region, you just don't really see it at all. Like, it pretty much, I think it got picked maybe at 2-3 times throughout the entire stage, 3 sub-regions. I don't even know how many games would have been actually eligible to be played, but you basically never saw it, right? So they might have looked at that and saw a sign of weakness and said, okay, well, they don't really play Lair. The region doesn't really play Lair. Let's take them there. The Clubhouse also quite interesting, but I think for Weibo, when you kind of consider where this is a roster that has evolved and grown, they're not to be considered the old APAC days, the old Asia days where it's all about the gunning and the fragging and running in like headless chickens. They have got good structure as well. It'll be put to the test here.
So you're both going in way of Weibo?
Oh,
just
if I had to pick,
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1.
Like 2-1 last map is like 8-7, like that kind of close.
Okay, we're in for a treat, judging by what you gentlemen have said. I want everybody in the chat, let us know your predictions. Let us know who you think is going to walk away victorious in this best of 3, because it's about to go down.
Yeah, big game. Win, you go through to the playoffs. Lose, and you are out of the Esports World Cup. For Weibo Gaming, so far, it's been a mixed bag of an event, Guz, where obviously they were very competitive against Shopify Rebellion. And in some ways, I guess you could kind of use that to look at this match against Dark Zero, similarities, North American teams. But they absolutely decimated Gen.G yesterday. Swift 2-0. They were far better. There was no real contest. And in that series, didn't even have Reaps fully fit and firing. You didn't even get like 20 bomb Reaps. So there's more strength to come for Weibo. As for Dark Zero, I mean, we can't forget, they beat FaZe Clan yesterday.
Yep.
And obviously hard to really judge where that's at because FaZe only then went on to beat Furia, and now they've got G2 today, so that'll give us a bit more of a clearer picture. The problem is, you beat FaZe Clan, then you get 7-1 by Virtus.pro. So it's a complete flip there, the yin and the yang when it comes to Dark Zero. Which DZ are we going to get today? And I think that's going to probably boil this matchup down a lot, is which DZ shows up? Is it the really good DZ? If so, then I'd say they're favorites. If it's not, then Weibo can take this.
So the opening operator ban phase, though, for this clash on Club, Well, Clash is still available. That's probably not the best choice of words. It is the Kaid and Hibana taken out, so indicative that we may see a focus on both Hard Breach and Hard Breach Denial, which is very typical on this map. Hibana is incredibly powerful, especially for the basement site, and Kaid, while typically would have been used there if available, and assuming it will be mirrored here for the second selection, as we just drag it out a little while longer.
That's probably the longest ban I've seen since the new ban system.
And yeah, Bandit Ace. So very, very typical here for Club, and nothing standing out as being too crazy to kick things off. I guess most notably, it does leave the Monty available, and Weibo will sometimes play that. It'd be more of a talking point in the second half when DZ are on attack with Spirits.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but say that there's that hint of bias. It's absolutely there, and it's not to not give credit to Dark Zero at all. I think DZ, as I said, without bias, favourites in this one, but it's still close. Like, you're not going to be sitting back and saying, nah, DZ should win this 2-0. Weibo are a very, very good team. They are also a team in terms of adding context that since it's been put together, the old Bleed roster, a couple of members from the old Elevate roster, it's taken them some time to gel, but gel they have over the last couple of months. Maybe their coach doing a lot. You've got Mentalist as an analyst, both here, and ever since the start of the group stage for the Asia League, part of the APL, they started slow, but they've been building, and it feels like this could be the culmination where if they bring their absolute best and what they've been building to knock off a team like Dark Zero, it would be absolutely massive. But for me, DZ definitely the favorites here and should be very much thinking they can beat out Weibo.
So the mirror in play being used on the exterior kennels wall currently by DZ. They also have the Clash as well available, and that can be quite adaptable in terms of where that will be positioned. Can be used to most typically aid top red, but can also fall back to cash depending on the hit if it ends up ending up too big a default execute. Just the singular dedicated hard breach on the board here for the attack. Only the Mav and the Thermite available, and it will be the latter for this particular opening round. Lurk Threat as well, also on the board, so we'll keep a keen eye on Turd through the mid-round on the Nook. He may be able to try and find a pick. But I'm very intrigued to see what kind of playstyle Weibo look to employ here against DZ, considering that that aggression was tamed so well against FaZe earlier yesterday.
There's a con side clear right now for Weibo Gaming. Red ping intel, but it's only the Clash. Not really going to gain a lot from that. Obviously, Rafters hold. You've got the smoke, you've got the Clash, a lot of delay, 90 seconds on the clock. Yes, it's still a 5v5, but Weibo probably need to pick up this tempo. Where's it going to come from? Feels like the Nook right now isn't really going to do a lot unless it can catch someone like Nave, still playing on that first floor. Weibo really want to bring aggression to rounds. They want to be in your face, but it's hard to do that sometimes on Clubhouse, and even more so on something like Cash and CCTV when you've still got that Clash there. A minute left, guys, and I don't know how much information they've got on Nave over towards the basement now. Turd does find a kill, by the way, onto Pambazoo, and he has also taken Rafters control quite large, and Spirits will fall on the Azami. The plank going down inside of CCTV. Well, it feels like all of a sudden they were just able to waltz in. Like an avenue of the defense was left vulnerable, and Weibo are able to then exploit it as quick as they possibly could. Dark Zero didn't realize what hit them. Here comes Nate, though, on that flank from out of basement through Garage now. But it's a 2v3, and only 30 seconds left.
It'll be really difficult for DZ to now get inside of this tuck to be able to get on for the counter defuse. 20 seconds, but Speakeasy falls. So it is a 2 versus 2, and maybe the tuck will be favorable here for the defense.
Ape also very, very low, and Nafe will look to stick this plant. Does get off of it. Oh, team kill, but NJR does more than enough. He gets an ace technically, as he did take out one of his teammates. It's a quad for NJR. We highlighted him on the desk to start for a reason. And Kangaroo Kenny wondering, what are you guys doing? How do you lose that one? Literally, how?
I think that came through our mics. That was so bloody loud.
Oh, I love Kenny.
In fact, he's getting a talking to just to chill out a little bit.
No.
I don't know how he hasn't lost his voice. That was... And I had to look over at Speakeasy, who just sat there kind of smiling at him.
Well, it was a round of 2 halves, wasn't it, right? Where it was, well, it almost felt like a round of 3-4 halves. so slow to begin for Weibo. Yes, they wanted to be systematic. And obviously the Nook ended up working. A good pinch from Turd, cleared out rafters. They got the plant down into CCTV. But when all of that happened, it didn't really feel as if Weibo were set up for that. It just kind of happened very quickly, and DZ were not quick enough to react, but they were good enough to win the post play.
I mean, if this goes to 3, I don't know how Kangaroo's going to keep his voice in check. That was genuinely insane. But I don't really blame him for getting hyped up there. Opening round, good retake, minimal time on the clock, and able to execute it in the end.
Don't forget, Weibo, the kings of trash talking when it comes to the APL region.
Match fire with fire, you may as well. Back in that Gen.G game, Weibo were very vocal, both in all chat and physically with their body language. So if DZ can get on top of them in that regard as well, that may well just make them a little bit uncomfortable.
Double shield, set up Turd and Speak Easy, playing the Blackbeard and the Blitz respectively. Well, so far, I mean, obviously for Dark Zero, they take the opening round. That in itself is a win, quite literally. But it's not as if Weibo will be too disappointed. The fact they got the plant down, they were competitive. Arguably, maybe you could consider should have won it. There's no room, though, for could've, should'ves, and would'ves. We go over to Gym Bedroom for the second round. And NJR again on the clash. Now, I wonder if the thinking here is, let's avoid basement for as long as possible. We want to bring the clash to the top sites, play through those first. We're expecting then the clash to get banned out. Here comes that swift entry through the breach, coming out of that CC wall. Ape will go left, Shields will go right. Clash force back in towards Con. Have they cleared close right though? Spirits, no. Shotgun is strong. Hoven can't find a long angle. Now they will put the pressure though into Cash by opening up this reinforced wall. Citizen gets rid of Reaps. Quiet start from the King of Asia. Hoven finds the double though, as Dark Zero wanted to keep the pressure on to the attacking team. They sent me more reinforcements over to Cash.
Dark Zero are the kind of team who have the mentality of looking to compound advantages, but on this particular occasion it has proved costly. Weibo now at the midpoint of the round with control and able to slow down the tempo momentarily. And they have the tools available now to cook up a final execute.
It's become very common, hasn't it, where teams will go fast, whatever happens, then the plan B is executed going into the final minute. So it's a 3v3, we sit, we reset, we go for a new attack plan. Unnecessary damage onto NJR, courtesy of the pistol from Speak Easy. Nave has also been taken down. Turd now into Logistic. Needs to be a bit more aggressive on the Blackbeard, of course. Keep that gun up. Now Citizen in a 1v2 against both shields. Probably doesn't have the time or the space to go for that res onto Nave. He knows he's being cornered. There comes the Blitz with the flash and the pistol. That's the kill to follow. And that gets Weibo now speaking, standing, and pointing at Kangaroo Kenny. And Kenny just gave them a little pat, okay, calm down, calm down. 1-1, and they both had a chance to shout.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a good jest, I'm sure. Maybe that was the series progresses. It may well get a little bit more personal between these two.
If this goes map 3 and we're talking about tight, tense rounds, it's going to get really spicy here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So 1-1 is probably about right.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love about this setup. Day 2, they're already facing one another.
We don't have like the other two booths full of other teams screaming at random times. It's personal.
Do or die here. Day 2, EWC 25. And it's basement 4, round number 3.
Good ad, by the way. There is a man just behind us. He's got a shirt that says crowd control. I wonder if they've employed him just for Kangaroo Kenny.
Have to drag him off the stage.
So NJR 4 kills. Turd impact in that round. Hoven though has got 6.
And it was a big 2K in the
and
last
Reaps yet to get on the board. So somewhat a little bit, you know, we've kind of been touching on this and it's kind of coming to fruition. But that's not good news for Weibo. Even though Hoven is obviously providing that firepower in the opening 2 rounds, and we know Turd has been able to do that so far at EWC, they really do need Reaps firing if they're going to take down DZ. Don't forget as well, this is Weibo's map pick. Only attacking round though, really, really solid for them.
So the Deimos is in play. but gets caught. In the meantime, Reaps did find his first kill of the match. That was on to Citizen, and the pacing, it continues to be fast. Here he comes. Weibo with the advantage. Do they look to compound or do they look to slow down? I think it will be the latter. Gain info insight, could drone from Speakeasy.
Well, there's no real pressure from DZ outside of Spirits now. He's gone up secret, now top red. So he's going to offer a counterpoint of difference for DZ on the defense, where he's going to maybe try and rotate in, maybe come down main stairs, provide something different rather than a 3-stack on site. He's in con right now. So he will be one to watch. So there's only 2 players on site. But 2 players that can delay. Keeper Barriers, the Gas Babes from NJR. So I like this, because if Spirits gets... He could potentially get 2 kills off of this flank. They might not be ready for this Weibo.
But he just has to time it correctly. If Weibo flood and flush out the defense, Spirits will be left in a pretty unwinnable position. Yellow ping above as well. So Spirits' position known.
Well, does Spirits know that his position is known? Logic Bomb as well activated with that intel. Weibo, no. Yes, there's a minute left, but there's only 2 players on the site itself. Maybe let's go hit. Indeed they do. Don't worry about that, Gas Babe. You're a Blackbeard, you can push forward, but no, you're shut down. Legged. And so far defended very nicely on the site from Dark Zero. Turd now towards bot main with Reaps, but he gets shut down. NJR has got 5 now. And he will clean up the round, and Dark Zero go 2-1 up. And while Spirits, who went for the flank, wasn't in the end the main perpetrator in the round win for Dark Zero, it was actually the 2 that stayed on site. Weibo thought they could hit the site with a 4-on-2. Didn't work out.
I wonder if Speakeasy would have taken a different approach had he had that same situation. Trying to close the gap over towards AK proved to probably not be the most optimal play. Did get spaced out, though, by a really well-placed smoke canister, and it just made his life really difficult. And I don't think the rest of the team was really in position at that particular point in time to then play off Speakeasy's push. They couldn't trade out that position. They got stranded. They got isolated. Dark Zero and the anchor play so far has been really, really strong.
Certainly not a lot of shouting at the end of that particular round, which maybe it could have been warranted for Dark Zero, but Kenny did, of course, get told to just settle a little bit, so maybe he has. Not one, though, Kenny, to sometimes play by the rules imposed upon him. So we go to Couch and CCTV. Bans, by the way, Clash, no surprise. NJR was playing that quite heavily. The Blackbeard, not too much of a surprise, but it does leave Blitz Monty still available for Weibo coming into this half. Back and forth in nature. NJR fragging out. Again, the conclusion of the opening day, he was a top 10 rated player across all matches, all games, all teams. NJR was incredible yesterday. Just feels like DZ's got such a complete roster. But are they at the very best of that roster? Maybe not just yet. But I think their goal will be gaining a lot of experience here at EWC, going back into NAL Stage 2, probably look to actually win NAL this time rather than just make the grand final. Then majors and SIs, and maybe by the time we do get to the 6th Invitational, this Dark Zero roster will be at their very best. And you can see a lot of signs of this team being a really, really good team. Yesterday, beating out FaZe Clan as comprehensively as they did. 2-1 up at the moment against Weibo, but these have been close rounds.
Double Talon shield outside here being employed by Turd on the Osa. NJR and that plant denial actually getting caught, I believe, from window Reaps. Well, he confirms it with the grenade, so that makes me think that was the particular case on this instance. Trades a bit of damage to the wall, but survives. What do Dark Zero now do in response? Do they look to maybe be a bit more proactive, particularly down below, try and snatch a pick? Try to prevent this push into Garage with a little bit more vigor. They're laying down damage, but not finding kills.
This is where you've got to be patient if you're Weibo. There's a lot of denial set up here by Dark Zero, and that's why they brought the Tachanka, but that doesn't need to be dealt with now. Gas Babes being thrown out, Spirits running low on those. The Kiba barriers can only do so much for so long. I think that should be the final gas bait. There's not much else Spirits can really do. Trapped in the corner. He's also been Kiba barriered off as well by his own teammate. But he finds a kill onto Hoven.
Ugh.
And Reaps is down as well elsewhere. The clear here from Weibo is just not effective enough. Stronghold from Spirits at Rafters. Good use of the gas babes. Held his position nicely. Did not panic despite the threat of the shield in his way. And leaves Turd and Arpe in a very difficult position.
Yeah, Weibo botched that attack. Gave Spirits the window of opportunity to kill the Capitao. That was the clearance tool, and Speakeasy was on the Monty for pressure. Bit of a disconnect there. Allowed that opportunity, and the hold still in lounge. Dark Zero switching on.
Well, all too comfortably in that round. DZ go 3-1 up, and it just feels like they're really getting the edge now here on Clubhouse. I mean, they're on defense. That's to be expected. Yeah, not going to lie, though, that clear Rafters, it feels like if Weibo were to do that 10 times, probably 8 times out of 10, they're going to do that the right way, clean way. But you can't take anything away from Spirits in the way that he was able to play.
Attackers need to locate.
That was very rhymey, wasn't it? Felt like I was rapping for a second. So Spirits and JR both performing incredibly well to start. I think that's a concern if you're Weibo, though. Two top players know what it's like to win, make deep runs. Two very important rounds coming up now for Weibo to make sure that this scoreline does not balloon out. And the fact that Speakeasy Arpe still on 0 kills is not ideal. It puts too much emphasis then on someone like Reaps, Halv, and Turd to get the majority of the kills. And they're playing particular roles, and Speakeasy's been playing those shield ops and Arpe's hard breach, but they are capable of finding kills.
Yeah, Speakeasy's shield play hasn't been as good as I think it can be. And that's not just solely on him as an individual, but the play style of the team around it, the synchronization, hasn't been great. There's a couple of instances already where it's been quite noticeable. And credit to Dark Zero, especially NJR and Spirits, have probably been two of the better on defense in denying that shield play so far.
Making a hole.
Largely similar lineups from Dark Zero so far, really leading into the Azami in a lot of these rounds. They bring the Warden this time. Only Nitrocell thrown over towards top red from Cash. Last time it was quite chaotic in clearing out this position for Weibo. Reaps 1 and then 2. A quick fire double, but Pampazoo was able to shut down Halford, so the Grim no longer available. Alpe fell in that exchange. But the advantage still remains for Weibo Gaming, and a lot of time, this is where they've got to maybe just slow things down.
Yeah, the cache clear has certainly been one of the strengths of Weibo here on Club thus far, and they'll do a very similar playstyle to last time. Speakeasy, hands off keyboard, formulating a plan for the final push. It's certainly not over at this point. Still double Nitro in play for DZ.
Just want to keep them guessing for as long as possible. I mean, there's well over a minute remaining in the round. The main thing is, though, play behind this shield, play with this shield. Speakeasy cannot play solo and just get too overzealous in wanting to clear out a deeper position like Bathroom or potentially towards top main. So just the one Nitrocell available. NJR throws that out. Good reposition from Nate, but coming through the doorway at the right time was Turd. Weibo find their voice once again. As you said it before, their clear of cash has been the strength on Clubhouse. And with that, they take out Gym Bedroom. They go to 2 attacking rounds here on Club, which is usually the pass mark.
Yeah. Again, though, given the closeness of this series, I would say 3-3 is probably still expectation. You can claim 3 on attack here, in my opinion. Even with that
past stage.
Yeah, okay.
Attackers need to locate.
So not typically played, not typically seen.
Kenny Strat's under scrutiny.
Well, I mean, it's always a very fun stage to see. Sight to see on stage. Mainly because if you're choosing it, you've got to have some really good strategic depth on this particular site. Like, you just don't see it that often. It's very vulnerable. You have to do quite a lot. Typically, you'll see very different styles of holds. We've seen kitchen holds where they blow open the walls, try and have that horizontal line of sight across the entire bar stage site setup. Obviously, one of the more common ones would be that vertical hold up above, defending gym bedroom. They bring the Valkyrie as well. Very good on this particular site. Lots of information to be gained. It's rather large in terms of the way it really opens up the map. Outside of that, not really too many other changes. Blitz will be used once again for Weibo coming into their final attacking round of the half.
So there's quite a hold above here from DZ. 3 on the second floor. It's just Pamba Lounge on the first, and Nafe as well. Also lurking below on the Valkyrie. He'll have the ability to probably route whichever side of the map the clear from the attack comes from and aid and support the rest of the defense. Hardbridge gets to work. Pretty easy going for Weibo as they look to formulate a plan in clearing out the likes of Citizen in bedroom. And JR's been a threat playing Stash. Expect this to be an early gunfight.
F don't mind though, blocking a lot of the vision. Reaps will go down early. Citizen opening pick over towards Jam. Spirits though does get the kill onto NJR, and Hoffen follows onto Citizen. Big mistake for Dark Zero. Will it have a punishing effect? A Speakeasy with the pistol hits the headshot onto Pampazoo, and they have the idea as to where Spirits is playing. Cash in towards top red. Could go CCTV. Indeed he will.
It's another example of Speakeasy, almost hands off keyboard at this point. 4v2, plenty of time.
Blow it down.
Do not throw this round. It's critically important that they convert this and give themselves some confidence heading into defense.
And they got Valcamps now as well on the attack for Weibo, courtesy of the Dockerby from Turd. We saw him just quickly flicking those. In hand right now, Nitrocell for Nave. Weibo looking to find a third attacking round. And again, as you mentioned, a minute left, but they slowed things down on their own volition. Nave will play below, Spirits will play top floor, which leaves Bar completely open. Nate obviously throws out the Nitro, but there's so many numbers, easy to shoot out. It's ineffective. The plant will be secure. It will go down successfully. Spirits does get at least a kill onto Turd, looking to probably play that lurk up above. Lost that battle and gives Dark Zero an ever so slight chance. But a good flash from Speakeasy doesn't convert into a kill. Spirits runs away. 30 seconds in the post plant. At this point, you're going to have to run at the shield man. He gets the kill. That's one. Might not be aware that Hoven's inside a logistic. Hafe will go down. Certainly was not aware that Hoven was inside a logistic, and even if Spirits finds this kill, he still has to deal with Ape hiding inside a toilet. 7 seconds, no real time, needs to find this kill. Spirits does hit the shot. He finds 4 in the round, but it's not going to be enough to see Dark Zero find the round itself. Weibo 3-3 at the half.
Yeah, their shield play was quite mixed throughout said half. Big win con on a couple of occasions for the map clear. Also, a couple of occasions where it was probably quite costly. In the end, though, 3-3. Very good, solid half for the attack. Weibo now transition across to defense. Dark Zero, Bar, was that the play? Well, who knows? Unfortunately, that hold up above was really well deconstructed by Weibo. Their map clears in general from Weibo, on most occasions, quite good. One of their strengths. And their ability to then slow down tempo. They didn't try and jam anything, which they may have done in, you know, the local leagues, for instance, where you can manhandle your opposition a little bit. They respected DZ throughout that half and were rewarded.
Weibo, of course, the best attacking team in the Asia League region with a 59% attacker win rate. The next best was actually Seoul's Heart at 52, so it's a big gulf, a big gap. Well, you want to speak about big gaps, that's the defensive win rate as well, Guz, at a whopping 64%. It is better for them on defense than it is on attack. That spells trouble now for Dark Zero. They're going to have to crack this Weibo defense on their map pick of Clubhouse, and they were able to go and find 3 attacking rounds. Puts DZ on the back foot. Glaz, Habana banned out. Kaid, Mirror banned out.
Yeah, so not double hard breach from Weibo, presumably a target. Defensively, with the Kaid and the mirror off the board, that's pretty typical. Kaid for basement, very popular, and mirror, for, be it exterior denial or even interior info, will play no further part in this half. Basement, we go off the rip, and Turd given the Scopos license for the opening round. Now, the beauty of this operator, especially on club, you can play some pretty versatile positions. Logistics above, maybe deny hatch. You can go play over a strip side, waste time. You could play a little bit more passive, blue. There's a couple of different options available.
It's the Capcan as well.
He can be a difference maker. Yeah, I mean, they're going for an intriguing lineup for this opening round. Maybe just seeing if they can test the info gathering tools of DZ.
And the clearing ability of DZ. So we're going to put some Capcan traps, some EDDs, the Scope Pulse up above. And essentially, the idea of the Scope Pulse is essentially you've got to go and clear that. Otherwise, it's that transfer potential. That transfer potential then means flank potential. So if you don't deal with the Scope Pulse up above, it can become a big, big threat later in the round when you're looking to execute down below. But then you add in the EDDs, and it's an extra element for Weibo on the defense with the Capcans. And you're also pretty well defended from your other three operators. The Azami, the Smoke, the Warden, really good, of course, as well. Late round when the execute does eventuate. The Dark Zero are going to go for this top floor clear as soon as possible. Pambazu already inside of construction. Spirits outside on the balcony. Deep inside of logistics, but Turd's not active on that particular shell. He's in Arsenal right now, watching the camera inside of logistics. I have a feeling this is going to be a really quick and easy clear for Dark Zero, though. By opening up this side of the logistics wall, you're not only going to get the free kill, but you're also not going to be able to die to those EDDs. So the plan for Weibo has not worked out. But as you said, it was really kind of a test, and Dark Zero passed the test.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Turd didn't elect to play it more actively, but sensing that the trade time was probably not worth it in terms of risk. Drone bar from Spirits, or at least a follow-up from Spirits. Pamba holding the blue. Extension but strip side unaccounted for. Even I didn't notice it. Speakeasy on the opposing side of the map.
Popped up main.
DZ off guard just as much as us.
And you got that opening kill now with a minute 20 on the clock. You can fall back, play sight. You don't have to really now be aggressive again. You've already been aggressive, found success. Dark Zero still need to go through their checklist, open up the floor ports, put pressure from down below, open up the hatches. They've got a lot that they need to do. This is the perfect start to the second half for Weibo. They must convert from this advantage. Dark Zero's got a lot of catch-up to do in this round. They're going to have to pick up the pace really quickly. And
with the Nomad dead and player down, Weibo may be able to find a pocket of space to go for that regress later on in the round as well. So this is a pretty precarious position for DZ. They'll take their time, find information, but they are playing from the back foot.
They've got good clear-out utility, though, with the Grim and the Capital. First B is going to be used. Finds Holvin's position. Turd in a gunfight. He got his one, traded, keeps the advantage for Weibo. One close left for NJR, fully aware of that, but he knows he can't just run through. Gas Babe thrown out by Reaps as well, hiding inside of Arsenal. Speakeasy wins his battle against Citizen. Albite taken down low, does not matter. NJR has to just push the smoke with the Bailey, but there was that cross. There was that teammate watching that doorway. Leaves Nave by himself, and certainly with no chance. It's Weibo that's going to go 4 to 3 up. Well, the trash talk begins as well. Keep baiting. That was direct to Nave. I will say for Weibo, when they trash talk, they don't always do it when they're losing. Once they start winning, the trash talk begins, even if they're not in the most commanding position, like it's only 4-3. As long as they're winning, it's almost like their own rule. If you're winning by any amount, it doesn't matter if it's convincing. We can trash talk, but if we're losing, we can't.
Yeah. I think it's respectable. That last round, well played. They tested DZ on the roam, and we thought a lot of that was going to be centralized around the Scopos. That was the easy part. Speakeasy, in the meantime, hooking strip side the entire time, and DZ either not checking a pre-place or not having a pre-place or just
focused on the Scopos.
Exactly. drew their attention elsewhere, and Speakeasy got a freebie. You get yourself in a 5v4 at that point of the round, it leaves so much more work for the attack. It's very difficult on that site to then trade, to find space. We saw Weibo stall well. They established the crossfires with the advantage that they had, and in doing so, give themselves the lead. Gym Bedroom, round number 8.
And it's at this point, 8th round, first map of this elimination game. When things can get a little tense, this is when you can lock up a bit and start to feel the pressure. Dark Zero on attack. If things not really going their way, you could crumble really quickly. They must stay locked in. Spirits, by the way, now double digits, 10 kills, incredibly influential. But NJR, he had 6 kills, it feels like, after 2 rounds. He's gone a little quiet.
Yeah, did really well on that anchor roll on defense, but maybe now on attack, just being tested a little bit more. Hard breach for this round, the only primary for DZ on the board. Jacuzzi will be key, already used over towards Kennels. Jacuzzi may also just be left to its entirety. We'll certainly wait and see. Citizen goes hunting, finds Turd.
Big pick. Drone is ready to go. Be a Nitrocell not available now from the Valkyrie. Obviously, Turd can do his job to the fullest degree in terms of watching those Velt cams for his team. But a big opening pick for DZ. Now they have the numbers to pressure out this cash position without as much of a threat. Secondary EMP onto the mute jammer. They look to open up that wall. It's still holding towards this balcony position. Flash thrown in. Is there going to be a jump out from Holvin? No, but it was from Ape. Want to follow as well from Reaps, but they lose him on the jump back in. Wasn't able to make it. Citizen watching. Good numbers being used for Dark Zero. Now on a 4v2. Holvin holds the close angle and does find a free kill. Citizen. There's one on the roof though. Holvin will get the intel. He'll fall back. Need to see Speakeasy on this clash go off, and he does with the SMG on the Pambazoo.
And he's kept the shield in play. He can now reposition that over towards the objective. He elected not to put it down, instead on his back, and that gives him more versatility in the late round.
The biggest difference though, 2 versus 4, what we saw from Weibo in the first half, they consolidated, they chilled out a little bit, and then they moved in. Darkseer still had players like Citizen, slow vaulting towards that CC window. Big pick from Speakeasy. The power of the clash on display. Picks it back up, moves back, and has all the intel on Nape's position, going for the guard break, but certainly at some point, Hoven should make his move to help out this clash, but Nape cannot even get the kill! The clash was dancing on thin ice, but the ice did not crack. Weibo go 5-3 up against Dark Zero.
And Reaps, very eager to remind them, and I saw him shouting it across, 4v2, 4v2.
It was a 4v2, and the difference, as I mentioned before, is
Weibo weren't throwing those
we're
rounds.
not throwing those in the first half.
Yep.
Tactical timeout for Dark Zero here on Clubhouse. Things starting to slip away from them. It is now 4 rounds consecutively won in a row for Weibo. That's right, it was 3-1 to DZ.
I saw the body language from Kangaroo just kind of waving his arms across himself, probably just telling the boys, you got to clear that from your mind, don't worry about it, reset the scoreline.
I think one thing that Kenny does really well is he can calm you down and he can hype you up.
Yeah.
And that's the sign of a really, really good coach. And right now he's kind of have to probably calm the boys down. But Weibo with the momentum. Bit of an arm wrestle to begin throughout, let's say, the first 5-6 rounds. But it feels like now Weibo 4 rounds in a row, they've got the momentum, they're winning rounds either convincingly, now in that last round, winning from playing behind in the 2v4.
Well, they win double, I would classify them as double primary sites. Maybe you classify Gym Bedroom as a close secondary. This is more so the tertiary now in the modern meta. Lose this 5-4, Weibo still then can return to the primary side of basement, and a match point looks quite good for them, at least a minimum OT.
Well, that's the benefit of getting the 3 attacking rounds.
Yeah. Win this though, Weibo, and they are in the box seat to win this opening map, which would set themselves up very, very well in the series. Still a little bit skeptical in terms of Lair, given the lack of play time in Asia.
Chalet is a good map for them.
Yeah.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
And it's also just the breathing room, right? Like, you win this map and it's like, okay, we know full well we're here for another 2 hours. Whereas DZ are playing every round on Lair as if it could be their last. The Dark Zero, have they got a response though? Can they bring it back now off the back of the tactical timeout, make it 5-4, try and then return serve and get into the heads of Weibo, bring some energy back for DZ.
The Scopos in play this round and Turd playing at Rafters. Second shell presumably would be safely on site, and maybe he'll use that to exit the shell when the utility gets dumped. Capital is in play. So too the Monty. Talking point during the ban phase, we thought that maybe we would see it banned out for the second, and not the case. Weibo confident that they can counter one of the better shield players in the world.
My only concern here for the Scopos is there's not really a lot of defense for the Scopos. Like, typically if you have an Azami there, you've got the keeper barriers. If you've got ADSs from a Jaeger, for instance, you've got ways to be able to really lock down and hold that position. And while then Turd transfers out, keeps himself alive, guess what? Now Dark Zero have got full Rafters control really early in the round. So I'm not totally sold on this setup from Weibo, and it certainly gives a really good avenue for Dark Zero. Breach opened up as well.
And good flames onto said Breach to prevent Speakeasy from bandit tricking that. So the problem solving from DZ and the way they've played around their composition so far has been really, really strong. In fact, you can see how vacated that site really is currently.
Don't forget as well, once Scopos loses that shell and the transferability, it doesn't really bring a whole lot in terms of utility. It's just gone up. Spirits has been really, really good for DZ. 11-5, but now playing the Monty role. There's Gaspape.
I think DZ, the biggest threat now is probably Vert denial, so that's something that I'll need to be mindful of. Especially if they position and poke and prod for default, which seems to be the case. Citizen down below in blue to counteract that Vert play.
Here's the big emphasis though. If Spirits goes down, look at the way that everyone else is set up. They're essentially set up for the post plant. Navigates over towards the breach, bit of damage from that Nitro.
Looking to clear Citizen blue.
Oven
pushes up as well
onto Nave though, and he does take site control, but it's a 2v3 now in favor of Dark Zero, still with the Monty up, and a big headshot onto NJR, and Spirits will go down as well. Surely not again for DZ in back-to-back rounds where they've got man advantage, but cannot then capitalize. 20 seconds for Pambazoo to think his way through this, where he needs to go and get that kit and somehow make this his moment in a 2v1. The two stand together, and they will not fall, and Weibo will get map point.
Dark Zero will be disappointed with that round. I think that was a really good showcase, though, of the modern defense meta in Siege that's really been exemplified over the last 6 to 12 months. Where in days gone by, teams would focus all their effort on denying that plant, denying space, and playing safely on site. We saw that regress down below, the contest onto Citizen, the Hoven push into side as well. Brazen. You would never see that in years gone by. But Weibo, with that confidence flowing, their shots landing, able to execute that hyper-aggressive play style in a way that was controlled and measured and well synced, well timed. Everybody was on the same agenda. And Dark Zero not able to stand up to the pressure, now facing 3 map points.
Well, best of threes are a marathon, not a sprint. DZ will be aware of that, being in plenty. Been a solid team effort, though, from Weibo, and their big three are firing. Speakeasy, Reaps, and Hoven. But NJR, he was like 6-0 to start. He's now 6-7. Spirits has been great. Nave pretty much irrelevant, quiet, not noticed. Citizen trying at times, but it really feels like a disjointed Dark Zero, especially now on these attacks. They've not won a single attacking round. Hard to now suddenly envision you go and win 3 in a row. That previous round was the one you had to win to kickstart things. Now there's no room for error here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, the only advantage that they may have is they've seen these sites before, and maybe Weibo employs similar setups and they can counter. That being said, it's not like Kangaroo's been able to take the tack after that last round and then prep them for the second wave.
Scopos again, but it hasn't really been all that influential.
No.
A little stall tactic for basement. Probably wasn't great at all in the previous round, to be honest, and that gave DZ a really good positional advantage for Cash and CCTV.
Yeah, Weibo not looking to overstay their welcome too much here on the roam. playing hatch open setup though, and still actually a couple of players lurking above.
Don't you love it when you're an RP? You're 1-8, you're just getting carried to a win.
Well, he has a pretty key role at the moment over towards stock. He'll be looking to catch drones and information and then fall down.
Oh, NJR catches out Hoven and then gets rid of Turd as well. Weibo wanted to bring a bit more pace, aggression on the defense, and it backfires well and truly. And while DZ have thrown a 2v4 and a 2v3, surely they can't throw a 5v3 and add that one to the repertoire. They must convert here.
Yeah, Weibo got a little bit tested that round. Big time. NJR is not going to make a meal of that. Well, if there's any moment for Arpe to step up, it's this round. He needs to find a couple of kills to aid Weibo if they are to recover. Reap's still up above and Kitch.
Can drop the hatch though if he feels the pressure is too much and gets himself out of the kitchen. Still over a minute left, so this is good for Dark Zero though. They're able to just slow things down themselves. Use this man advantage. Overwhelm the remaining defenders, take this site, get yourself an attacking round, and who knows what could then happen. Only 2 more needed after this to force overtime. 2 versus 5 now. Well, there's one for Arpe. Picks a decent time to find his second kill, but low on health, leaves Reaps in a really difficult position towards Arsenal. Has a bit of red ping information. Citizen with the kit now inside a church, and they're going for that church plant. Arpe did get one onto Spirits. They trade each other 1v3, but Reaps, as he makes his way in towards church, is shut down. Too many numbers still to deal with, and Dark Zero stay alive here on Clubhouse and in church.
Still 2 more opportunities though for Weibo to close this in reg. Site choice will more than likely be bedroom, and that's confirmed. Better from Dark Zero, but also Weibo were a little bit ridiculous in their aggression in that particular round, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's like a really good double kill from NJR. You probably questioned, did Weibo need to play in that manner? Dark Zero will take a freebie though, and that's probably what you don't want to do if you're Weibo. You don't want to give them a way back in. 2 rounds in a row for Dark Zero, not totally out of the calculation, certainly a possibility. All the trash talking from Weibo when they hit match point at 6-3 could come back towards them if this goes overtime. You don't need to feel that Kangaroo Candy fire. By the way, Speakeasy half health already in prep phase.
Yeah, not quite entirely sure how that's happened. Must have been the pipe or something.
APAC things. It's not ideal because it limits the aggressive nature of what Clash can bring now since the rework. Might have to play a little bit more defensive in style. Especially if the Clash wants to be kind of in the face for this horizontal defense towards CCTV and Cash. Now you're at half health, actually even maybe slightly below half health. It's not ideal for Speakeasy and for Weibo. Dark Zero don't know it, but they're already kind of leading this round a little bit.
NJR then looking to progress over towards Cash. And that will now dealt with. Speakeasy to hold the front line with the Clash as mentioned. HP already taken a hit. And so he'll have to be perhaps just a little bit more cautious here. Doesn't want to get caught in the open. A shot or 2 to the foot may well be enough now at this point. Elects to fall back through Logi and peels to that position that we saw prior. He can place the shield down and hold that cross, make it difficult for Dark Zero to cross through Con towards the objective. It looks like they're shaping up for a similar hit. Should be anticipating something similar with the Clash already more than likely identified. Spirits with the air jab to prevent the Clash from pushing forward. That will keep Speakeasy at least, in Bay over towards that Logi position. And he finds the first on site. Hoven caught.
Keep firing and you might just find success. Hoven shut down by the rapid fire of Spirits. Another keeper barrier broken, but this time it goes the other way. Trade quick though from Naif. So slight advantage still for Dark Zero, winning the entry battle. Clash over towards Logistics. Now an emphasis on Turd and Ape to find some kills, being quiet, the both of them so far on Clubhouse. And it feels like for Dark Zero now, with 30 seconds left, will they just look to go for a hit? What a swing from Turd though. Nath not probably anticipating a window swing at this point. Turd though in a dangerous position, getting tagged up, lit up, double push through this doorway. As NGR finds that kill, he will get another Pemba, follow suit, and with that DC, are putting the pressure now back on Weibo.
Yeah, mechanically, these clears have been really sharp from Dark Zero. They're finding pretty small windows to find a lot of these picks. You think about the Spirits entry and then the Reaps trade, etc. But they're landing. Weibo respond with their tactical timeout. Again, noting Dark Zero have already used theirs, but final round of regulation on the other side of this one. Weibo and Meepy sensing that this is an opportunity to really hone in on what their strategy will be for this final round, what site they elect to go to, what operators they wish to bring, and how they're going to deal with the Dark Zero that are rallying.
It's such a stressful moment if you're Weibo. You 6-3 up, you start trash talking, you start making hand signals, and you think there's enough of a buffer. They're not going to win 3 in a row, 3 attacks in a row. Well, they're knocking on that front door right now. One more needed for Dark Zero to force overtime, and if they can force overtime, that mental for Weibo is going to be tested to an almighty level. They would have felt it right now, right this second. They should be preparing for Lair. Not to be. At 6-5 now. Dark Zero need one more attacking round. Searching for their 3rd in a row from a 6-3 deficit to now force overtime in this opening map of what is an elimination game and qualification game. Win, you're in the playoffs. Lose, your time is done. You'll be on a plane pretty early tomorrow morning.
Bomb located by attackers.
So interestingly enough, it's the full rotate in terms of site selection. Cache CCTV in play. We'll see Turd on the Azami for this particular round. He'll be locking down Garage. We saw the Scopos previously. It had essentially 0 impact. The shield clear from Spirits. Spirits will repick onto said shield for this round, but expect a little bit more resistance in that position. Weibo as well, previously banning out the Capital, takes away that crowd control tool for this site. It does make it slightly more defendable, especially that Rafters position. If they have difficulties clearing Turd, then it's very challenging to envision Dark Zero being able to go for a similar hit to last time. They'll probably have to rotate or think about some other clearance method.
Systematically, though, it's a bit more default from Weibo. And that might not be too much of a hindrance then for Dark Zero, because they should very much be more prepared for something like this. And certainly so. Last time with the Scopos attempt, it was really easy. Spirits is going to go down early on the Montang.
I think he got caught by the keeper barrier. I think Turd has locked him in. They've combined it with the gas canister. That is really impressive.
That's a rookie error, though. Yeah. That's been done and seen before. That's something that Spirits should be aware of. Reloading. So an opening kill is always nice. It's lovely. You want it 5v4, but you get rid of Spirits, and he's playing Montang. Feels like they're having their cake and eating it too. So DZ now on the ropes, 4v5, 5 to 6. Spirits has done as much as he possibly can so far on this map. It's now time for others to lend a hand.
Speakeasy teasing the breach. Aggro, Clash Shield down. Constricting Dark Zero, locked over towards Garage. How do they fight their way back into this round? Minute 30.
Drone active.
Hoven's position is known. Yellow ping in play. One frag grenade available.
Big pick from Nave. Hoven felt the pressure on that left side, so he tucked a bit more to the right. Nave's then ready. Good teamwork.
About to be cleared by the frag grenade anyway, so he would have died. Good clear. Not much you can do there.
Want to deal with that barbed wire, Nave. It can be a little bit prickly. So 60 seconds left. Final round of regulation here for the opening map. A crouching clash in your way on one side. NJR now banks the flash off the wall. Maybe to force that clash back over towards Cash. Still stays deep inside of CCTV though. And there's a BPC over on that back wall. Double stack now over towards the breach, and Turd will find the kill onto Nafe, limiting the threat coming out of Rafters. Nafe also had the kit.
Yeah, Diffuser on an island. Dark Zero will pivot to collect it, still thinking it's a win con in this round. Not in a position to flood for kills.
Not in a position to really do much else but to get those kills, because you've only got the 20 seconds left, and Reaps has got the close angle now when you go for that kit, but he makes the cross because Reaps ended up losing his life. Citizen will confirm the kill. 3v3 with 12 seconds to go. Now you can plant behind the server rack. There is no Nitrocell coming your way, but Citizen gets off of it temporarily. Pamper holding for that cross. Push in towards Rafters, but
That's
they
it.
push and they clear, and with Pamper not in position, indeed that is it, guys! That is it! Map down, Weibo, 1-0 up here.
Up and about the Weibo boys. They'll be proud with that result. It got dicey towards the end. Dark Zero fighting. It was a nail biter in the end, but a reg win sets Weibo up so nicely in this series.
A close, contested map. We said on the desk in the pre-show that we expected this to be a series back and forth in nature, close, difficult to split. Well, 7-5 on the opening map really does show what we were talking about. Ultimately, Weibo were the better team to kind of close towards regulation, but Dark Zero were the better team to start. They had that 3-1 lead, and then Weibo just went and won 4 in a row, set themselves up beautifully. Technically ended up winning 5 in a row.
Yeah, it was very intriguing. I think the first half, a lot of it was centered around Weibo and their shield play. When it was successful in gaining map control, they showed really great discipline in slowing down tempo and then converting advantage. On the flip side for Dark Zero, they had a couple of those advantage-esque situations to begin, but failed in slowing down tempo, controlling rounds, and being able to convert. Then they switched on as they reattempted those sites, but ultimately in the end, Weibo in a very, very close final round of regulation, just able to have the firepower in play to win some really important jewels and prevent Dark Zero from getting that plant down.
NJR started incredibly hot. Spirits had a very good game. The other three, hit and miss, let's just say, throughout the course of that opening map. As for Weibo though, Reaps, while he wasn't at his 20 kill kind of best average, I thought Hoven was really, really good. Speakeasy actually, by the way, started really, really slow, but boy did he get better as the match went on. Turd had his moments here or there, so did Ape. This moment right here, Nave going for the kill onto Speakeasy, not being able to convert, really felt like the momentum at that point had gone fully in favor of Weibo, and then they consolidated to a 6-3 match point advantage. Ultimately, yeah, DC then came back, forced it to 6-5, but Weibo hold strong on Clubhouse. They take a 1-0 lead here in what could be DZ's final day.
If I heard that if I heard that
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. Just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming
This land is calling.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh for Rainbow Six Siege X. It is the lower bracket semi-final matchup between Weibo Gaming and Dark Zero. Weibo take the opening map on Clubhouse 7-5, so 1-0 up in the series. Don't fear not too much just yet if you're a DZ fan. They did lose the opening map in the grand final of NAL, bounced back very quickly then on that second map, winning 7-2 over SSG. Third map's irrelevant if you're a DZ fan in terms of what happened there. But yeah, there's still hope, obviously, for Dark Zero. Kangaroo Kenny had a couple of minutes with the boys back behind the stage. I'm sure they'll be looking to bounce back on their map pick now on Lair.
Yeah, the first map really ebbed and flowed. There were a couple of key moments as well that shifted momentum both ways. And it almost felt like that entire map, to a degree higher than most matches, they were really trying to get a feel for one another. Dark Zero tried their best in taming the aggression from Weibo in a similar fashion like they did against a successful win with FaZe earlier on in the tournament, but didn't quite find that same level of ability to shut down Weibo until the very end. But unfortunately, it was a case of too little too late, with Weibo able to just narrowly win the final round of regulation. They're pumped up, ready to go, feeling confident inside of the server. Lair's going to be an intriguing one though, much larger map, and a lot more fluid in terms of how it can potentially play out.
Well, Weibo did play in the playoffs for Asia League. They beat Souls Hard on it in the upper bracket semi-final. That was a 7-3, 3-3 split in the first half where they were on attack and then closed it out, clean sweep on their own defensive Lair. So it's not as if Weibo's going to be unfamiliar with Lair, but as I mentioned in the pre-show desk, Lair is just not a map that we'd see in the APAC region. Like, it barely got played. In terms of Asia, right? So the Asia sub-region of APL, guess how many times it got played?
One.
And it was Weibo Gaming. So at the very least, if there's any APAC, especially Asia team, that may be prepared for this, indeed it would be Weibo. But I think whenever you're picking a map like Lair and where it is in the map pool, it's certainly one of the maps that, despite being the newest, it's not favored. It's not played a lot. Teams don't necessarily like going there. And it's also kind of a strange map because it's quite large, but it's very much top floor and basement centric. Like, we're talking about like Master R6 gets played over and over again as much as possible, and then basement as well. And it's kind of cycling between those two maps unless the tertiary is needed. Defending can be difficult at times. Big open map, a lot of space for attackers, and that can be a strength for Weibo. But DZ pick it for a reason. DZ then now need to show up. Otherwise, they're flying home tomorrow.
It's interesting watching the dynamic between the two teams. Meepy very much just lurking around and chatting to each of the players individually or as a whole, whereas on the opposing side, Kangaroo who's getting the hurry up now from the admins, solely focusing in on Spirits, explaining exactly what they want to execute here on Lair. It's a tight turnaround between maps. We were talking about it before, only about 5 minutes or so.
We went to sit down and then you were like, better go check how long we got. It was like a minute 20. We're like, whoa, hang on.
An opportunity to maybe quickly go to the toilet, but you come back and you want to talk strats for this opening map and what you want to do against your opposition based on what you've seen prior.
Yeah, and I guess in some ways it can be good or bad depending on the view that you have. Like, I think for both teams, especially like if you're Weibo, you won that first map, you probably don't want to now go back and cool off. You probably want to go into that second map as quick as possible. And on the flip side for Dark Zero, while they obviously want to prep and Kenny's trying to give some last second instructions, you also want to bounce back as quick as possible. You want to get into this second map. But right now, Dark Zero facing elimination. Lose this, you're out of the Esports World Cup. And it would mean playoffs for Weibo would be confirmed. You said, as your hot, and I said scorching take, you think they could potentially win it all. And they would need favorable bracket. I know you got asterisks attached all across it, but they keep playing at their best.
Hey, they asked for a hot take. I think it's a hot take that's somewhat in the realm of possibility.
I didn't even get, I don't know if we're supposed to, were we spreading out the hot takes?
Well, what was yours?
Well, I said, I think Virtus.pro is going to make the grand final.
Okay.
We know Virtus.pro in the past, right? They're always the...
That's a basic take. That's not a hot take.
But they're usually the kind of team that makes like a semi-final. But to make the grand final, can VP do that? They had a really, really good day yesterday. And they actually had a little bit of a correlation here. They did beat Dark Zero 7-1. They absolutely dominated them. So yeah, I don't think it's that too hot. It's probably more of a lukewarm take.
Lukewarm take. All right, let's jump into Lair then. Map number 2 of this best of 3. Ying, Glaz, Azami, Clash are your bans for this opening half.
Well, the Clash ban is in relation to probably not just the map itself, right? Where obviously Clash are very strong in Lair, but Speakeasy was really, really good on Clash back on Clubhouse. So it's a twofold ban. That's an easy one. The Azami was also incredibly overplayed. Again, also very strong on this map. So very strong bans coming out from Dark Zero. On the flip side, Glaz can be really, really strong, especially top floor, and the Ying as well for those entry executes. So pretty much staple bans, nothing really surprising from either of the two teams. Weibo start defense. So Dark Zero get to try and kick things off on Lair, find that form, find that momentum, and maybe find their voice. After the very first round, Kangaroo Kenny was incredibly loud, but he got told to quiet down by the referee. I think he needs to forego what the referee said and find that voice once again, but to find that, they need rounds.
Attacking into Lair can be really rough at times as well. So important that they capitalize upon any opportunities that present.
A lot easier to attack into Lair, though, without that Clash on the board.
Yeah, through the late round, I would suppose so. Probably limits the need for vertical as well on some of these sites, and clearing the Clash from below, for instance, and they can also focus on their horizontal clears. Does bring the mirror into play, though, as a bit of an exchange out. And Arpe will have those mirrors in position that make the map entry typically more challenging.
No, we had Citizen, by the way, as the player spotlight in the pre-match desk for good reason. He was the second highest player in NAL for stage 1, plus 49 KD, decent on the entries as well, a 117 EPS. It's NJR, though, and Spirits who have actually been probably the best performing of Dark Zero at this tournament so far. So can they get a bit more out of Citizen? Can they get that second best player in NAL out of Citizen here on this map? Find more out of him.
So midpoint of the round, and it's slow going as Dark Zero fight for Northern control. Speakeasy playing contact, 2 gas babes available, now just 1. Deathmark forced back, but Hoven in support and able to find 2. Traded but delayed. NJR 1 shot, and it's very much a great start to the round for Weibo.
I feel like a jinxed Citizen. He's the first death. No. Well, NJR also very low, like you mentioned, means that Dark Zero find themselves in a tricky position now. This is a very difficult site to hit at times, and especially if you lose the players early on that they have, now it's so much more difficult to funnel players through these doorway positions. Into storage goes Citizen, Spirits. Kit in hand as well on the Blackbeard. So Nafe will activate on the Deimos, the Death Mark, onto Turd, but he has got a mute jammer on his location. So he's not affected by that Death Mark. Nafe will cancel. Under 40 seconds left here, 4v3, essentially like 4 versus 2.5. This is going to be very difficult for Dark Zero to win this round. Not the way they wanted to start on their map pick. No gas babes left, but there is a Nitro on Reaps. You got the Shamika launcher as well for Turd, and the Nitro on Ape. Weibo are well set up here for the defense.
Should not be able to get clean entry. Nitro in pocket now, out, kill, 10 seconds, and it's Weibo's round to lose.
Well, at that point, you just got to send it through the doorway and hope for the best. That's the Blackbeard in Spirits that went on through. Staying behind in storage is Nave. Well, it did find one kill. It's not going to have any effect. Turd calls him a loser. Right now, Dark Zero are losing. They lost the first map. They lose the opening round of the second. Weibo, full of voice, vigor, and confidence. Really strong defense to begin, and it all started with the opening 2 kills. Holven set the tone early.
Yeah, really good stall out util from Weibo on the smoke, followed up with Hoven hitting clean shots. He's had a couple of those key moments, probably 2 or 3 rounds so far in this series where he's really stepped up. He's a player that can sometimes play in the shadows a little bit more so and not get the spotlight all too often, but it's rounds like that where his experience really shines. I don't know what his numbers may have been for the particular stage, looking across 107 EPS. So again, not crazy amazing, but still top 10 in a respectable region.
Yeah, absolutely. Turd pretty much equal with him as well on 107. Again, that's what makes this team so strong. Yeah, Reaps has the extraordinary numbers, but Hoven, Turd, and Speakeasy are really not far behind and certainly bring a lot of valuable experience to this team, to this roster. And Hoven really, in this particular series as well, has probably played even higher than what you would usually get, because typically Reaps is the one soaking up all the kills.
Interestingly, Weibo will persist with the Chank pick into round 2. It offered that secondary stall out in the prior round in combination with the smoke, which will also see reappearance here for the second round. You combo that with the info from the Maestro, and it does mean that Dark Zero, in terms of time management, have to be really, really careful and mindful of that in this particular round. If they get stalled out, if they maybe lose a player advantage whilst doing so, it amplifies the difficulty of the late round in a similar fashion to what we saw prior. So it's important they get this control, get the ramp to work, and then are in a position to pressure that denial and clear out those Maestro cameras.
That's big.
Yeah, it's a smoke off the board.
It's Hoven off the board as well. He brought the aggression in the previous round. Now in this very round, it comes through from Spirits on the Blackbeard. So that's better from Dark Zero. That's the way that they're going to need to play, because they need to bring aggression to Weibo. They're going to run towards them, not fear them.
Critically as well, he was able to avoid the trade attempt from Speakeasy. It just fell short from the stairs position. That opens up control now for DZ. Ram can get to work. Reaps is, though, lurking first floor. Now, I don't know if he's directly in a position where he'll be able to pressure, just poking a couple of shots lobby, but Pamba's in a position safe enough to avoid that pressure.
And how's Weibo going to go now? Down a player, big map. Obviously, Dark Zero have a pretty big advantage to be able to take a lot of this map control. So you're going to just fall back. You feel more confident probably than playing basement. But then you're just pretty much playing into the hands of DZ. You're just giving them all that space. So what they've got is Reaps over towards security, yellow stairs. He's still offering something at least towards one of those entry positions, the stairwell towards basement. But he now too will fall back. They're just going to play time. Just over a minute left. Put some trust in the Maestro cams, the Shamika launcher as well to be able to deny over towards blue stairs. As you can see, Spirits is probably saying, boys, I can't push just yet. So we're getting delayed here by the Tachanka.
Reaps falls, NJR catches that good flank watch. And with now under a minute to go, Weibo are under pressure. But Speakeasy withstands it. Turd is still alive, and Maestro may be able to feed them information. Dark Zero, they cannot take this round for granted.
They can't lose this round. You can't lose another 5v3. We saw a couple of those back on Clubhouse. NJR, low, vulnerable. Speakeasy shuts down Nafe, though. So 3v3, where the lower player is on Dark Zero. 2 very important kills back here for Weibo. Deep in lab, double stack. In stock is Ape. The Nitro was thrown, but down goes Speakeasy. Now puts it onto Turd and Ape to salvage this round for Weibo. NJR finishes off Speakeasy. He was down, now out. With 15 seconds, makes his way in towards lab. Trying to plant this diffuser. Nothing really to stop him until the bullets themselves. He got up, started running. Now into deep red time. Pamba, Citizen, you need to go find these kills. You've got to start moving, not a lot. Now Ape to hold strong. And the question mark as well. What was that from Dark Zero? They just froze towards the end of that round.
Wow. So they didn't commit to the plant there. The Shamika launcher, you could hear it come through. That plant position would not have been safe. Dark Zero had to quickly pivot, but didn't have the time or the read, I don't think, to do so. It was very limited, small window. They had to quickly adjust. I think they saw Pamba lurking up above on Vert, if I caught it correctly. It was just an awkward position. They were set for the plant to be successful.
That was their win con.
And when the flames come out and that player's low and can't stick, what's the backup plan there? Unfortunately, there really wasn't one.
That was a 5v3.
And that's what, maybe the third-ish
Well,
round at this point, where it's been similar to that?
I think they threw 2 4v2s and then maybe 1 5v3 back in Clubhouse.
Wall reinforced.
It's not a way that you want to kind of start things off here on Lair.
And that's exactly the kind of rounds that rile up.
It does, it does. And you can see it immediately with the question marks in the chat, wondering what are you guys doing? There's still 7 seconds left. It's a 2v1. Go find that one on defense, kill him, win round. But they just look so disorganized towards the end. Like, once they had lost those 2 players, it became a 3v3. You could just see Dark Zero just didn't really have confidence in what they wanted to do. NJR had kit, but he was low, so he knew he was vulnerable. Shamika launcher at his location, got to get up, got to run, but guess what? Then you're taken down, no time left. It all goes back to the way the round itself was being set up. And they've been abusing this Blackbeard, by the way. And we're into round 3. So if they don't find a round win here with this Blackbeard, it's probably not going to be available going into the second portion of this opening half. And as more and more rounds are stacked up for Weibo, that's more and more pressure stacked up on Dark Zero, knowing they're facing elimination now.
The Brava in play for round 3 will be an important tool in dealing with the Fenrir F-Not mines and the Jaeger catch as well. Twitch also in response to the mirror. So hard counterplay from DZ. And aggression on the fringe once more from Weibo, but it's cut down. Wow, it's 4 in the space of a second or 2 and shots onto the body. Turd left in a 1v5 and Dark Zero will, I mean, geez, respond in a flash. Flawless from DZ and a nothing round from Weibo.
I didn't even get to, I was ordering dinner.
I know, I saw. You left me with the play-by-play, you left me stranded.
I was literally...
There were 3 kills in the space of a second, a 4th a second later, and the 5th, well, Turd got absolutely destroyed by the BB.
And to be fair as well, like, where did that come from? Because we haven't really seen a lot of that at all from Dark Zero across the series now. Clubhouse now into Lair as well. That pace, that kind of aggression hasn't really been
Well, it wasn't
notable.
honestly their aggression. It was Weibo who just went over the line. Like, there was a line in the sand that I think they were encroaching upon, and they just absolutely went over it.
Interesting ban. So it's not often you're going to see a Tachanka ban.
No.
But in, obviously, contrast to what we've been seeing from Weibo and its usage, they elect to get rid of it. Deimos, though, which means the Blackbeard stays up. So clearly that's Weibo saying, we think we can deal with the Blackbeard. And maybe that makes Dark Zero play a lot around that Blackbeard, and we kind of want them to do that. We just want to remove a bit of pressure that the Deimos can bring with its death marks.
Attackers have located a bomb.
We return to the top floor. The pulse in play for this round being hidden by Weibo. And so maybe that's the reasoning behind, at least to some extent, the Deimos ban. It will facilitate Turd to be able to lurk down below with a little less pressure and won't have to necessarily 1v1 against the Deimos. Opens up then the opportunity for him to feed which side of the map push is coming from specifically. And then Nitro Cell as well for Plant Null, in addition to the other 2 in play for this Weibo defense. Bandit as well available, used on the exterior walls. And will make that hard breach just a little bit more challenging for DZ. They do have the ace employed. Turd finds the first kill. And I think I heard a couple laughs from here.
And I was just about to say as well for Dark Zero, you win that round in the fashion that you did it. Flawless, really quick. You know, it's almost over before it really begins. Literally couldn't even finish my order. How do you then build momentum off that? You've got to go and get a second and a third, etc. You've got to build some form now. It's a long, long series, but you've never really had a whole heap of momentum. And immediately then in the round after, opening kill, no Knave, no Sends. You're bringing a Sends for the ROUs for a reason to execute. or to help facilitate entry positions. It's got purpose.
Oh, so
it's no longer there.
Not even a spawn kill. It was the lurk below that Turd was able to deny. So Dark Zero looking for that early, I suppose, cheap map control, but was caught. I thought it was just a straight up spawn peek, but not the case. Very interesting and frustrating for DZ.
One thing Weibo, and I kind of don't want to say this because I feel like I'm going to jinx it, but they haven't really thrown a lot of rounds. Not in comparison to Dark Zero. Dark Zero have been far more problematic in that department.
Not as prone to the throw, no.
But at times it can be their specialty back home. So just over a minute, 4th round, 2nd map of this series. Weibo searching for what would be a top 8 finish here at EWC. Spirits falls, that's the Blackbeard. Another big piece off the board for DZ. Another question mark from Speakeasy.
Good bandit trick as well from Hoven.
The trash talking from Weibo starting to increase as they start to edge closer to knocking out Dark Zero. Pampazu steps up, big pick.
And Turd but still below and could potentially flank. So very much keep that in mind towards the late round.
He's quite a distance away, though, from the 3-man stack of Dark Zero over towards the hallway of R6.
Well, he's getting no information, which is good information. They'll know Dark Zero are stacked in this position.
They don't have the Blackbeard to play behind. 2 Adrenal Surges available for Citizen, along with a frag grenade. Only 3 drones, so lack of information as well for Dark Zero. Frag thrown in. Deep run down from Citizen, in through R6. Thought about pistol for a second. Got to hit those shots, though. He does eventually get the down onto Speakeasy, but took some time in being able to do it. Lost a teammate in the process and his own life, and now a 2v1. With 12 seconds left, Pampazu's got a lot to do.
And Turd down below feeding information, but despite that, RP dies, but in response to the Nitro, Turd commits below, and it pays off.
Not a lot in terms of the reaction either from Turd. He lets his own work inside of the server do the talking. And Turd says, what are you doing in the basement with Sens? He's referencing Nave at the beginning of the round. I don't know the answer, though.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
We would have to...
We'd have to ask him in the interview.
A 3-1 lead. Weibo 4 rounds away from knocking out the grand finalists of the North America League. Tensions rising. Pressure mounting. What can Dark Zero do to respond? Because quite frankly now, outside of the opening 4 rounds of Clubhouse, where they led 3-1, ever since that point in time, it's been all Weibo. There's been no momentum found for DZ. No real form. And no real sign of life. DZ need to stand up right now. They are looking to exit EWC with a bit of a whimper. They need to show some fight right now.
Attack Lair certainly can be tough, so don't take too much away from Weibo as I say this. We could very much see Dark Zero get away with a 2-round half, but it is these kind of big, obvious moments that continue to occur for Dark Zero that we can spotlight and highlight and say that this is the direct reason why they've lost this particular round. It's not small mistakes at the moment for DZ, it's these large ones that are compounding, unfortunately, for them currently, and Weibo are capitalizing, they are minimizing mistakes themselves.
Looking at some of the global statistics for Lair across R6 over the last month or so. 60% defensive win rate, top floor, 53% basement, even the tertiary bunks briefing at around 57%. So as you're kind of pointing out, defense does usually do well here on Lair. And that's where you probably got to remind yourself, if you are Dark Zero, that it's like, okay, boys, we just maybe got to get one more here. Just find the second attacking round. We can then bunker down on defense. Spirits on the blitz, going for the full flash, but it's a turnaround. Nitrocell from Speakeasy, and the blitz will fall. So another opening kill for Weibo. Albeita then double down. They lose the ram. Dark Zero crumbling on their attacks of Lair. A flash to clear the stairwell position, but they've already vacated. The damage has already been done.
Dark Zero, even when in an advantage, haven't always looked confident in closing out rounds. Now with a 2-man disadvantage into a Lair basement, you all but write them off from this position unless one of these players can step up. Fortunately for DZ, it is some of their more hard-hitting players still up, particularly NJR and even Citizen at his best, at least locally, in NA. But they need to be able to isolate picks, and Weibo aren't the kind of team in this current form that are going to give away much for free. They'll anchor down. They'll chill out. They have the utility to still play around. DZ forced to trade out towards a default plant position.
There haven't been too many rounds in this series that Dark Zero has been able to overcome a deficit such as this. They need to do so now, 5th round. Otherwise, they could be staring down the barrel of a 4-1 deficit. NJR, Nave, Citizen, and most importantly, NJR and Citizen are still alive. 2 of the top-rated players for Dark Zero. But with no Spirits and no Blitz, and only 40 seconds, as Ape knows full well 2 players over towards this exterior. Easy swing with the shotgun. He had all the intel, he had all of the noise being made. And while he went prone, Nath then finds the kill onto Ape, but more work to be done. A headshot angle may be found for NJR. Up close at Speakeasy on the Panther that went for that door swing, but NJR knows he's running out of teammates by himself now with Nath on the floor. There's nothing that NJR can do. Weibo are 3 rounds away from top 8 and playoffs at the Esports World Cup.
And a 4-2 recoverable, a 5-1 very difficult. So for Dark Zero, this is
the most important round of the tournament so far.
Critically important round. But the exciting and entertaining thing for us is it takes place on the tertiary. First floor bunks can be tough, real tough to defend. We've seen some interesting ideas recently.
They're not going to defend it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some interesting ideas recently with the Sense employed and the Execute Utility, Smokes, Capital, etc. on this site in an attempt to ignore the Vert clear. So I don't know if Dark Zero will opt for that. In fact, looking at their lineup, potentially they'll look to clear it. And as you were kind of alluding to, the lineup from Weibo and the setup they've got ultra aggressive, a little bit of trap on the board as well. 2 Real Reaps can chill and play objective if required and stall out the site util. They're going to take it head on. So
Vigil, Oryx, Mozzie. You don't have to play the site.
This round will more than likely be decided off the objective. I'd be quite surprised if we get to a plant, and if that does occur, it will be with few players alive.
And if it does occur, another factor of that could be just a full site rush from Dark Zero if they don't want to play into that roam game employed by Weibo. Lair's a big map. Utilize it.
But they don't really have the util for it, right? Like, you need a Sense or a Cap or... Sure, Dockerby to an extent, but...
The other thing as well is so far Weibo have been pretty good. You think back to the round gone prior as well, where Turd was able to get that kill onto Nave at exploiting Dark Zero's lack of awareness entering the building. If they're not prepared for this Vigil, this Oryx, or this Mozzie, but they're not also prepared for a Nitro from Reaps. Citizen goes down early, and that's big. No gridlock, no stingers, more access as well for these roaming defenders.
They still have the Nomad up, but double flank watch was certainly part of their plan, as is clearing Vert.
First Logic Bomb used as well prior to the 2-minute mark, so have to wait a while for that second one. Pampazoo off of his own Logic Bomb follows up with the kill onto the Mozzie of Ape. Roaming through Armory now is Spirits on the Blackbeard, taking some space here for the attack of Dark Zero.
Reaps under a ton of pressure over towards Lobby. We're catching the tail end of it with Pampa chasing, but Dark Zero don't quite catch him.
He gets out with his life intact, can fall back, play over towards security. So you can see on this overhead though, Turd still tucked in towards bunks. They might not be aware of his position and could go for a swing coming out of the site itself if he so chooses. Intriguing to see the Oryx and the Vigil have now very much fallen back towards the site. It's Hover that still plays above though. 2 players for Dark Zero on their way to meet Hoven in towards Master.
So pivot from DZ now looking to investigate above. They have a semblance of control.
Hoven can just look to try and maybe fall back, rotate to the other side of the site, rather than fully take the fight and then go for a late flank to deny the Vert hold for DZ. But he doesn't. He holds towards Ops. He may be ready, but it's a Blackbeard coming around the corner. Goes for the guard break. Player behind. Oh, no! Hoven hit the headshot! Hoven's insane! How do you mess that up? A double stack clear on the Legion goes horribly wrong for Dark Zero. Just as this map is currently right now, the pain is being felt for the North Americans. Nath is all by himself in a 1 versus 4, and indeed he may be shaking at the thought of going home, because it's about to be 1-5 in favor of Weibo Gaming, and it's time to sit talk and figure out what to do.
10 seconds to go.
They're all waving across, and Kangaroo gives them the thumbs up in return. 5-1 Weibo.
2 rounds away.
It's easy for us to say as the APL casters, but I mean, man, I did not see them losing it from here. I'd be shocked.
Well, I mean, it's also easy for us to say a lot of the negative stuff that we can see from Weibo at times, but right now, so far at this tournament, they're bringing their best, and that's what we've been kind of alluding to.
Been that trajectory, right?
Exactly, their pathway up. It hasn't just been an overnight thing. They started the stage quite poor, not at their best, but with so much potential. This feels like a team that's starting to reach that potential. And Dark Zero are feeling the wrath of that. To think you start this tournament, by the way, with a 7-3 win over FaZe Clan, to then lose 7-1 to VP, to then get knocked out by Weibo. It's such a DZ thing to do.
Well, Weibo are going to win the event, Jake, so...
You go out to the eventual event winners. It's not so bad. We will add now Dark Zero go defense. They can get a couple of rounds on the board, and that can certainly bring them back.
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
They kind of started to do it on Clubhouse. Don't forget, it was 6-3 in favor of Weibo, and then DZ started to make it close again. Yeah.
I think part of that, though, is the rotation and being able to see sides twice. It was also an attack, so a little bit of a different dynamic, but they should have the attack depth to be able to beat Weibo from here. It's execution based from this point onwards, and unfortunately, as we've kind of seen a handful of times, even just exclusively on Lair, execution has not been, unfortunately for them, one of their biggest strengths. Let's prep ourselves then. It's top floor in play. And this is going to be a very frustrating lineup for Weibo to deal with. The aerial denial from the Chanka. You have both the mirror and the clash in play. Typically on Lair, you'll see at least one of those banned out, but Weibo instead an emphasis in terms of the wall denial. Mirror used now in response on exterior. Well, yeah, I'm intrigued to see how Weibo then look to play around that. It is just the Thermite in play. They'll have options available. R6 room is, I think, most likely. Most optimal outcome, at least from this point onwards. We'll see how they adapt based on what happens during the round, though.
It's a big call, though, as you're kind of mentioning, leaving the clash up, leaving the mirror up. And those bans are permanent for this map. You don't really get a second go of it.
I mean, you can then take one out in a couple of rounds' time, right?
Can take one,
at that point, damage could already be done in terms of momentum.
And, of course, then one also stays up regardless. So 5-1 up, all the momentum for Weibo. The only thing that has kind of stalled out that momentum is just a break between switching halves. Think back, first map of Clubhouse, it was 3-1 up for Dark Zero, and then 5 rounds straight for Weibo, ultimately won at 7-5, and here on Lair, it's just only been Weibo on the defense, but as we've been alluding to, defense globally on this map does do better statistically than attack. Dark Zero now get their opportunity. But it doesn't do 5-1 better for the most part. Weibo need now 1 round to at least secure OT. And don't forget, with that opening map, they've already got Shalet in the back pocket if it does need to be played. Dark Zero must win from a 5-1 deficit on the second map and then go through Shalet. It's a long way back from where they currently stand.
Midpoint of the round, ops control still being contested here by Weibo. Speakeasy playing the frontline shield. Naif, counter shield, clash. Forced back though. Wall opened up, and Weibo can now hold this line. It's a critical line for DZ to hold, especially for denying the A-site plant. Naif with shield down can opt to play with mild aggression, but doesn't want to forfeit his life. Wants to try and soak up some crowd control. And there it is, the flash forcing him back. Minute now on the clock, but it's NJR on site on that Azami to find the first.
I do think really quickly Weibo are going to figure out attacking this top floor is not going to be easy, especially with the clash up, the mirror up. This first go around should go the way of Dark Zero. They find the opening pick. They deal with Reaps. No more Roteros available. Time starting to run out. And always what happens with Master and R6 is that funnel towards the end of the round, and it's far too easy then for the defenders to just clean up those attackers as they're running through these choke points, these doorways. There's not enough opened up. A lot of double stacking, a lot of double pushing, and Citizen with a long angle headshot for Outbay's death, and then the close angle onto Hoven, and this is exactly what Dark Zero need to kickstart their defense. Clean, comfortable, no mistakes, no errors, and maybe even flawless to kickstart the second half and kickstart a potential comeback for the North Americans. That's the way to do it. It's only one round, but it kickstarts their journey on the way back into this series.
Yeah, again, top floor with Clash and Mirror up is going to be incredibly difficult to attack. It's hard to hard breach with the Mirror up, and then it's difficult to deal with plant denial with the Clash up. Weibo didn't play it too bad. Probably wanted a little bit more value from the Nook below. That didn't have too much of an impact. They also gave away essentially an untraded pick at the beginning as well. Over to Bunks though for round 8. Okay. Let's see if Kangaroo's cooking with the strats.
Yeah, I mean,
tertiary side up next. I mean,
again, statistically though, it's not. It's statistically actually better defensively than basement.
Yeah. Okay.
In terms of the global numbers. And as you said, you're probably going to have to play it anyway. So you win this, you then go basement, and then after that, we get the bans that come out and you go back top floor.
You have to. I think for DZ, absolutely. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter given the context of the score anyway, but you have to maximize these bans at the moment and make the most of them.
Mirror Clash once again. So 3 Nitro Cells available for Dark Zero as well on the defense this round. 5-2, it looks daunting. It's a long way back, and it was 5-1, but one round at a time mentality now needs to be employed for Dark Zero. Only way to shut this Weibo team up is to find rounds. Otherwise, they will keep talking that trash. Not often you see Arpe leading his team in terms of KDA.
He's pretty quiet on map 1.
He was very quiet on map 1, and he's statistically the lowest rated player on the team. Usually playing hard breach and support roles.
Probably just got enabled a little bit more on defense to be more aggressive when they had advantage, I suppose. Oven with a lurk. Oh! Almost able to get a cheeky kill. That would have been a big opener onto NJR and would have taken one of those 3 nitros off the board. Unable, though, to find that particular kill.
Very important for NJR to stay alive. He's also the only one in bunks at the moment. Well, it's a hot and brazen attack here from Weibo in the way that they've gone about it early on. Arpe runs right into NJR. Taken even lower, but he finds a second kill, this time onto Speakeasy. So from almost being eliminated to then at least having impact with the 2 kills, traded eventually by Hoven.
Sight's clear, but the Vert in play makes a plant essentially
3 players above.
Impossible. Do Weibo try and jam it? Try to win gunfights against the Vert denial?
The Clash is above though.
I didn't back it.
Reap's taken low, trying his luck. 60 seconds left in the 8th round. Dark Zero, slight advantage. Peek through the hallway, gave Reaps an opportunity, but he could not land that shot. Turd though, I think Reaps is trying to just keep them away, and the site has now become vulnerable, and Turd can get this plan down. Reaps was just basically saying, come over here and look at me.
But can Weibo hold on in the post? Dark Zero should be able to flood.
Oh, big headshot. And the drop as well from Spirit.
No.
It will be a failure. And now a 2v2 with Nath on the Clash, stuck next to Reaps. Pambazoo must kill and clear out Turd. If he does so, it becomes very winnable.
Turd still has a scan as well online. That may be used as well.
Has the red ping intel, the drop, the chance, the shot now, and a 1v2 for Turd to make his moment here at the Esports World Cup. He has a chance. It's a slim one now, though, with so low health, but just needs to deny in terms of time.
Wow.
And Turd will do just that! Weibo are 1 round away from knocking out the North American Grand Finalists.
Is that another round that we can add on to the long list of rounds that should have been theirs? I think so.
Should have, could have, would have is probably where this series has now gone for Dark Zero. A series of almost. But a series in which Weibo now find the ultimate lead at 6-2. 4 match and series point opportunities awaits them. The playoffs await them. For the team that is well and truly the best out of APAC. And there are no disputes to that anymore.
Furia have had that title well and truly stripped. Once they win this event, oh.
The real question is
one of the best in the
Furia
world.
even second?
I don't know. EP played pretty well.
Hey, there's a stage 2 major qualifier land that might determine a couple more of those rankings later on. But at this point, for Dark Zero, you now have to go and win 4 rounds consecutively. They've not done that at all this series. On the verge of elimination. After beating FaZe Clan on the opening day yesterday, 7-3, it's been nothing but loss after loss after loss since that moment. Imagine telling a Dark Zero fan, by the way, you're going to beat FaZe on the first day. 7-3, it's great. And you're going to lose to VP and Weibo, and you're out.
And Weibo 2-0.
And Weibo 2-0. And VP 7-1.
Yeah.
Have they got it in them for Dark Zero? Are they a team that's got fortitude and resilience to bring this back? To show a backbone? Staring down the barrel of the defeat, awaiting them. Do they wave the white flag or do they try and push through?
Naif almost able to pluck an early kill. As Weibo begin their map clear elsewhere. Still largely on the exterior, but Speakeasy falls first. Pamba.
Big from Pamba. He's got 8 kills now when showing that he's not done and ready to leave this tournament, but caught on the cross back by Uppe.
And that's an opportunity now.
Surely this can't be another round that Dark Zero lose from a winning advantage.
Another 5v3.
It would be absolutely asinine.
Reloading.
It would be the story of this series. May as well start calling them dark throws at that point if they lose this round.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
The pivot from Reaps, maybe he looks to be the backstab lurk potential in this round, and the other 2 will spearhead warehouse side. I think that's probably the best play. Having 3 from the exact position might be a little bit risque. They do have the ram as well for Hoven, and he situates first floor, may be able to establish some vert. So they still have decent tools.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Why is Naif even challenging that on an entry position with a minute left? Fall back.
I think there was a Goyo, there's a Goyo canister there as well for stall.
Yeah. Even Spirits right now. They just look a little bit fumbly. Nervous. Not quite sure of themselves. 40 seconds. Fall back. Play. This Goyo canister. There you go. Now Reaps is stuck here for a decent amount of time. Limits the potential for Uppe and Hoven to then make moves. 30 seconds, and then our time becomes a factor. Come on, DC, it's the basics here. Play the time. It's now on your side. Must convert this round, literally.
Gudrone Reeves has information. Can he be the difference maker? Uppe elsewhere, opposing side diffuser in hand.
Up close,
No
shotgun.
way.
Reaps with the entry. Now they have the advantage. Still time a factor in all of this, though. And Reaps goes absolutely nuts. And with that, Weibo knock out the North Americans. They do it in an incredibly dominant fashion. And for APAC, it's one of the better results we've seen in so long. Top 8 minimum for this powerhouse team from the APL region.
And you can see how much it means to the lads. They have been working so hard for a moment like this. And to get this result across the line in a dominant fashion, honestly, is insane. Expected this to be close and competitive. Map 2,
I expected so much more from Dark Zero.
Yeah.
We labeled this on the pre-match desk as being so tight. Either way, 50-50. However you want to coin it, it doesn't matter. We labeled it as to be close, and it was nothing but close. Totally dominant from Weibo. Signs of life early on from Dark Zero and Clubhouse, but then it was squashed.
Just so many rounds that should have, could have been Dark Zero's, but conversion was their biggest weakness. How many 5v3s did they lose in this series?
I've lost count.
Yeah,
I've lost count.
Insane.
Absolutely, I can't believe it. It's like literally dark throws. Like it doesn't, and it's so fitting that their final round at EWC was another 5v3 throw. They're going to be walking away from this thinking, boy, we could have done so much wrong, so much more, and so less wrong. But ultimately, Weibo capitalized. And that's the thing. Weibo, in so many of those rounds, you've got to give credit because they're winning a lot of these rounds 3v5.
And on so many occasions, the 3 players that were up or whatever disadvantage, it was a different composition of players. They weren't just relying on like Reaps to clutch every play or third or whatever. It was a mixed bag. And they continued to show really good resilience mid-round and the problem-solving ability to work out what win cons, if any, were still available in these rounds and exploit them.
I feel so vindicated on a personal level because throughout the entire group stage and playoffs of APL, I was constantly saying that it is Weibo that has got the best potential in this region. They've reached it, they're getting even better, and it's top 8 for them as we go over to Gibson with Turd.
Thanks, guys, and I am joined now by Turd. So first off, massive congratulations on that win. Some people would think it's an upset, but for people who've been watching you guys, you're feeling pretty confident going into this.
Yeah, we're feeling really confident, and especially after the map vetoes came out, we were even more confident. I think we actually mostly won the game inside of the map vetoes themselves. Like their map pool compared to ours worked really well for us, so pretty happy with how the map vetoes went, and yeah, we had full confidence going to this, all 3 maps.
And then one of the things we've kind of been talking a lot is the fact that this is like the best players from that region. You know, it's finally we're seeing a really good team come together with our massively high ceiling. How do you guys actually manage to play to that level, particularly in a lot of those rounds where you were, 3 versus 5, 2 versus 4, and you're just constantly pulling them back from the brink?
It's just all about confidence in our own individual positions as well. And especially when someone like Speakeasy over there is racked up like 8, 9 clutches just the stage. Like every new clutch, his confidence just compounds, So it's just about comfortability in our positions and just confidence in the game.
And something we were told by Mentalist was there's no real set traditional roles on your team. And you look at the stats and that kind of backs it up. How do you communicate as a team to make sure that all the jobs are still getting done when there aren't those traditional roles?
Yeah, everyone's really flexible. So when we make a strat on paper, we just ask who wants to play what position. We know what our job is in that position. We can play whatever ops, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ops in that position, and we just make it work. We make sure there's no gaps, talk about it before the round, and then just go.
And finally, last question is, obviously you're proceeding now to the playoff stage. It's going to be pretty exciting. You might even get to play a game on the main stage. Anything you want to say to all the fans that you have who've stayed up really late at night to watch this game?
Thank you to all the APAC fans. Thank you to friends and family who've stayed up really late. It's so late in especially Australia and New Zealand. It's so late. So thank you to you guys. Thank you to Weibo. Thank you to my teammates for carrying me. And yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. And with that, we'll throw it back to the desk.
Well. I'm loving this statement that they were incredibly confident straight after the map veto. What do you boys make of that?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit surprised by that particular comment, but I think more so in terms of their flexibility inside of the server, their willingness to play any role, and their confidence to win from any situation was very much reflected in this game. Countless 2v4s, countless 3v5s, and just never really looked like a round was ever over.
Probably the most humble I've heard from Turd in a while. Even saying his part to say is thank you for carrying him. He was very, very good and has been very good at EWC. He was our player spotlight for a reason. And there's 2 ways this is going to be talked about, unfortunately. It's going to be the Dark Zero throwing and being stomped on by an APAC team. But we really do need to, and the community needs to highlight that this Weibo team is the real deal. Like, they are a real threat.
Well, you know what? We can theorize as much as we want over here on the desk. The best way to find out exactly what went on is by checking in with DZ themselves.
Thanks again. I'm joined by Kangaroo Kenny, the coach of DZ. So first off, Kenny, look, it's a tough loss to take, and I know interviews after a loss are never easy. But I do want to ask you some questions. So first off we had a little conversation with Turd, and one of the things he said is they thought they won that game in the map ban phase. Is there anything you kind of feel about that?
It didn't win in the ban phase. Club and Lair are 2 fantastic maps for us. They just play better on the day.
And then, like, obviously an event like this, it's never great to go out before the playoff stage, but is there anything that you feel like you guys learned about yourselves as a team? Or, I know again it's still very close to that loss and you want to go back and have a real look, but at this event as a whole, what do you think you've learned about you and the team?
We have a lot to take away. I think it's a big looking hard in the mirror at ourselves for the event, severely under our expectations. I mean, at this point, I don't know. I think yesterday VP just outclassed us. It's kind of coming to international events. People play maps differently. People like play into different wind conditions, and they just overpowered us with stuff that we're not used to facing in NA. It was VP a very unique team. They just played well. Weibo played very well today. I have to give them props, but we have to, if we want to be the best team in the world, which is why we put this roster together. A team of fantastic individuals, and we showed really good things at Reload, but yeah, we just have to review after the event and take it into stage 2 and maybe the Munich Major if we qualify.
Yeah, well, look, it is always hard to have an interview like this after loss, so I'm not going to take any more of your time. So again, I still think you're the perfect man for the job, and I look forward to seeing what you can do going forward with the rest of the year. But look, thanks very much, and we still had a great result while you were here.
Thank you.
Certainly is the only man that can do it. I mean, after the first round that we had, I felt like Kangaroo Kenny, hearing him yelling behind the team, I'm pretty sure he was so hyped, so energetic, absolutely giving it full of confidence. That might have just been all of the energy that the boys needed, but unfortunately, especially when it came to the second map, it didn't necessarily go their way.
Yeah, I mean, Kangaroo's energy was maintained throughout even the second map. It didn't matter what position they were in terms of the context of the map. He was still bringing the energy. The problem was just execution, and if you're a coach, you're not the one playing inside of the server that can really be marshalling the troops just to that extent, right? Unfortunately, it's something they need to go back and review, as mentioned by him, so that they can improve going into further events this year.
The execution as well when they had advantages. That's something you can look at really by the end of this game and think how many 5v3s. On Clubhouse, it was 2v4s. So many winning advantages they were in, just could never capitalize upon. So, you can laugh and say choke zero or dark throws or whatever you want to say, but that's the reality that they're going to walk away with from this tournament now. After, you come in day 1 yesterday and you beat FaZe Clan 7-3. That's no small feat. That's no fluke. You can say best of ones all you like, but they're a really good team, FaZe Clan. To then get 7-1 by VP, 2-0'd by Weibo, and the second map being a 7-2, that is a total reversal of the best of DZ and the worst of DZ all in the span of 2 days.
Saying that, though, DZ had a couple quad kills of their own throughout the duration of that entire series, so I feel like each of those players really was able to step up when it counted. Do you think it might have been just overall, like as a team, is where they struggled?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As Kangaroo framed it, right, they have built a potential championship winning roster in terms of their individuals, but as we see time and time again, and it's become even more prevalent recently in Siege, you have to have 5 players that can play their roles, their positions, their operators correctly. All it takes is one weak player in the chain and the rest can completely snap apart.
It's very easy to sit back and say, I thought Spirits played really well. Spirits can hold his head high. NGR had good moments, no surprise. He had a very good tournament. And this is not to highlight other individuals on the team, but it's to highlight that this is a team that's constructed to win as 5. So you're not going to win as 2. And that's not to say that the other 3 were awful or really bad and the other 2 were amazing. It's just to show there's an imbalance in the roster today, and that cost them in the series. On the flip side, we saw that graphic before for Weibo. No one had more than 8 kills.
Yeah.
Like, it was a total team effort. That's the way you're going to win games of Siege.
Now, speaking about specific players on the side of Weibo, was there anyone in particular you thought really started to shine?
Halvin had a really good...
I don't know if I can really say that after your point, though, right? For being such a clean,
they all had
even
good
spread.
moments, though. They all
legitimately, they all played really well. And another good example, right? Arpe, slow start, Clubhouse playing hard breach. I got like 1 kill at the beginning of the game. It was a no-show. Map 2, I think at the beginning, essentially was top fragging. Yeah. So they had so much versatility on the roster, and as mentioned by Turd themselves, they don't really have traditional roles. It's more so make the strat, and any position, any player can play.
Well, you know what? Our Sony MVP does go towards Reaps. What did you make of his performance? As expected?
Yeah. I mean,
honestly,
did he have many highlight plays? He was just constantly in the action and finding picks and just slowly building kills, right?
Very, very consistent performance from Reaps. Let's not get this twisted. He can play even better.
Yeah.
Like, that's the scary nature of Reaps, right? Like, he can have big, high kill total games in terms of 20 plus, 15 plus. He can get the 1vx clutches. He can get the multi-frags. He can do it all. But what he did in this series was he was very consistent. He was constantly a thorn in the side of Dark Zero. Again, not a big pop-off game, but he had teammates that were helping him. And so what he was able to do was just kind of play more of his role that isn't the I'm going into hyper mode.
Yeah. Well, there we have it. We had a 2-0 victory going in way of Weibo Gaming. Coming on up very shortly is going to be the exciting matchup of the day, and that's going to be Furia taking on W7M. We'll see you soon.
your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex-play me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They say you're pretty bird and bird, I want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I getting safer out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safer out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring if it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better.
Cara, eu nem sei por onde começar. Hoje a gente tem a maior batalha das nossas vidas profissionais aqui em Riyadh. Tudo se resume ao dia de hoje. Ou a gente se fortalece como time, ou a gente vai desmoronar. Kill por kill, play por play, até o fim. A gente já passou pelo inferno, confia em mim. Todo mundo aqui lembra do Stage 2 ano passado, né? Quando a gente não classificou pro Major. Mas o que importa é que a gente renasceu das cinzas, a gente voltou, round por round. E só se aprende a ser forte quando você perde as coisas. Esse time voltou mais forte. Aqui, a gente joga pra vencer. Aqui, a gente dá o sangue pela vitória.
Isso aí, bora.
Nesse time, vocês sempre vão ter alguém que vai lutar até o fim com vocês, que vai se sacrificar por vocês. Porque vocês sabem que quando chegar a vez dele, ele vai se sacrificar por vocês também.
Isso aí.
Isso aqui é um time. Ou a gente se une agora como equipe, ou a gente vai cair como indivíduos. Chegou nossa hora no EWC. Isso aqui é o Seed, é só isso. Agora é nossa hora e a gente vai ganhar isso aqui. Olha bem pra vocês. Olha pra cara um do outro. Vocês são vencedores.
Bora!
Pera aí, cadê o Ertz? Ertz, que é essa, cara?
Ué, Pox, você não falou pra estar pronto pro EWC? Eu tô pronto pro EWC.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to Rainbow Six Siege X over here at the Esports World Cup 2025. My name is Veracity, and I've got two legends on the desk once more that are going to talk to me about their thoughts and feelings about the previous game that we just saw. Gibson, I want to come to you first. Weibo taking down Dark Zero 2-0.
That's not a result that I saw coming at all. I thought that at least even if Weibo did win, it would go to the third map. But what a result it is for that roster. You know, they started APL last stage, didn't look as good as they could have, and they've come together. They looked excellent, and I think that there's a level of confidence and an underdog mentality that they have that might just see them continue the upsets going through the event.
Yeah, I mean, I jokingly said as my hot take that Weibo could actually take the whole event. I feel a little bit more vindicated.
Have you manifested it now?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Dark Zero weren't at full strength, don't get it wrong, but they played really, really well in that game.
Well, you know what? I've also got another update for you over from our A stream. G2 have successfully defeated and knocked out FaZe Clan 2-0. Was this an expected result for you boys?
No. Not at all. I mean, sure, G2 could have potentially won that game. I don't think that would have been the most insane prediction ever, but FaZe are quite literally our reigning SI champions. To get knocked out by G2 with a fresh 18-year-old on the squad, that's a pretty crazy storyline.
It is, and it's great for Stompin too. First LAN, you know, the legend of Stompin continues to grow, I guess, here, but all joking aside, I think this is the best iteration of G2 we've had since they won SI a long time ago. So it'll be curious to see if they can continue that momentum through this event, but as always, I worry about that team whenever the pressure starts going, because sometimes they fracture just a little bit. So this could be the version of the roster that doesn't do that.
Well, you know what? Let's focus on the matchup that we have over here on the B stream now, baby. This is the one I'm super excited for. It's Furia versus W7M. If you're new around these parts, let me tell you real quick. The W7M roster used to play, the old W7M roster used to play for Furia.
Yeah.
And it's like a back and forth of, is this going to be the tale of the fact that, you know, after having played for Furia, moving after SI, is this now pressure for W7M to prove that they are the better roster?
I think this is brilliant because it is going to be a revenge tour game for W7M every time they play against that Furia roster, because they thought, we're going off to better pastures with Furia, a absolutely ginormous org in esports. And what did W7M do? They go and win basically the first major after they'd left. So W7M look really strong. But the main thing is, I still think that this Furia team, in my opinion, is the best team in the world right now. They're just so good from top to bottom. They've changed up the way they play slightly. JV92 is just really taken on this role as the primary entry and ran with it. And I think that they have to be the favourites. But as I said, W7M going up against the team that they used to play with, I think W7M, they'll be up for this game more than any other game in this tournament.
Well, Furia having finished first in SAL. Now, these two teams have probably scrimmed each other, played against each other an awful lot within their region. Oh, boy.
I mean, that's the kind of energy that we've come to know from SAL, right? They know each other in and out. At this kind of level, they know exactly what each other are going to do, and it all comes down to the minute 1%ers in a matchup like this. And I mean, Furia, to be fair, like pretty much all the really good teams at this event really struggled day one. Like lower bracket, their match against Enterprise was by no means an easy match either, going pretty much all the way on that second map as well. So I'm very intrigued to see how they go today. And on the other side, W7M, a roster that probably go in with maybe a little bit less expectation, but still well and truly a fierce competitor in this head-to-head.
Oh, they're so good. And, you know, obviously Palu, at the end towards last year, we saw that split. He left Liquid. The amount of experience that he's going to bring to this team. He had played with Volps before, so you saw those two having that connection. But when I look at W7M, the Raging Bulls, as they're kind of called, they have that bite about them. They've got this never say die attitude that every game that I watch them, every game that I've ever worked with them being involved in, is always a great matchup. And these two teams, they play each other on LAN multiple times a year, just in a domestic standpoint, and they've played each other on the international one, where realistically, domestically, I think that Furia has the upper hand, but internationally, W7M has recently beaten Furia.
It just continues to flip-flop, right?
It does.
Throughout SAL, Furia was the only team that W7M couldn't quite defeat, couldn't quite get the better of as well. So now is about proving yourself. Oh my God, I hope everybody on the broadcast can hear just how loud that is. I want to ask you boys though, predictions. I know this could go either which way.
Oh, flip a coin, honestly, at this point. I think for me, probably just giving Furia a very, very minute edge in this particular series. But as I kind of alluded to, they have shown weakness at this event so far, maybe a little bit more so than W7M. So it's really up in the air, but I've got to back Furia in.
Yeah, look, they lost the first game. They had a bit of a rough game against Enterprise. You know, you saw a player tweeted and saying they almost won that map, which would have ended a massive win streak that they had. But I think when you've got Philippe Box, you've got that level head. Remember, he was part of the key that led to their year of dominance. You know, he came in after W7M at the time, lost the S6 Invitational to G2. It entered in an era of dominance for that side. Yes, they had their ups and downs last year, but I think having what I've seen at Reload and what you kind of see at SAL, you've got to look at Fury as the favourites. But it is
close. it is just quite close. I want to ask you boys though, after Palu joining W7M after SI, how do you feel like he's helped contribute to the team? How's he helped elevate them?
Yeah, I mean, he's brought in some experience, honestly. That's probably the number one thing. And sure, yes, all of these players at this particular point in time would be classified as experienced. He's a whole nother level in terms of how long he's been at the game. And he actually came out of the gates really strong. I'm looking at his numbers right now. Across the last 8 maps, at least, they've played, he's been their second highest rated player. And sure, he did garner a bit of a reputation at one point there as being the baiter on the team. He'd always play the backline, farm kills in that regard. I think he's probably done a little bit better on this roster at kind of shaking that label off a little bit more.
100%. And look, it broke my heart when he left Liquid, because I was always a Liquid fan and I wanted to see them win something internationally with Nesk and with Palu, but he's gone to W7M. As with all things, sometimes a change of scenery can be a good thing for all parties involved. Not necessarily for Liquid, they didn't have a great stage, but I think that Palu is a great addition to this W7M side.
Well, you know what, boys? There is no coin flip necessary, because we're about to find out firsthand who's going to walk away victorious out of Furia and W7M.
Thank you very much, Jazz. Very keen to jump into this matchup. I personally expected the prior matchup of the day between Weibo and DZ to be closely competitive. Unfortunately, it wasn't. And this one to maybe be a little bit more furious. I don't know why I have that inkling at the moment. Probably a little bit misguided. This one really should be the close one here on B Stream. It's Shalet for the opening map, and that's going to mean that the tempo is going to go up a notch. And I can't wait to see how both of these two teams looked to play into one another, because we know that they know each other inside and out.
One of the things that I love to do is, like, when you look at a game and you think, right, who's the good guys, who's the bad guys, who do you want to win? Like, Furia are the juggernaut, and they're dressed in black. On the other side of the stage, staring them down in white, is the underdogs in W7M. And underdogs isn't even the right term, because they've won a major as well. So between these two teams, you've got, what, 4 majors, an invitational, you've got the Reload title as well. This is a behemoth of a game. And I think one of the good things I like about this is two fantastic coaches standing behind those two teams as well. And I don't think there's any coach who gets his team up for a game like Igor. Like, he really gets in there and he lives every single moment.
Can't disagree. Of course, the maps for this particular series, we didn't get a chance to note them on the pre-match desk, but it's Shalet, Border, and Club. First two, much more open, fluid, and aggressive, and if required, and probably likely, Clubhouse will slow things down potentially a little bit more. I mean, I say slow down. That's in the context of SAL, where the pacing is always up and about. Expect opening kills frequently in the first minute, and perhaps most rounds to be decided before the final minute. That can genuinely be the case when these two teams clash. Basement first up, and speaking of clash, bands also in play. It's Grim, Doc, Azami, or Dockaby, Azami, and Clash.
Yeah, the bans, I think, are a good one. An execute heavy operator and an operator that's great at clearing space, so it'll make things a little bit more difficult for W7M. Now, with this basement defense to kick things off, you have KZ on the roam on the top floor. You know, I think back to some of the best roams I've seen on Shalet. It's all about staying hidden, but early days, you've got Volps on the Nomad. It'll be his job. There is an early engagement, and he will get, I think it's actually Dots that gets that down, but not out. And I think on the other side, there's got Legion not too far away. KZ just holding the angle, but look at how aggressive that Furia are being on this roam.
Yeah, I wonder if KZ's position is known, because he could pounce on this clear. It looks like W7M are doing their due diligence, and he is caught. And the body shot from Dots. There's a lot in this match from these two, a lot of passion, a lot of pride on the line.
Yeah, doing a great job of dismantling this roam on the side of Furia as W7M, as they've taken just over a minute, and as you said, you expected kills to come fast and furious. Another gunfight's about to kick off. This time it's Philippe Box, but he will win as one, but he's been downed on the other side. So it's a 2 versus 3 of standing players. Philippe Box is down. Nade is not too far away, but he cannot go for that res until he deals with Volps first. And just like that, Palu will secure that kill from the west main window. He'll vault on in, so Nade's got himself a 1 versus 2 here over by Kitchen. And if he can just get one of them, make it a little bit easier for JV92, it could be a big moment in this game.
And keep in mind, this is all taking place a long way away from the objective, but W7M flipping the storyline of this opening round. JV92, well, he's caught. W7M up about in the opening round.
A big round for W7M, a statement on Shalet, winning your opening round on attack as Igor. You know, he's shouting over there, but he's smiling, he's just having fun with it. But that is a statement. And as you said, kills fast and furious. If you're going to roam, you've got to either get value in kills or get value by delaying the attack and forcing them to clear. But within the first 30 seconds, you'd lost 2 players.
Bombs from being defused by attackers. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Again, as we kind of alluded to, the expectation, especially if you haven't watched these teams before, rounds will be dictated early and often a long way away from the objective. We did not see a single firefight anywhere near the objective. Like, that is just how these teams love to play. They were the ones that pioneered the kind of modern meta that we're in currently. And I'm very intrigued to see just how much of that continues throughout the series. The expectation will be a lot, unless we go to club, and then it might normalize a little bit. Over to Bar for the second round. Can't say anything standing out massively to me in terms of composition. I mean, there were a couple of repicks from W7M. Blitz brought into the fray, suggesting it could be a little bit more direct, but again, that's a really good tool still for the map clear as well.
Talk about like the dynamic duo that they have of JV92 and KZ and how they'll kind of play close together. It's what Furia like to do. Look at the operators they're playing. So JV92 with a Fenrir, those F-Nats will go off as someone looks at tech space. The Ella Grismont mine's doing the same. So really they've taken operators that are their signal to swing. So they're not going to aggressively hold the window, but the second someone walks through a door or window and that bit of utility pops off, that's when you'd expect them to swing a little bit later on.
So Loban then with map entry trophy side. For Leapbox though, the first to fall elsewhere. The DMR from Volps hits hard. Furia try to re-aggress back to maybe find a trade, but it's unsuccessful. And in the meantime, Palu has been able to double down for the attack. He's done that from the safety of outside, and in doing so, unlocked vert control here for the attack. In the meantime, Furia has still spread across the map. There's 2 on bedroom side, 1 library stairs. They have nobody on the objective, and it's a free plant for W7M.
Yeah, Volps is going to get this plant down. You can see that Nade knows there's somebody over by Mudroom. He'll smoke that player off, but you're in a post-plant scenario now. Now, Paolo will find another kill as you step up, leaving it all down to KZ, the final man standing. He's got a 1 versus 4. He's got to ace this round, and he's only got 22 seconds to do it if he wants to get to that case, and he's not going to, as Dodes will find the kill. But what I love what they're doing thematically here with Shalet, if you think about this map and cutoffs, they're basically cutting the map into separate sections, and they're saying, well, we know that Furia, I'm going to let him finish his little role, but we know that Furia are going to roam. So what they're doing is putting pressure on a player and forcing them to the cross, where you've got somebody like Palu holding either piano window or holding double window. You're basically using pressure to force someone else into a gunfight, which you're going to be favored in.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, they look really clinical in these opening rounds. Entertaining to watch, especially if you're a W7M fan, but for the Furia fans and probably the players who are an extended side of the server, a little bit of a concerning start. Just some teething issues for them. Kitchen on the rotation now for the 3rd round. Emphasis on vertical control on this particular site. The castle will aid in that. W7M bringing some counter tools of their own, namely the, well, I was going to say the Twitch into the Fenrir, but they elect to pivot. Ying also brought in as well, again suggesting we might see that pacing continue to amp up a little bit here. Can also be a late round execute tool, but with these teams in play, I doubt that's probably going to be the case.
Once again, we're seeing a shield operator being brought. This time it's the Blackbeard, where they found success in round number 1. Volps once more will bring the Nomad into play to cut off some flank potential for the side of Furia. As you said, though, Palu will look. It's something he does very effectively is find kills from outside the map, outside the sites. He'll sit and wait and hope somebody will give something away, and then build the round from there. But I will say this: much better job from Furia on getting rid of those drones in the early stages of this game, because all 5 of the prep phase drones have already been removed.
Yeah, good spot. That's going to make the mid round more difficult for the attack. They can make up for that, though, with the Blackbeard to play frontline info, and Deimos as well for the backline threat as well. Loban lurking below. Oh, caught out Herds with the UMP, able to claim the first blood in this particular round.
Just see that at this point in time, there's still a heavy roaming presence from Furia. It's the way that they like to play this map. This point now, Dodes will step in with the Blackbeard and begin to take some space. Obviously, with this not being a top floor site, you'll reinforce that wall off fully with no head holes. So in seeing that, Dots is just going to step in and move all the way down. Look, he's pushed down to blue. They know that a player's nearby. He's being hot droned in. They're looking to force these 2 fights.
Does Herds get caught? The answer, yes. Volps as well catches JV92. W7M showing really good proficiency to fight back and bite back in the mid round, even at a disadvantage. Their info gathering, again, with limited utility in terms of that drone count, the economy lacking, they make it count. Sure, Volps is low, but they still have a firm advantage now for the remaining minute. Probably looking now for some vert presence. They don't have dedicated, oh, they do, sorry, have the dedicated vert in Sledge. If they can get Dodos in a position to then clear out site, Furia will be made very uncomfortable. 3 of them, though, currently above.
And you have to realize that if Blackbeard is just going to sit there that long, he's trying to force someone else into a fight, and that's what happens as Dodes will find that kill. Now, Fleetbox will get another, but it leaves everything down to KZ in the 1 versus 3, and Dodes gets the kill, and this is a dominant start to the map on attack from W7M. And the thing about it is, it's been so clean that there's been no real round so far that I've even said Furia have had a chance.
What a start from W7M. They are bringing heat into the server currently. But you'd be bold to state at any point, outside of the map officially being over, that Furia cannot come back. They'll call a tactical timeout after seeing the first rotation and now look to formulate a plan to respond. I think, honestly, a large part of it is just, let's wake up. Let's try and just get at least one round on the board and gain a little bit of confidence and try to match this pacing from W7M. To be fair, early rounders looked pretty good, but when W7M flicked that switch, maybe hunt down a player elsewhere, and then Furia looked to support the roam, that's happened a couple of times, both players end up dying. It flips the round really, really quickly, and then the anchors on site haven't been able to reposition or recompose themselves to be able to fight back them in a way that is competitive. W7M have just trounced them in the late round as well.
I'm going to say pardon the pun, but what they're really doing is herdsing the Furia players into positions where they're able to find those kills at these points. But I'm just so impressed by the way W7M have come into this game. Furia needed that timeout because at 3-0 down, where W7M have dominated the attacks, you've got to get something really going now. One other thing to point out as well, because Brazil is played on LAN, and these two teams play each other multiple times a year. They're used to it. But they all live in roughly the same area. They're going to see each other most days every single week. Like, there really is something personal about games like this.
A lot of words exchanged both ways, well, particularly in the direction of Furia. And whilst my Portuguese is not up to scratch, I'm sure it's probably not the kindest of words being exchanged at the moment. Just trying to plant that seed of doubt in the minds of Furia. Just prior to that tactical time out, of course, the additional bans in play. Blackbeard from Furia and W7M on the side of attack don't want to deal with Legion, so they'll both be out for the remaining 3 rounds of this half.
Well, there, talking about maybe swinging momentum, Herds will get the opening kill for Furia on this one as he will play up inside of Library. He has the escape hatch there if he needs it to drop down into games, and at some point, if you're W7M, you can put pressure on him again, and if he drops the hatch, you have somebody sitting and waiting to pick up that kill. But he needs to have an impact on this round. Like Herds, the stat line, only 2 kills through 3 rounds already. You expect much more from a player who was formerly known as one of the better entries inside of Siege. So at this point, W7M, they're going to get on the drone, but interesting addition from Loban. He's going to bring Fuse into play.
Yeah, it could be a tool to flush out utility vertically. It does look like W7M are currently setting up for some kind of set play on this roam clear, but oh, disrupted. Herds aggressive inside of games, catches Dots off guard. And that's probably the first time we've been able to utter that sentence, catching W7M off guard. Now, Loban does respond, and W7M still have at least half the round to work with, but a player down through the mid-round hasn't really been the case so far. So we'll see if they can now battle out later on in this particular occasion. They have some vert potential with breach charges. They have the fuse cluster charges as well to clear some of that utility perhaps below. Will that be enough of a difference maker though? Probably not. A firm hold over towards Library Stairs, shotgun in hand from KZ. Can they air jab him out of this position? Could be the play, but dealt with handsomely by the Warden.
Yeah, and you're not going to stay in that gunfight either if you've seen that air jabbing thrown. Palu will find a kill on the KZ as the smoke will bloom, allowing the player to fall back a little bit further inside of blue at this point. And here's a gunfight that I think always kind of suits the attacker, but it is a shotgun in the hands of JV92. Flash grenade will get thrown, but there should be cover from Philippe Box. He's going to wait, he sprays, he gets the knock, and will flush that one out onto Palu, but there's still another attacker just tucked into that little cubby as they push down blue. Volps with the case in his hand. A smoke grenade's going to flush another player into the waiting irons of Philippe Box as he gets that one, and it's all down to Volps. DMR in his hand inside of blue, but this is a much better response from Furia.
So Furia finally able to post a round on the board. Doing a much better job in retaining advantage through that round. And they made the final push. Very, very difficult. Good counter utility from the smoke. Nice shots being hit. Patience as well in blue despite the flash dump. There's just good discipline across the board and a really good example of the kind of team play that Furia are capable of. We just didn't quite see it earlier on, but off the back of the attack, it looks like they're switched on.
And obviously the ban phase, we didn't really speak about it, but the third bans have come in. Blackbeard being removed for the Furia, and W7M electing to get rid of the Legion, which Furia have been using as an early alarm bell on any push that's been coming their way. So we move on to round 5. As we said, W7M with a 3-1 lead. Furia winning the only round where really you could say they've had a chance because of how effective W7M's early game attacks were. But you feel like this is a vital round. If W7M win this and secure at the bare minimum 4 attacking rounds on Shalet, you've got to feel they have the advantage. So for Furia, I know it's early in the game, but I feel this is such an important round because at this point they really do need the 3-3 half.
So again, a pretty varied composition. Once more from W7M, they introduced the Brava in play, and that can be used to directly counter 3 out of the 5 defenders. Fenrir, Mute, and the Mozzie will be vulnerable. Default cameras, of course, can be accessed. Herd's very aggressive again early round. We saw it over towards games previously, and now a library extension. Hatch opened for the drop, but he's eager to find this opening kill.
And the longer he stays there, the more likely it is that he's going to get flushed out from that position because Deimos is going to track him now at this point. So they've essentially set up that 1 versus 1, but because of the angle of that fight, realizing he's pushed back in towards top Mez fireplace, you don't really want to be Deimos there because the attacker will know which side you're pushing from and pre-fire, or the defender, sorry, will pre-fire around the corner. But at least you know which defender you're dealing with playing here by fireplace. Sentry is going to get just pulled again. You know exactly where they are. But while all this is going on, look at the slow creep from Dota as he starts to make his way up, and Palu will get the opener on the KZ.
Live drone for Dota as it gets checked by Philippox though. What a read. And what a shot to follow. 4 versus 4, midpoint of the round, but it's a second lurk. Loban testing the limits of this defense, and Philippox doesn't have the read on that one. Well, with that and Palu, it's a 4-2 advantage. Nade and JV92, who's yet to find a kill, under pressure to find a follow-up round for Furia.
W7M looking really good on the attacking phase of this game once more. Nade and JV92 need to make something happen. Palu will rappel up onto the roof and reposition himself at this point as another smoke will go off, hoping to bait Nade into a gunfight that really doesn't suit him. Over by the other side, pressure is coming in. They're going to continue to drone with 45 seconds to go. You work out where another one of those defenders are standing, and Volps will flash off one angle, maybe trying to just disguise where he's going to push from. Nade will find a kill, bringing us back into a 2v3, but it is all down to Nade. Now Dots, he'll step on in, he'll go to get the case down, but this looks like it should be another successful attacking round from W7M.
A 1v3 post. Chance of victory low. Nade stalled out by the Lion scan and now progresses forward, and you can see the crossfires established by W7M ready to pounce as he progresses forward. Well, that was a bold swing from Volps. Does that give Nade an opening? Palu on the cross, Dots low on sight. Nade needs to try and break it. Shoulder peek, info gained, but doesn't know of Palu's position on the window, who gets the kill and secures the round for W7M.
I think the thing you got to think about there, it's Palu. Where is he going to be? He's going to be in a window. That's what you should expect in a post plan.
Yeah.
So I know he looked the other way. Maybe he thought that they were going, oh, well, while you're stuck on this fight by the player on wall, we're going to go through the rotate and try flank you. But it is, you got to know your opposition. It's Palu. He'll be on piano wall. But W7M, they win another round. They've got a 4-1 lead here on attack on Shalet. And now we enter the final round before the side swap. Furia with a ton of work to do here if they want to battle their way back. But you keep saying, you can't really rule Furia out of any game until it's over.
Yeah, absolutely not. And you think about the kind of ferocity that they can bring on a Shalet attack, right? But even a 5-1 is salvageable. They're probably one of the few teams where in that kind of position, you'd still give them a glimmer of hope. Now, the chances are still low, don't get it wrong, don't get it twisted, but much more possible than most teams. So this round then critical. Can Furia at least establish a semblance of a foundation, at least 2 rounds and a half? It's over 2 bar games for this concluding round. And again, I'm liking the versatility here from W7M. They're going to bring triple specialist drones for this particular round. Twitch, Brava, and Flores. So there's a massive, massive imperative for them to deal with all of this utility. I wonder where the catch is situated from Felipox. I presume it's for the mez hold above. That would be where it's more classically used. Can also be for backstore as well for late round aid, whoever's playing that particular position, but keen to see how it goes. W7M did a very, very nice job in clearing this out last time. Fury had a very expansive roam. I mean, it was what, a 3v5 and they still had 2 players bedroom side, so I don't know if they'll look to consolidate more a little bit this time around on defense.
I think they gotta just play to their strengths, which have not really been doing. JV92, he gets distracted by utility being tossed in, and in the blink of an eye, you said it would be a 5v3. It's already a 5v3 with just a minute gone. He heard the utility being tossed, he looked to see what was going on, and in the blink of an eye, they've ulted in and got the kill. Now, Loban will be put into DBNO. I think that was one of the C4s from below, well, the only C4 that they had in the back pocket. At this point, you'll drone things out. You'll try to work out whether or not you can go for that res, but at this point, KZ does not want to swing. Dots will go get Loban back on his feet, and these are really important moments on the round. Nade will hold that hatch from below, so if they step too far this direction, he'll be able to find potentially another kill on the round. But at this point, W7M, momentum strongly in their favor. They've still got 6 drones that they can utilize to get a ton of information, plus those specialty ones. They are in really, really good spot as things stand.
Critical that they just don't throw away picks untraded. That's really the only way this round unravels. Minute on the clock. And Furia not being given the opportunity to aggress. Felipox may be able to find one, but it's good shoulder pick from Volps to bait out that particular information, and now they can cut off that particular player. Dots with Diffuser going for the kill. It's aggressive from W7M, but controlled in such a manner that, ooh, it might not unravel. As I say that though, Felipox lands a nice shot. Diffuser immediately recovered. 30 seconds on the clock. If Felipox finds a second, well, it could be big, but he gets caught.
He got just a little distracted by the earlier fight, and now Nade has it all to do playing on the bomb chassis directly beneath the hatch. Should get 1 kill, and we'll find it. 1 versus 3 now, but you know exactly where he is, and they will just throw everything at that problem. And W7M with a 5-1 attacking half here on Shalet. At the side swap, they're just 2 rounds in regulation away from taking the opening map of this series. Honestly, it's almost as close to a perfect a half as you can get.
How's your Portuguese, Gibson? Any good?
I got married there a few months ago, and all I know how to say is hello, thank you, and go whatever team name you want to say. So, bye Furia, bye W7M, or WZGM, I should say. I'm going to put that Ian Chambers flair on it. Not quite as good in the Irish accent as it compared to Ian's.
Alrighty then, second half bans employed. Castle, Azami, Blitz, Deimos. Basement round 1 for this defensive effort from W7M to close this round out potentially in comprehensive fashion. But Furia 1-5, well, synonymous with being able to make these comebacks work. So we'll see how they go. Unfortunately for them though, a couple of weak links at the moment. I mean, sure, JV92 can post numbers, but KZ for me stands out 1-6. He can be such a godsend for this roster. If he fires up, it could be a massive game changer, but at the moment, he's been really well nullified by W7M.
Well, JV92 is your entry. He's going 0-5. I know it's defense is a little bit different. And then KZ, as I like to say, is like the best backup player in the world. He gets so many trades whenever his entry falls. He's got 1 kill. So he's basically, I don't even know if that kill was a trade. So at this point in time, the sharpest point of the dagger for Furia has been completely doled out by W7M. But I want to go back to what you said. On attack on a map like Shalet, Furia can bring so much pressure and so much intensity, and they need to do it or this game will be over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, presuming they haven't given up mentally themselves and woven the white flag internally for this map, there's every chance they can bring it back. And I'm almost certain that they'll still have that belief. It's one of their strong points. That being said, though, JV92 falls 0-6, primary hard breach dead.
Primary hard breach and one of your best gunners has fallen as JV92. I can't remember a time I have seen him have a game as ineffective as this one has been so far. So what does that do? Well, as you said, it's your primary hard breach gone. You've only got one can opener left to utilize, but look where Herds is. Ash is already down the bottom blue. His position's been revealed. He will find one. So he's stepping up now. The former entry is working with KZ, and then he finds another. But look at this, W7M beginning to fight back. A little bit of damage done on the Philippe boxes. Friendly fire will occur, and that could be the difference as he is then put into DBNO status. So, Herds with it all to do. All that Clash needs to do is keep Herds busy for long enough for the cover to come in, and that's going to be Dots who gets the kill.
It started to look good for Furia until it wasn't. Map point, W7M. 5 of them, in fact, did not have a 6-1 lead on the bingo card at any point in this series for these two teams, regardless of who was in the lead. Thought it would be very, very close and competitive, but map 1 anything but currently.
I think all we can do is praise W7M. Like, they have played this game
insane
so well.
Yeah.
If you can hold JV92 to 0-6, you're going to have one hell of a chance. The best player statistically for Furia right now is Philippe Box, your IGL. Not the player that you'd be expecting to leading the way when it comes to frags, but then you turn your attention over to W7M. Dodez, 9, and he's got 9 kills. Palu has got 7 of his own. Loban has got 6. They've done such a good job of just finding those kills and making those gunfights into their favor. So, at this point, are Furia going to begin waving the white flag, or do you see the comeback? Honestly, I don't see it happening. You got to be perfect 5 times. W7M only need to win once.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see them quote-unquote giving up, but I just don't see them winning this map.
Yeah.
Like, they're simply being outclassed at the moment, and it's by a pretty significant margin, unfortunately, for them. Bedroom in play for this particular round. The Sense elected to be brought here by the attack, so we'll see what kind of value those ROUs are able to provide in the late round for coverage.
So I know I've seen something that's similar done in the past where you get the Sens and you go for that plant on the main double window. You sense off that 90 rotate to cause a bit of a problem for the team. Ash currently down below.
Yeah, this will be for the solar clear onto Palu.
I think it's going to be, look, the players on the stairs.
They'll flush it out with the grenade, probably. It's all about timing, though. The timing, it's a really small window.
It used to be a lot easier when you could cook nades, right? It's a bit more difficult than it used to be. JV92 will start throwing out that utility burn. There's the stun. The C4 will be thrown as a rebuttal. Nothing's going to land. There's the nade.
He survived.
He's still alive, but the nade from Philippe Box will get it done. And now maybe Furia can start to get to work a little.
Good pick. A lot of utility invested. Palu, credit to him, was able to soak up a lot of it and not give away his life for free. Dots in the meantime as well was taken low on Clash, and that means he'll be very vulnerable to any slight reposition or misposition. If he gets caught, a shot to the foot should be enough to drop him. Patience though from Furia at the moment, just anticipating some re-aggression perhaps from W7M to try and bring it back to a 4 versus 4, but W7M electing not to really give that opportunity. And so we'll see what Furia elects now to go for. Diffuser in the hands of Nade. He's double window, perhaps the swing in facilitated by that Sense.
And you can just see that there is a player holding the rotate, so if Nade tries to go in too early before that Sense is deployed, you're going to be in a world of pain. Another double dash of nades. Now that Sense will go off, but it's just a bit of bait for now, trying to force Dodez to push, and that's exactly what happens. So plan is almost effective, but the case is going to be cold as Furia drop it below double window. So you got to go down in towards pit if you want to pick that one up. Dots, as you said, still 1 shot away, but 30 seconds left. Time is the enemy for Furia.
Yeah, Solar not the play, so it's the pivot from Furia. Double window plant, essentially their only option now. Can Dots on low HP deny this? Or do they rotate the kit elsewhere? I think they're flipping over. Furia have gone for plan C in this round, and it's paying dividends. Volps now in the 1v4. The last hope for W7M to close this one out on this match point round. But with it now secured, well, not even needed. Herds to find the pick, and Furia finally have something positive in their column.
Well, that's one rung of the ladder climb, just 5 more that you gotta get up if you want to go to overtime in this matchup. But that was much better. They brought a lot of utility, but to give them credit, they used almost everything they had. You saw the clear that they had for Palu on those stairs over by Solar. You had the pressure from below so they couldn't rotate off the other way because the Ash charge created the verticality. You get rid of that player. Well, once you control Solar, it gives you a better access. It means that no defenders are really going to be able to retake that position. It means the player on double windows only got one real angle to worry about. You use the stands to bait a kill. All in all, really effective attack from Furia. But 4 more still needed as we will change our sights, and this time it looks like we're going to kitchen.
Looking like the sense will be employed again here from the attack, and again, much like the prior side, can be a key tool in helping get that plant down. I mean, sometimes you see it through the dining drone hole, for instance, probably the most common example. Can be used to cut off some locations through fireplace as well for some map control. We could even see it employed above to cut off some of those crosses as well. So pretty versatile tool. And in combination with some of the crowd control on offer, like that Ying and Grim, it can be a difference maker. Speaking of, Dots, he's dead. The clash falling in the first 5 seconds of this action phase.
If you could pick one player to get rid of at the start of the round, that clash is going to be high on that priority list, as KZ will find the openers. I think it was either a clash spawn peak or clash was just rotating, but it was up by that bathroom window. And now another kill's been found, so Herds will get one of his own. KZ falls at the hands of Loban as pressure is starting to go in, but another good early round for Furia. They've got the number advantage. They've only got 2 drones, though, left to use their disposal, so their information gathering is going to be solely on Herds and whatever you can find out with JV92 using those Grimbees. But you're really down on the information game, and that does, in effect, level the sides up just a little bit.
Very cheeky position here from Volps. Does he get cleared? I think his legs are tucked. Herds. Does he have the game sense to check it? Unlikely, but Felipox will. And with that, Furia now with a 4-2 advantage. Plenty of time to work with. It'll take a miracle, really, from this position for Loeb and Palu to combine for the clutch.
Felipox needs to have a trade available, and Herds will jump in, so he was just baiting that swing. It's a double on the round from Herds, as leaves it all down to Palu, but Felipox finds the kill, and that's one more rung climbed as they get closer and closer to parity. But like I said, all the good work done by W7M still means 1 round, and they've taken the map.
And we're seeing some animation as well from Furia for what feels like maybe the first time on this map. They've been pretty stone cold and composed so far, but now that they're building a little bit of momentum, I can feel that confidence starting to exude. I can feel it all the way from here, and it just does cast a bit of doubt in the minds of W7M, and it's a stark reminder that Furia are never to be discounted until you land that final blow. Speaking of final bans, Clash Ying.
Just while that was going on as well, I was watching the players and the player cams. There was a conversation going on between Felipox and Herds.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So
yeah.
Are they talking about something they've seen? Maybe they're thinking, yes, JV92 is our entry, but Herds, maybe because you're having the much more effective game, maybe we need you to step up into that role. Either way, it is good to see them do some form of problem solving themselves before the round starts.
Yeah, for sure. Their minds are very much still in this game. They have not checked out.
Look at Fleetbox stat line, by the way. He is having himself a game for an IGL.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been playing operators that have been pretty critical in terms of utility as well. So just keeping things interesting. Furia smelling blood in the water at the moment. W7M trying to stem the bleeding.
Looking at this setup here from W7M, again they're going to toss out that FNAT to give information on if they push in through Trophy or if they want to push in from that Solarium side. On the other side of the coin, Furia have put JV92 onto the Blackbeard. And then you were wondering, would we see a change of operator from Herds? Well, he's going to switch over to the Ace, and that was the operator we'd seen JV92 taking a few times, so they have changed up that lineup, and maybe that was a result of the conversation that we'd seen.
Yeah, potentially. Try and give JV92 the Blackbeard for survivability, and Herds the Ace.
That was an NA nade, or NA drone.
I missed it, fortunately I missed it.
Down there. he went to throw it onto the balcony and he missed.
Ugh.
You'd never get that in APAC or Europe. It's an NA thing, but they've done it in Brazil.
So lurk below from Herds elected to open up backstore early, which is typical. And now he sits and waits for a defender to go lurking to find him. So some cat and mouse on offer here in the early phase of this round. I don't know how eager the defense will be on biting this, at least for now. Going in dark down below can be very challenging on Shalet. There's so many positions for the attack to lurk.
It looks like they're waiting on a rotate at this point in time, or they think that there is a lurk presence downstairs, as you pointed out. It's the way it's going. Nade will find the opener as Dodez will fall. Dodez, of course, 9-6, having himself an impressive performance on Shalet, but he will have nothing else to say on this map. Only positive is, with it being the Frost, you go down early, your utility will have been utilized already. It's kind of, you set it down and you play the round as things stand. Main thing is, you got to get on the cameras, and with the fact that you've got Valk, Dodez can get tons of valuable information. With no IQ on the board, there's no real way for Furia to find out where those cameras are.
Valk can triple bulletproof camera. He'll be critical later on in the round. In the meantime, Herds has also fallen. Again, his utility probably expended to the extent that is required on this particular side, but it's one less gun and the advantage forfeited for the attack.
Nade's going to sprint on in. He's going to get an engagement. You can see a player just around the corner, and somehow Nade's going to win that one with a headshot. Absolutely no right to take him down, but Volps will ensure this game remains with some parity. The fact is, though, Nade will get another one. It's a triple on the round for him. You know that Volps was roaming around in basement, but he's repositioned. He's going to whiff as he tosses the C4. JV92 down to 1 HP, but Volps in a tough spot. He's going to whip out the Deagle, but it's a 1 versus 1. Philippe Box with a map in his hands, trying to keep them inside the game. He's fighting with Dots, who's going to go prone behind the billiards table. It's a dangerous dance indeed. 2 seconds to go. You gotta win this. He gets the... Was it a down or would he go prone? Either way, W7M takes Shalet.
I think he was just able to stay alive, playing the dance of death there on that match point round. In doing so, survives on time, and W7M surviving the threat that Furia were posing as that map concluded. 7-3 in the end. Furia will no doubt be disappointed with how things turned out. And elation on the other side for W7M, who played some really clean siege for the vast majority of Shalet.
The big thing, though, is the next map is Border. A map that, as player for Enterprise said himself, is a map that Furia have a brilliant winning streak currently on. However, it did look like there were weaknesses on that map yesterday against Enterprise for Furia. You gotta feel like a team like W7M, if they get themselves into the positions that Enterprise got themselves into yesterday, they will take that map. So this is by no means any foregone conclusion that Furia will force a third map.
Still expecting 3?
I'd love it. It's the last game of the day.
3. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would love 3 as well. And I think Furia showed enough resilience there towards the end, and they didn't mentally check out, that I'm still confident they'll go behind the scenes. They'll rejuvenate, maybe have a quick chat, what went wrong, what can they improve, and formulate a plan that could still be good enough to take down W7M ultimately in this series.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think it was just those early game picks for W7M on attack, just to be able to herd Furia into positions, but they do get the game over in the end. It looked like for a while Furia might be about to claw it back even in that last round in the 1v1. It almost looked like we got there, but
That's map number 1 in the books. So I think it's about time we jump into a quick break. And when we come back, we will be there for Border, Furia versus W7M. Do not go anywhere. Well, one map is done, but it's yet to be determined whether this is the halfway point in this game or we're just through a third. We're going to Border next, Guz, and that's a map where, as we were talking about, Furia have had lots of success over the course of the last 12 months, and well, they're going to need to find that success one more time just to stay alive here at EWC.
Yeah, map 1 was, unfortunately for Furia, a bit of a slow start. They took a long while to find their footing back on Shalet, and by the time they did, all it took was one snappy round from W7M to be the final blow. So yeah, very intrigued to see how they respond then in map 2. I think for me, the biggest test was, does Furia check out of map 1? The answer in the end, no. They were able to, show some signs. W7M looked very, 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 very good though. Especially on those initial attacks. They were completely dictating where Furia played, clearing them with ease, and there's not too many teams in the world where you can say that.
No, they just understood how Shalet flowed to perfection, and they'd clearly done their VOD review on what Furia liked to do. But the biggest surprise I had was, if there was any region where you don't expect a team to start off slow on LAN, it's going to be Brazil. And if there was any team that you expected to kick things off the right way, it would be Furia. So for them, they lost that game really in the opening 3-4 rounds because of how slow they were out of the trap. So they need to turn things around as we get ready to go to Border. At this point though, you can see very different mindsets. All of the Furia guys, they're at their desks, they're talking through the headset, but we've got ourselves a little team huddle going on with W7M. As one thing I will say is they always seem like a really tight-knit group. Igor prefers to get the team in close around them to have those pre-game talks, whereas it does look like on the other side of the coin, or the other side, I should say, sorry, Igor, I used the wrong coach name, that's my bad.
Norris.
I apologize, but you know what I mean. It's one coach is taking the mindset that they're talking to the team through the headset. The other one, it's a really tight-knit group.
Yeah, and probably, the first time in the last hour, not able to actually hear what he's saying. Very, very vocal over the course of that first map, and set the tone that they were going to try and bully Furia out of the server. And to be fair, for the large majority of Shalet, that was exactly the case. It seems now that W7M are going to get the hurry up from the admins. The final strats being handed out, as it's time to prepare for map number 2. Predictions, thoughts, Gibson? Is this going to be a 3-mapper? Is it still too hard to call? I'm probably falling into that camp, right? I don't know how you could predict it from here.
I want to will a 3-mapper into existence because I just want to see more of this matchup, but I do think that this is not going to be a game like the last one. I think that even if Furia win this, you're looking at like a 7-5, 7-4. I think that this will be a much tighter affair, and the thing is, you just have to look to yesterday if you're W7M to work out how Furia are going to play this map. And a team from the APAC region, from Oceania, they basically took them right to the brink on this map, and they did it by, I don't want to use the words, cheesing up some attacks, but they didn't go with a conventional style of attack against Furia, and Furia really struggled.
Well, headsets on. Only a moment away now from jumping in to map number 2 between the two titans of Brazil. Unfortunately, their brethren in FaZe, the third, the big brother really, probably on top of these two, many would have thought, knocked out back on the A stream earlier today against G2. Did not have that on my bingo card. I thought G2 would do well, but knocking out FaZe is pretty insane.
Well, the fact that both of those teams found themselves in the lower bracket in the first place is a bit of a surprise to me.
How have any of these teams, any of the 4, including these two, found themselves in the lower bracket so soon?
It's insane. Yes, best of ones lead to things like that happening. I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping to maybe see Fury and FaZe run it back once more to see the two twins going head to head. But this game right now for W7M, they win this map. They will progress, they will send W7M home, and maybe that hunt that Palu has been having for silverware over the last few years could potentially be about to end. But Banfei is going to get things underway on a map like Border. What are you expecting to see? Obviously Azami and Deimos will be moved because Deimos has such a great impact for both of these teams. But really, I don't really know where we're going to go with the second ones.
Yeah. Don't want to make too many bold predictions. Border's the kind of map where it can be a little bit more open in that regard. Maybe something like a Mirror Ying combination would be sufficient. And yeah, I mean, completely missed the mark. That's why I don't bother on Border most of the time. Smoke Nomad to follow up. Smoke a powerful tool in denying things like fast hits archives, fast hits front door for workshop, etc. So yeah, don't mind that ban. And then Nomad, well, that's going to aid W7M re-aggressing quite a bit through the mid to late round.
Well, the ban phase is done. We're jumping over to the prep phase here on Border as the game is about to begin. Looking at it from the early stages, the defensive lineup, when Mira is available on a map like this, you're going to take her. Clash, of course, being brought by Vulps as well. But Armory Lockers, this is one of the sites that, funny enough, Enterprise had most of their success attacking.
Yeah, I wonder how many learnings Furia maybe took away from that particular map. I think probably, to be honest, the biggest differential compared to this match was they were taking on an OS team on the other side of the world, and the meta was very different. They're not going to have the same issues here with W7M, right? Again, it's a lot more about just the 1%ers and execution, so...
Well, it's like that argument you talk about. Some teams are just better sparring partners for others, so even though you might think one team is superior, the matchup just might not necessarily suit them. W7M will be a completely different team, you know, and that might just suit Furia here on Border. But early days, they will deal with one of those mirror windows. Ash will work. Geez, I went very Irish there for a second. Then I windows. That's one of the most colloquial terms I've used in a while. But early stages for Furia. They've got plenty of drones to work with. They're getting into those standard positions. Nothing really surprised. Loban will play by break room, where teams like to make a little bit of a fortification. And with the FNAT on the door, it just makes Loban that little bit more difficult to clear.
Mine primed.
Loban going searching a little bit, maybe if there's any counter information that he needs to deal with. Furia getting stalled out. Elsewhere, though, Palu falls. Herds gets that one, and the aggression from Loban tamed by a JV92 that had a quiet Shalet, and he'll be looking to find some form here on Border, but all signs positive for the opening phase of the map for Furia.
We've got control now of Rafters up above waiting room, as Herds will find a double on the round. That's the vend of Vulps in this one, so you've lost the clash as well, with only really 2 defenders left alive, and both of them isolated, one on either side. Dots will find a kill with Tachanka. Does get down in return, so it's only Doda's left alive. Doesn't have a C4, takes the beepers, but KZ will find the kill, and Furia kick things off. They lead in the series for the first time.
Yeah, it didn't quite capture. I was looking across at the overhead how the opening kill went in favor there of Furia, but another example of the snowball effect. W7M sense that they're now in a really weak position, immediately try to find a snappy trade on that top east exit. Denied by Furia, good read and denial, and then they're just able to control the round from there.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Moving on now to the second round. At this point, W7M will elect to change sites, as Bathroom is where we're going to go this time around. With Mira in play, what you usually expect to happen is Dots will play above, over and in and around Fountain and Security. Basically, what you want to do is make top floor control really difficult to garner. Now, if you want to play that Mira inside of Fountain, it's so important that you keep office control as well, because you can only play there as long as you control office and CCTV. The minute you lose one of those positions, you can't play behind that mirror window anymore. So it's really important that W7M have their communication and their angles on point in that top floor. One great way to deal with positions like that pretty quickly is going to be the Monty. But if I see Glass, I see Capital, I see Monty, my first thought is we might just be about to see a rush or a window execute.
Yeah, it could certainly be the case. Again, with that smoke band out, it should fortify and bolster that particular play style. There you go, searching over towards Customs, and Loban gets caught in a pinch. JV92 aiding the Monty from Passport. Yellow ping information, Nade catching one more, but the kill not quite being found ultimately by Furia, but the pacing and the intensity so far here on Border has probably at this point already far surpassed what we saw on Shalet.
Only because this is so different to what we saw yesterday in this map against Enterprise because of the way they set up on defense, but Volps, he'll place down that Clash Shield, waiting for Monty to finally open up that castle, but as it stands, you're seeing this defense peel back and peel back and peel back because of the aggression from Furia in the early stages. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock at this point, just over that. You've only got 4 drones left to work with. You know that the mirror window is going to be completely vacant. You might be about to get a kill on the Fountain. There's a double swing now as Palu will level the sides at 4 apiece, and well, not quite having full lines of sight in a position offers them that early pick, and maybe we have another vital gunfight here. It looks like they drop down the hatch, and Dots will drop JV92 out of the lobby with that C4 from below, but it's still a 3v3.
Close and competitive then in the second round. 2 players though on the side of defense, isolated Workshop side of the map, exposed to the Vert and KZ to capitalize. Dots is still in a similar position. Can he still have impact? Volps, closer to sight on the Clash, can have some protection if he sets it up in time. But with 50 seconds on the clock, that's quite a bit for Furia to work with.
Dots is really low as well. He's taken a beating so far in this round. The C4, as we know, both of them have been used, so all W7M have to work with now is the ammo in their guns. Nade with a Monty, he's got the rotate in the side, he can essentially go for this plant, but you've got to be wary about the fact that Clash is in that position. Glaz will look to provide some support. Dots is waiting for a rotate through Office if it could potentially come, but I don't know if I necessarily like this fight. 13 seconds to go. Now I like it. KZ gets the kill on the Dots. They got to get the kill on the Clash, and they'll get it. Nade with a knife. And Furia 2-0 to the good. And this is the loudest that this roster has been all day.
Yeah, very vocal. They know that they're applying the heat here early on map 2. 2-0 lead. And W7M already calling their tactical time out. Norris, as he always does, gets with eye level on the team and discussing what is going wrong early on here, not wanting to risk a spiral. I love this proactive decision. So many teams will leave their tactical too late. Many may say that this tactical is too early, but it could just be the spark that brings them back into contention.
Funny enough, I call these early timeouts a twister timeout. Obviously, the coach of Secret, he's known for taking timeouts really early in a game if he doesn't like what he's seen. And funny enough, coming from the exact same region as both of these two teams, but they're basically saying we don't want Furia to continue to build this momentum. There's still 4 rounds on defense, so it's early enough that you can really turn the tide of this game. I have nothing against that timeout. I think it could be a very good thing. But as always, it's vitally important that Furia are not allowed to win this round. If you take your time out and the opposition win that round, that is a mental warfare win.
Tactical timeout concluded as we prepare for the 3rd round of Border. It's Workshop in play, I believe, and so we'll see if that can be a difference maker for W7M. I mean, typically it's not the strongest of particular objectives here on Border, but they're all pretty open and do offer an opportunity for defense to find some advantages. Full repick from Furia. They've sacked 4 drones in this round to gain information, sensing that they want to go for something different in this round.
Looking at what the switches have brought into play, right? You've got KZ now with those extra drones on Flores. Those Roteros can be used to pop those Goyos really early, which will, you know, get rid of a lot of the time delay that's being brought in this one. Dodes, of course, you can get rid of those gadgets as well by just throwing a drone through them. But the thing is, with you said earlier, you thought maybe we might see a Ying ban. Furia have brought Ying a few times now in this game just because of how effective an operator that Ying can be when it comes to those executes. Nade the exact same on Capitao. I think that In the early stages, you'll see Furia poke and prod to work out which of the two sites is more vulnerable. They've got a really good lineup for attacking either or.
Patience from Furia then, early in this round. May look to limit test a couple of different positions, as you are alluding to. Shotgun in hand. Is an archives hit, or objective rather, not down below as I previously mentioned, so apologies for that, but currently Candela's being cooked. What's the follow-up like from Furia? Distracted elsewhere is Herds. Engagement with Loban, who's yet to find a kill here on defense. Herds thinks better of it, calculated to go elsewhere, where the team is set up for a break clear. Candelas are popping over towards archives, but I think it's smoke and mirrors at the moment from Furia.
Yeah, toss some Candelas in, maybe try to get some utility with the 2 C4s in the back pocket of W7M. You want to try bait them out early, which allows you to go for that plant a little bit later on. As you said, Herds didn't get the better of that fight with Loban earlier, so falling back now, repositioning as they start to take some pressure over by East Stairs. Red Ping, they know exactly where the player inside a fountain is at this stage, but Dodez still has a stronghold inside a CCTV, and it's really important that Herds can help his team clear that position. If you're not alive to the threat that that player can be, it can cause some problems. An early game trade as Dots and Nade will get rid of each other. Dodez does step up and get a kill onto KZ. The trade isn't going to fall back the other way, and that's advantage W7M with 35 seconds to go.
Could this be the first round for W7M on border? It looks increasingly likely. Furia desperately trying to find something back, but Dodez responds with his double in the round. Player prone fountain, but pops up. That's Loban and leaves Felipox in a 1v3. He'll be desperate with the DMR to continue this flawless run, but it's not enough. And off the back of that tack, W7M are on the board.
Not going to be as loud this time after that round win from W7M because
bit more reserved.
When you're not winning, it's a lot harder to be that loud in the matchup. But they took their tack time out, they won the round, it's job done. You're now 1 round behind with a couple more to go. We're going to see that next ban phase, which is usually the more reactionary of the two. Don't really think Furia have used anything too much as a crutch in this game, so they'll get rid of the Ying. Fenrir on the other side, which, as we saw earlier, a lot of usage of Fenrir and those FNATs to allow the player to play safely inside a break room. So what you're trying to do is make security easier to take when we eventually go back to that site, because we should see it one more time before that side swap.
Alrighty, let's jump in then. Round number 4, and it is indeed Workshop on this occasion. What do we see Furia elect for? Do they want to map clear, avoid that, go direct? We've seen variations of both practically through this series thus far. We talked about the Fenrir before, and that maybe alleviated the likes of the Twitch and the Bravo to get selected. That being said, Felipox picks Twitch off the rip, and I thought that would be to counter Mirror, but elects to jump off. And instead we see Furia pivot to double shield plus Lion. That's pointing towards some direct aggression. Will that be the case? Only time will tell. Keep in mind, defense, Dodez on Oryx, so there is clash counter available. Oh, pardon me, shield counter available.
You see that a lot though, right? Where teams won't use the double shield in the opening few rounds because you don't want the defenders to ban it away. And then once you get past that checkpoint, now you can use it for the next 3 rounds in the game if it's successful for the side. It's a little game of chess that you see from time to time. KZ, 3-1 so far. I think it's still important to note JV92 still kind of failure to launch in this one. Only 1 kill through the opening 3 rounds. But early stages, Fleetbox doesn't have the shield though. He's got the pistol at the ready. Finally, he will switch over. And it's going to be a 3-2-1 go. Smoke off the foothold, sprint around the corner. get the opening kill, and that is clean. Another one should quickly follow as the Mira will flee, and it's a 5 versus 1. That is about as crisp and as clean of an opening round that you're going to see. And now, let one player go. Loban does not want to give away his position just yet. Will that come back to work in his favour, or will you feel that maybe the opportunity was there to be taken? He's going to wait for the fleet. Oh, they've seen him. They know where he is. Round's done.
4 kills within a minute, and the 5th following shortly after. Furia pounce back, and I think they'll be pretty pleased with that response. And again, critical to remember, W7M proc that timeout very, very early after round 2. That's no longer a fallback for them to wrangle back momentum in the match.
Did you see the way they executed that first phase as well? So Philippe Box kept the shield on his back, ran up the stairs to make as little noise as possible until they got the player in Fountain and Office isolated. Once everyone was in position, it was 3, 2, 1, go. He sprints through the door, he smokes off the footholes so he can face the player in towards Fountain successfully. Thankfully, Nade got that kill, so he didn't need to, but then Mira fell back. It was such a crisp execute, and it's the whole thing, the double shields working perfectly in the favour of Furia. That time, I saw the Cali for a second, I was going, yeah, that might just be an auto pick whenever you're waiting for the round to start, but they're going to change the lineup a little bit. JV's going to switch over to the Zero, and you know, I love Zero's not being on a map like Border where there's so many great places to hide some of those cameras. You can feed information, and just as I say that again, it's going to be Ash for JV92. So on the traditional entry operator, let's see if JV92 can really kick off his best of 3 here.
So early drone work then from Furia in this 5th round. The pacing to once again slow down. And given the lineup in play, that does make logical sense. Now Herds is in Archives. So too Loban on the other side of almost catches the timing. Loban sprinting across on a shoulder peek in response, but some ground taken now by Furia. Dodes in support, off the side. Loban with a late reinforcement to fortify his position.
Yeah, make sure that no pressure can come from that 90 side. And Nade was tossed, but you'll see one of those Goyos popped, which will slow down the push for about 20 seconds from now. So still pressure inside of Fountain. Tubarao with that DMR from Loban. He can, if he hears footsteps, he can slow them down by throwing the utility out, you know, as you freeze them in place in essence. But you know where one of those defenders are. You've got JV92 holding that cutoff over by Office in case they try to flee that spot. But for now, it looks like they're happy to just hold with 1.5 minutes to go.
Nitro Cell then onto Herds, finds its mark. And losing the IQ may now mean that finding some utility will be a little bit more of a challenge, although it shouldn't be too much of a problem outside of any pre-placed Nitro Cells. Parley though to double down. And so W7M responding nicely. Just under 1 minute to go and a 2v4 not looking favourable for Furia, but Nade keeps it in the realm of possibility by dropping Loban.
Those two silhouettes. Palu still not far away on the stairs as Volps will get a kill with the shotgun. It's all down to Nade now. One of the best attributes that he has is his survivability, but it's going to be a tough ask to survive this round. 30 seconds to go. Selma will open up the rotate down to Workshop if he elects to do so, but he's still looking to find the kill on the flank. Stepping through the BP, that'll give away his position as the defender will once again push on into Office as this game of Ring Around the Rosie will continue. 14 seconds. Nade is just trying to get his one at this point, but he's not going to be able to win this from this position as Dots will get the kill and W7M clawed back to 3-2.
Norris getting vocal again. As the seesaw continues, this is much more akin to what we expected in terms of what we discussed pre-match. We didn't get much of that on Shalet, but here on Border, it's becoming increasingly difficult to separate the two. Another relatively close round with just a ton of really quick trades, which is the hallmark of this region and these two teams. Final round of the half though. Do we see W7M even out the scoreline, or Furia perhaps extend their lead? Back on the top floor we go once more. Mirror still in play. The Twitch to counter. It's probably going to be one of the more intriguing battles to see. The Clash also surviving the ban phase and available. And that too might be really good in opening up some more positions for defense to play.
Round is going to begin as we have a full lineup swap from Furia. JV92 going on to the hard breach, and it's not something I'm averse to. I don't mind your entry player playing a hard breach operator, because once you essentially use that utility, you can just go and be a fragger for the entirety of the rest of the round. But it's just not been effective for Furia so far, as JV92 has seen players like Philippe Box, like Nade, two players you don't usually see with the highest tally of kills for their team through this point, with 4 and 2 and 6 and 3 respectively. On the defensive side, Dota is on the Frost. That just gives the attackers something to think about if they look to vault through any of the windows or maybe hop over the desk. But big thing for me is, can Furia win the information game? 7 drones to work with at this point in time. Most people can get some information, but seeing an early push here, they're putting some pressure on. Habana can get rid of those castle barricades, but I think that W7M, they're not going to give up any easy early picks this time around.
So Furia chipping away at some of this utility from the eastern side. Castle barricades can be dealt with by Habana. Hard breach as well will closely follow. Triple wall leading into office, and that will help put the likes of Volps under pressure if he elects to make a final stand single wall, or perhaps peel back towards the objective and play around the mirror fountain. In the meantime, the Clash has been rotated across, and again that makes some of these areas more playable and a little less comfortable for the attack. They're spotting out info at the moment. Triple wall will be called out as opened up, and here's the push from attack. Can JV92 somehow beat out the Clash? Well, it's a resounding no, but critically he still retains his life.
Near a window inside of Fountain gives the attackers something to think about. Herd's down to low HP on the Ash as well. Needs to be careful not to lose his life, as he will go back down to the ground floor and maybe rotate up elsewhere. 50 seconds to go inside the round. Still utility that can be used by the attackers. Those drones are still in a good position, but Palu finds the opener. Lobin with another one, but a quick 1-2, and after that a 1-2-3, as it's a 3 versus 2 now for Furia. Looking to take a 4-2 lead. Dodale's to get one, but KZ is there to get the trade. It is Herds and KZ, the old 1-2 punch up against one of the members of the old guard of Liquid in Palu. He's going to hold that long range angle. One sneeze could be enough to wipe him from the position, and it is going to be a shot. KZ will win it, and it's a little bit more of a roar, as it's a 4-2 half for Furia.
Clean for Furia as they maintain intensity in that round, and that probably was one of the closer of the 6. So many trades to the mid-round, and with Palu so low, Furia just had to ensure that they were clean in their conversion, and they were. And so now we prepare for the additional bans to be played out for the second half. It's Nomad in combination with Ying, and for defense, Azami and Smoke, which interestingly persists as well from that first half.
Thing is though, W7M exceeded on the attack on Shalet. They got 5 attacking rounds. They don't need that many this time just to force over. If they get 5 attacking rounds, this game is over. One of the things that they did really good at Shalet was hold lines of sight, hold rotate cutoffs for Furia, and pick up those free kills. On Border, it's a map that you still can conceptually do that. It's a little bit easier on the top floor than it is to do on the bottom floor. But I want to know, has Furia learned their lesson? Are they still going to aggressively roam the way they did? Are they going to get caught out on those rotates? Or will you see them maybe tighten that fist just a little bit? And if they do lose someone, play the trade game much better like we know they can.
Yeah, very intrigued to see if the same dynamics we saw in the first half will transpose themselves into the second. The Amaru, though, for round 7, what kind of impact may that have? Is that indicative of maybe a sandwich hook in combination with the Archives hit? I mean, it's probably the most typical combination. You can use the Osa outside on the Archives Belk. Probably the play. Guys as well for coverage.
It's going to be the sandwich plant, isn't it? So you put all the pressure.
Well, he's got the kit. So.
Yeah, you put all the pressure over by the Archives door and you go in and you plant.
We've seen so many teams do that this event.
Look, if it works, it works. That opening pick will certainly help with it as well. KZ not able to throw any more of those goo mines, one of which you could throw in that sandwich window, which could give you a little bit more information. But again, like, it's one of those things. We think that's what they're going to do, but they're in no panic to do it. You've got to still do a lot of your A, Bs and Cs, scout things out, maybe lose a player like they just did, but Dodes keeps the numbers in their favor. And I think just by putting pressure in sections of the map like this, you're going to convince Furia that sandwich plant is not what you're going to do.
Yeah, Volbs is still lurking outside with that diffuser in hand, but currently on drone. Osa, in the meantime, has set up those Talon shields, and so they're prepped and ready to go in a moment's time for this execute. There's a lot of pressure on the likes of JV92 and Objective to have those yokais in place, but also gun up, ready to go for denial.
There's still one C4 in the hands of Nade as well.
And Diffuser's been rotated, so Amaru is no longer the win con.
Oh, but JV92 gets that kill. Oh my god, he gets the second one. He had literally a millimeter of an angle to get that kill, and he finds it, and that slows down the attack. The case is cold. They know where it is. The C4 rings out, and it's a 3v1 now, as it all falls down to Dodes with the DMR in hand. One logic bomb to be deployed. He'll set it off as he looks to find a kill, but that one play from JV92 has completely derailed the W7M round, and Furia should be about to take a 5-2 lead.
No, I suspect that W7M will be quite displeased in this particular attack. Of all their attacks played so far in this series, it has been their weakest. We saw them in a position of strength. They went for the pivot to try and consolidate Archives, facilitated by that Talon shield. And it was just a slight misposition in combination with some insane shots from JV92 that were able to completely dislodge this attempt. With that, Furia are going to extend their lead 5-2 Border, unless Dodes can find 2 more, but only has 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's not going to find the 2 kills. Furia will not give it away. The case is cold. They just want to get this round over and done with as soon as possible. He creates a 1 versus 1, takes a bit of damage, but JV92 will get that round. Furia jumping into the lead a little bit further. And it just silent. Oh.
Bit of chit chat between the two, I love it. JV92 pleased with his performance in the Pyre round, and I think Norris just trying to humble him a little bit and remind him that they are still leading in this series despite the map.
I think looking at what the signals that were given was, I got 2 of them. 2 of them from that angle is basically... Now, as I said, my Portuguese isn't great, but body language would tell you that's what he was able to do, but that's more like the JV92 we want to see. But the big one for me, Nade is 8-4. One of the most, you want to say when you talk about support players, one of the most traditional support players that we have inside the game, and he is out-fragging the rest of Furia.
I guess the question now is, do W7M have the resilience that maybe Furia weren't quite able to tap into back on Shalet and remain competitive here on this map? Because as close as it has kind of felt in the server round to round. This has the potential now to kind of blow out a bit of a 7-2. W7M used their tactical timeout very early. Furia are on a roll currently. If this continues on defense for Furia, they have an opportunity to stamp authority back in this series and set ourselves up for a very entertaining club.
There's no chance Furia use that timeout anytime soon either. You don't want to give Norris the chance to talk to his team and maybe find something for W7M to work with. And with that being the case, I think for W7M, they need to force the issue. Dodez will walk in. He's got himself that suppressor on the L85 as he looks to creep his way inside of jail, clearing a lot of space. Hatches close, so no way a defender can rotate from that position. There's nobody playing top metal as he creeps his way on up, but he doesn't want to go any further. You don't want to make any noise. Remember we spoke about catching Furia players on the rotate? That's what he's trying to do.
Oh, KZ actually shoulder picking that position.
Don't lose.
And catches Dodez. It just feels like everything is going right for Furia at the moment. Or maybe not.
Yeah, just as you say that, JV92 will find another kill. 3v3 now as the FNAT will ring out the position of Dots as he will flee, turning his back to the door. Another FNAT, another stun thrown so he can get back outside that window. But if there's one thing in the favor of W7M, yes, Loban is low, but 2 players for Furia are as well. Loban will find one of them as JV92 will fall. Almost a spray through the wall, catching one as Palu will also get put into DBNO status. Philippox and Nade with Loban and Dots to deal with. Nade will confirm out another kill as Loban falls, leaving it all down to Dots. DMR in hand, but Nade with another one. Nade is having himself a brilliant game here on the side of Furia. I think he's up to double digits now.
Match point, Furia 6-2 the scoreline. And whilst the maps themselves haven't been particularly close, to be fair, round to round it's been somewhat close. Furia though, just having that additional gear here on board feels like they know the map inside and out, and even though things didn't quite go to plan back on Shalet, here on border, comfort has been found. As you mentioned, Nade, double digits, 11 kills. He's been very impactful.
It's not what you usually see from him, but he's been effective for Furia. You know, if you're sitting at home as well, or if you're still at the venue and you're playing for Enterprise, you're going to say, well, we were much more effective on this map against Furia than W7M have been so far. And I think that game yesterday might have just woken Furia up a little bit to some of their weaknesses here on border. And it's worth pointing out as well, the map advantage does ring true. Like W7M convincingly will win on Shalet. Border in a position now for Furia to win it convincingly. Clubhouse is looking closer and closer now, and that could be a really good, because that's a map that tests your fundamentals more than any other.
Yeah, absolutely. And may well see a very different tempo where a lot of it's more late round and execute heavy, etc., compared to these kinds of maps where it's mid-round, map control, etc., etc. Top East hold from Philippox with Clash. Castle adding a bit of soak for utility, but that's pretty easily dealt with by Palu on the Habana. Who's had a pretty decent series. Sure, negative here on map 2, but I wouldn't read into that all too much. Can they deal with this top east hold, though, is the question. Is that where they want to spearhead this attack from? Multi-pronged, though, from Furia. And as I mentioned that, it is actually Furia to fall first on this spread out defense. Palu does find the first steps up for entry on hard breach. And in the meantime, on the other quarter of the map, Dots with control on Monty.
Loban with Raura as well can close up a lot of space if you get into the right positions, as they'll begin to work on clearing Philippox from this position over on top east. KZ still locked in place over by Fountain as the push begins to come, and there's another knock. 2 players are going to fall, leaving it down to Herds and KZ as W7M starts swinging. Dodez gets another with the one tap. Well, can we call it a one tap when he took about 30 attempts at it? They do win the round anyway. W7M close the gap just a little bit, but still Furia remain on map point.
So 6-3 and an additional ban phase will play out for this next round and the remaining second half in regulation. I do wonder what these bans will end up being. Perhaps the Clash, we see quite a bit of it. If not, maybe Mirror. On the side of attack, I think there's probably a little bit more versatility in what they look to strike down. I guess maybe even Habana to bolster the castle. We've seen that played out quite a lot, but again, such is the nature of Border, it's very varied in that instance, and so it will end up being the Dokkaebi Ala combination. W7M though, they need to win the next 3 straight, no tactical timeout in pocket. Will that just be a one-off, a blimp on the radar? And can Furia maybe perhaps just close this out in a confident fashion? Let's wait and see.
If we get to 6-4, is that the point where Furia might consider using their tactical timeout? Because in doing so, you're also giving the opportunity to Norris to talk to the team as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I mean, double-edged sword,
Yeah.
right? But I think you back yourself in with your coaching ability to outread your opponent. Let's wait and see, though. 10th round. Can Furia close this out? Club on the other side, again, as we've kind of alluded to, going to play out in a very different way and should hopefully be the closest of the 3 maps in this particular series as we prepare for Armory. And it's an extension from Furia as anticipated, looking to contest as much of this map as possible. As well, the Fenrir sneaking through the ban phase. I think we saw that banned out as the responsive ban back in the first half, and that's going to aid in countering this map entry quite a bit and make it a challenge for W7M.
So you look at the lineup being brought by W7M. Dots will be on the shield once more as he looks to create a little bit of pressure onto the side of Furia. You feel like the opening pick in this game in Border has been vitally important for both of these sides as Dots will just start opening up some space. You know, usually you'll have somebody in and around top east that you want to deal with, but Vulps will find the opener and another one, a quick double. And just like that, W7M with a massive amount of advantage inside this round. You've dealt with Philippox, you've dealt with Nade. There's just 3 players standing.
Yeah, some way able to just brute force that position, top east, unlocking the round massively for W7M. Vulps is low, but I don't think that's worthy of the trade. And elsewhere, Dodes falls to the Claymore. With that, a 6-4 scoreline impending in favor of W7M for this particular round. Barring a clutch, barring essentially a miracle, but a miracle it will not be. W7M flawlessly taking the round.
Feeling it.
Yeah.
W7M putting the pressure on at this point, and they're just 2 rounds away. Looks like Igor has not called that timeout. Furia happy still with where the situation they find themselves in.
I guess they wait for the 6-5 if it eventuates, right?
Yeah, look, I guess you still got to trust the team that you have. You got to trust the plan that you want to execute. But every single round that W7M have found success on, it's been off the back of early opening kills, quick ones, quick 1-2 punches, leaving Furia basically fighting with one hand behind their back for the rest of the round. And if you do that against a team like W7M, they're going to punish you.
The Maestro in play for round number 11. And so Brava in response from W7M. The Twitch available. We'll see if that's selected into the mirror and how hard W7M want to counter pick into this defense. Keeping in mind they can't make too many compromises. They need explosives as well to deal with that castle. Important to note too that in that preparation phase, W7M sacrificing 4 drones. Will that come back to bite them later on in this action phase?
One thing is they have a direct counter to Fleetbox's Maestro. They've got Brava. They can steal some of those cameras away. 1 BP as well that they can utilize if they can get the drone into the position that they need to. If I'm Furia, I'm stepping back just a little bit in the opening minute of this round. Don't give the early kill away. And just as I say that, we have our first fight in Angers. Volps almost finds an opening kill inside this round.
Well, he had an explosive last round over towards top east. I believe got the opening 2K. Really opened things up decisively for W7M. And the map control that they obtained off the back of that made it all but impossible for Furia to win that round. They have top east control again, W7M, but at the expense of no HP either way. Still 10 players up in the server, and they'll look now to progress that over towards break, spearheaded by the Monty.
Yeah, Palu with full east control has an idea. There's someone in, and
yeah,
Palu hits those. Herds is going to fall, so it's a 5 versus 4. Now Palu, you can see all those blue silhouettes, my friend. You open up that wall too soon, and you might just get a little pressure coming your way. They'll send Monty up to walk right on in. The Selma will be, I think it was the first pellets will be there. The Selma will be dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big investment. The Castle in combination with the Maestro in combination with the player off is doing everything they can to maintain hallway control. In fact, the first Castle barricade still hasn't been dealt with because both Maestro cameras are still standing. Philippox is making this so frustrating and soaking up not only utility, but critically time. Minute to go on the clock, and the hallway is now finally being cracked by W7M.
The castle barricade is still there, though, which means that you're forcing these players into a funnel through Fountain to get into sight. Now, Fleetbox is inside a Fountain. He will be spotted out as you pep around the corner. KZ will find a kill, but Nade is there to find Dots. So as it stands, it's a 4 versus 3 match point here in the server, but W7M are fighting hard. It's a 2v2 now. Palu with one. JV92 needs to win this 1v2 to force the third map, or will W7M get that little bit closer to winning the match? Well, there's one down player. You're in a 1 versus 1. You know where he is, but Dodez wins that, and now it's 6-5, and now Furia, how is your medal?
Wow. Yesterday, we had 3 simultaneous games. We had 6 teams inside of this room, and it never got as loud as it has with just W7M at the helm this afternoon. They continue to fight, and Furia in response, when they absolutely must call it, their tactical timeout. 6-5 the scoreline. One more opportunity to win this one in regulation. W7M on a 3-round win streak. Furia need to formulate something to break that.
Border really has been an attacker's paradise so far here in this matchup. We said that timeout, Igor will talk to his team, as will Norris. They'll set the plan in action. Obviously, you think about the way the game works. The defenders are usually the ones that set the puzzle. It's down to W7M when they get into the server to work out what best way to approach it, unless they've got a particular strat that they want to run and they want to force Furia to play their game. The round is beginning, the prep phase, as the site will be Armory and Archives. They've got the Monty as things stand. You're bringing Mira on the defense. Herds brings out Capcan for I think the first time we've seen him in this game as well, and bringing out Capcan at a time like this, if it's not spotted out, could be a big issue for W7M. Trying to hide. You know, he was hiding for most of that prep phase, so he's really working on not letting it be known that there's a Capcan in play.
Will that be the spanner in the works then, the difference maker for Furia? It's Clubhouse on the other side if they're able to close it here. If not, regulation to follow. Blitz employed from W7M. And everyone at the moment just creeping around the map and posturing. The Amaru's back. And we never saw that come into fruition last time. They teased Sandwich, then rotated with the OSA Archives. But the OSA is not in play this time around. So they're probably going to revert back to the original strategy.
Very, very quiet on Border. has been the first 50 seconds. You look at your lineup, you talked about that original plan. Blitz has been brought in lieu of that Osa, as has the Monty, but everyone's just waiting. Nobody wants to be the team that makes the first move. Now, Herds is here. I don't see any explosives that could help him if anybody walks in from Breck. Now, Philippox, it's his job to prevent them from losing Breck. Dots checked out Rafters, realized there's nobody playing by Breck, but it's all so slow. This feels tense, this round.
Midway point, and there hasn't been much in the way of action. Still meddling for Control security side. W7M playing patient on the exterior. And Furia not giving away much. Herd still deep in security. Philippox alongside, also in support, can play the angle 90. The intensity in this round has been insane, but a double from JV92. Is that going to be enough?
Amaru comes in, but it's a 4v1 Furia. Well, it is Clubhouse a-calling. Dodez, he's going to get swung by Herds, and we are going to a third map. And it was slow, it was patient, but it was Nade who capped off one hell of a performance with a big C4 that blew all of W7M's plans apart.
It was such a slow wind-up round, and then bang! Double nitro. Furia then consolidating the rest of the round, finding success from that tack time out at JV92, letting them know all about it. Smiles on both sides. There's a lot of love inside of the server here, but the rivalry is very much alive, and Clubhouse is going to be one hell of a map. Honestly, I'd probably go as far as to say it could end up being one of the highest quality maps of Siege played at this event so far, if it goes as I suspect.
Well, just as one of the people who's going to be casting that map, that's what I want. You know, being a little bit selfish on it. Well, during the break, whenever it comes out, I will try find out what the score in the game, the other game that's happening right now is over on the A stream. But you did say it was all smiles after that matchup. Now, would it have been the same case had Furia lost that map? I think there would be a little bit of a different emotion. But as we were saying earlier, it is important to remember that a lot of these players are friends. You know, they're living in the same area, they're playing on LAN every single week, they see each other all the time, but at the end of the day, does that work against these teams? Well, because they know each other inside out.
That's what's going to make Clubhouse such an intriguing map, because, I mean, even at the best of times, you often see very similar strategy employed by both teams. On this occasion, it's not only that factor, but layered on top of it is the fact that they know each other inside and out, and it's again, it's been about the 1%ers this entire series, but Clubhouse, that's going to be even more so the imperative nature of the map. And yeah, I'm just so eager. Furia, resilient. W7M showed even probably more signs of resilience on that second map comparatively to Shalet, where they almost were able to push it to OT, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, well, look, we are going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, it will be Clubhouse, it will be Furia against W7M, and it will be the game that sends one of the Brazilians home. We'll be back in a few.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
The first punch of this best of three was thrown by W7M on Shalet, but Furia struck back on Border. It is Clubhouse now that is needed to decide which of these two teams will be progressing and which team's EWC journey will be ending here on day 2. Guz, at one point on Border, it looked like Furia had the game more than won, but we saw some of those weaknesses again as W7M brought it all the way back and nearly forced overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like for like, the resilience from W7M has certainly been better than Furia, but I think it does nullify and reset a little bit. Third map, neutral territory, and it's a map which is going to play out structurally quite differently. We've had Shalet Border, now into Club. It's almost a bit of a reversal. We're anticipating a lot more late round play, and fundamental structure is going to be fairly similar from both teams. It's going to come down to very, very minute, small details, small moments in this matchup to see who can win out.
Well, I always say that you need one map in a pool that every single team is comfortable on. It was like back in the day it was Oregon, now it's Clubhouse. When you're trialing a player, Clubhouse is where you're going to go. When you want to test your fundamentals, it's where you're going to go. One thing's for sure, these teams are going there, one team will be going home afterwards. And you know, we're just looking at Palu, a player who has been so close time and time and time. I think Atlantic City is really the only time that we saw him raising silverware, and that's a long time ago, guys. It really is. He would love to do it again here at EWC, but if he wants to do it, you've got to beat Fury on Club.
Yeah, I mean, I hesitate to say it gets a bit easier from this point onwards, but to some extent it may well actually end up being the case. It's tough opposition to find yourself up against in only day number 2 of this competition, but a good litmus test to see how you may perform going later on. If one of these teams can have perhaps a dominant victory, I'll tell you what, it will set themselves up very, very nicely for the rest of their run here at EWC 25, but it looks like the server's ready to go. Club is loading up, and these two teams are ready to go to battle.
So the ban phase is underway here. The first two operators removed from play will be Kaid and Thermite, and straight away you're seeing the difference in the bans on Clubhouse compared to what we see in other maps. So we'll see the hard breach and the breach denial removed. The question is, will they double down? Will we see a Habana removed from play? I think we might have to wait and see. It's going to be Monty and Bandit. So Furia have gotten rid of the two main forms of breach denial available to W7M.
Yeah, and on the flip side, in terms of analysing the attack bans, Thermite, one of the big influential players on this map, especially for top floor. Monty is very versatile here on Club and can be used to help facilitate clears on so many key positions, but won't be available for Furia in this opening half. Gym Bedroom to kick things off. Can W7M set themselves up with a commanding lead? Test Furia's resilience, which is still in question here in this series.
Well, Dodez is just going to reinforce that main wall in the CCTV. Looks like they will extend out a little bit, but this is par for the course. You reinforce this section of the map, you force the attackers to waste utility, and by getting rid of Thermite, you've already moved a ton of the hard breach utility. The counter to that is they will bring Nade, so Nade will bring Ace, so he does have the Selma charges that he can utilize. They've brought a couple of pocket can openers as well. We watched this map yesterday, and one of the biggest issues that we saw time and time again on this gym bedroom site was Enterprise weren't opening Jacuzzi wall. You're forcing now by banning Thermite to bring those can openers and to bring the Selma charges, and you know for a fact that W7M, they're going to put high priority on that Jacuzzi wall.
So Kennel's side currently, and if Furia are to encroach that side of the map, they'll run into a pretty fierce hole, top red and Cash, and well, just on cue, Volps in Cash finds Herds for free. That was a bit of a strange entry, and I think I may have even heard a laugh from here. I think that may have been from W7M, I'm not too sure, perhaps curious as to why he was in that position. In the meantime, as you aforementioned, Jacuzzi likely to be opened up, and that has been the case in this round.
Near window is still up between those two breaches as well, so the attackers still have full view. So if somebody from Furia stands in front of it, you're going to know exactly where they are. But Herds has already fallen. It's a 4 versus 5. You've lost the sledge at this point, but you'll continue to go around your jobs inside the server. Another FNAT's going to go off. They'll make sure that nobody will swing that construction breach to put more pressure onto Furia. But at this point in time, W7M with the opener, all the onus is on Furia to make something happen.
Loban, though, finds a kill. And at this point, Furia unlikely to win the round, but Volps gives away a freebie and just now keeps it in the realm of possibility. Con control should be Furia's in a moment's time, but as we often see, crossing this corridor into sight can be quite the challenge. They need probably a bit of back hit potential, whether that be from main or more likely for Leapbox Jacuzzi.
And with the mirror in play, you got to assume that it's in Logi, and you can see that they're still holding Logi. Actually, double mirror setup that we see, and it looks like they tried to just vault in the window to make something happen, but Loban will find JV92. Nade will be the next one to fall inside of construction, and it leaves it all down to Philippe Box in the 1 versus 4. Case is cold. Loban's going to swing to the window to end the round here and now. He's going to flee, realizing that the jig is up. Philippe Box knows he's there. But for W7M, a great starting round. There's 30 seconds left because this round is all but over. It is now.
It's all smiles for W7M, off to a good start. I will say, in terms of Furia's teamwork and synchronization, pretty poor. Saw the Rust entry Cash side from Herds, that was dismissed. We saw even in the 3v5 where there's still a chance to make it work, very disconnected. Volt in Jim, not connected with anything else. Jacuzzi was stalled out, Con wasn't taken. Bit weird from Furia, but it is just an opening attack into Club, and all can be forgiven if they can respond here on Cash.
A second site, so they're electing not to go to basement as one of their primary road parts of the rotate, so it's worth keeping an eye on this game, whether that's just a trend or whether they want to play this position before the next set of bans are going to occur. Remember, Mute is the only real form of denial that they have in this situation, so you expect Furia to get that wall open. Next point of case, or next bit of action for them, will be, of course, getting control of rafters inside of Garage. You look at the lineup, well, they've got the perfect lineup for it. So you can use the Grimbees to detect the position, you can use the Capital Firebolts to move them. All in all, you've got the right lineup. But again, we're seeing a lot of Ying shotgun in play in these games that Furia are playing in.
Yeah, it seems to be a thought process behind that one for them.
Could it be a potential security window vaulting with that shotgun?
Probably the most likely outcome. Either that or it's a red stairs lurk of some kind of description, I would assume. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Be intriguing. Probably going to be the case where it's a bit of a slower wind-up for Furia on this round, and that's the expectation for Club, is it for to just reel in a little bit. The Barna trick from JV92. Let's see if he knows how to cook. Shotgun pistol close by from hers, as he'll be able to open that wall once the X-Kairos detonate. Wall soft and early success. Dots lurking below. I can see that orange outline. In blue, could jump out and catch a timing. Actually, the Rotero from Flores to ensure the wall is now opened up. What are Furia cooking up here? This is a little bit unconventional at the moment.
Yeah, they've not really put any effort towards clearing anybody from inside of rafters. We spoke yesterday about some teams using 2 players. That's exactly what they're doing. One by the window, one a little bit over towards position 1, and that'll be JV92. He does get that kill, so it's a 5 versus 4 now. Those Candelas are going to start going off. Maybe we'll see that Ying execute, but still inside of blue, inside a secret, there is a defender for W7M. And any form of a vault into this window now will be instant death. And even if Dots does fall, he has the position to trade, but I think with that pressure coming on, he'll rotate back to site. A minute left to go, and the numbers in the favor of W7, or in the favors of Furia.
Yeah, JV92 still with diffuser in hand. He's outside main breach. Second layer of utility now to follow from Furia. Capitao and Grim likely to combine rafters. You would imagine for Furia. Volp's under pressure, flamed out, pushed out, dead.
Did he know there was somebody behind him inside of Garage, as well as Nade will begin stepping further up. 5 versus 3 with 35 seconds to go. We've still not seen what Philippe Box is going to do, but Dots will spray the wall with JV92's braying off in the distance to put the numbers a little bit closer. 4v3. 25 seconds.
Dots
There's another
right,
silhouette.
Dots is right
yeah,
there.
He's right behind the window.
Hello?
Dots will get a kill, but he's traded back. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Another kill, but it's Loban that will find it this time. 13 seconds, big opportunity for Furia. Philippe Box with the case, but Loban finds another one. The case is cold. It's a 1 versus 2. He can't go for the plant. He's got to find the kills. But W7M Polaroid from the brink. And Furia are going to really wish they had that one back.
Yeah, it got a bit messy there from Furia. How was Dots being allowed to walk straight through the middle of site? Claimed 2 kills, sure traded, but then it threw off the structure from Furia on attack. Messy, messy, messy. And I forgave them in the first round because of 3 versus 5. You expect it to, the timing and the synchronization to perhaps not be as critical. But again, in this round, just didn't quite sync. They went for a bit of an unconventional approach. Still tried to clear key common positions, and for the most part rather successful. But when they then had to transition towards execute for site control, that's unfortunately where it fell apart.
It was very on-Furia. Like you said, it was very disjointed, you know, discombobulated to be another word you could use. As it looks like we will be re-hosting the lobby at this point, and important to note, of course, the coaches can't talk to the players during the rehost. I'm not even sure the players can talk to each other based on the rulebook, and as we look this way, it kind of looks like that's the case.
Yeah, didn't quite catch which team had an issue, but saw a rehost called in chat, and so the lobby will now be reformed. At this point in time, I'm not sure how much that really favors the team or anything like that. I think Furia probably needed a bit of an opportunity to just chill out and reset and stew in what has been, unfortunately, not the best of starts for them. And we saw Shalet, slow start, took them a while to show any semblance of a comeback, and even then that was stunted pretty quickly by W7M. And so far it's looking like a similar storyline here, that just not connecting on attack the way that we know they can.
It's the first time that we're seeing any of the maps in the series where the team that starts on attack has not been able to take, really take any conviction in the game. Like you think back to Shalet, that great start that W7M had. We moved on over to Border, it was the same from Furia, but it looks like the pace has slowed down just a little bit. I want to say this too, the view that you guys had on camera a second ago is basically the same view we have, that I love being able to look at the players. But what we're going to do while we're waiting the players to get back in the lobby, we're going to throw it to a very quick break, and we'll be right back. And we are back, and I hope you use that opportunity to get yourself hydrated. Maybe get some popcorn, because I think this is going to be a very fun rest of club to watch. If you're just joining us now, we are on map 3 of this best of 3. The loser goes home, the winner will progress into the playoffs. But so far, it's been very disjointed from Furia on their Clubhouse attacks. A map where you really do get tested on your fundamentals.
Server loading back up. Furia backed into a corner at the moment. Still early stages of this third map, but a 2-0 lead for W7M. And as you mentioned, W7M are playing well. Furia, in my opinion, though, playing nowhere near full strength. Timing and synchronization has just not quite been there. They've had a couple of unconventional approaches in how they want to clear particular position, and that's inherently okay. But their execution falling short at the moment, and W7M are exposing weakness.
Yeah, and this is an event that this roster hasn't really found a lot of success in the past as well. Has Furia or the old W7M, the new W7M, looking to change their kind of org's history here over at EWC. But if there's one thing we can say about Furia, they have shown in the past they can tidy up their issues. Like even back when you think back to that Shalet, they did tidy things up, but it was just a little too late. Too much damage was done in the first half. Like at the end of the day, if they win this round or they get out of here with, if they win this one, you're like, well, those first two rounds didn't really mean much. We're back to a 2-1 and everything's fine.
So it's basement in play, and defensively, W7M are electing to go pretty hard on the roam. Interestingly enough, all the primary hatches have been reinforced as well. So not looking to play fall off from the hatches themselves, but play a little bit more of an old school style roam in that regard. Furia will want to take this head on though. It begins over towards Kennel's side, to breach across in towards the likes of Cash. Currently being held on that side of the map, Palu top red. Loban as well, directly inside of CCTV. Dodes as well, Garage Rafters. Do not get this mistaken, do not get it twisted. This is a basement defense, but nobody on the site.
Yep.
Dots isn't even on the objective. He's basement, but he's in dirt.
And it almost seems like they know that Furia are going to try to take the map from the top to the bottom. So even if you just stay around, maybe another 30 seconds and fall back to site, you've already used up half of the time that that Furia have at offer. One of their Brazilian counterparts in FaZe Clan are one of the best in the world at realizing if it's an extended roam on Clubhouse. Now you'll see them push down blue directly to site. You see that Herds will push down to the bottom main pretty quickly, realizing that there was a bit of a roam. But when that door has been reinforced, it's the signal for the defenders that you gotta be in position, because maybe, just maybe, they might be trying to make something happen.
I wonder if there is a genuine window here for Furia to exploit the setup, go direct site, and then catch W7M on retake. JV92 lurking con as W7M try to peel back towards the objective, but Furia encroaching.
Setting breach charge.
Yeah, look at this. They're right into Moto. You can see some of the silhouettes. Volpsto will find that opening kill as he finds one on main, almost another, but Dodes will shut it down. This window of opportunity has been shot straight away by W7M. JV92 will find one. Little bit of damage tagged over on the other side as KZ will level the sides once more. Maybe, just maybe, Furia have found the opportunity they need to make something happen, but blue is still not clear. JV92 with a double now. You can see there's a potential backstab as he pushes down. Mira's right around the corner. Mira gets the kill, but now you know where Palu is. So at this point in time, with one defender above, one defender on site, this could be an opportunity for W7M. But can you find Palu on the Mira? Palu so tempted to swing here, goes 24 seconds. The fire dart will force him back, but the case has to go down from JV.
Yeah, JV92 to dash across now over towards Arsenal. Need to cover another flame, but Palu's pushed forward. Could catch a timing, and that's exactly what takes place. Nitro Cell to follow, but JV92 already repositioned. Loba's on the ground. Can Palu clutch up for W7M? So much experience and so desperate to win an event, but now needs to step up, and that's exactly what he does. It's 3 in the round, and it's 3 rounds in a row for W7M.
And Palu still has it. He's never lost it. He wins that one with a triple kill. W7M winning another. And it's another time in this game where Fury are like, all right, we're bound to have this one from this position. I love it. I actually love it. W7M looking a well-oiled machine here on Clubhouse defense.
The rivalry in this room is really quite palpable. It's fascinating to watch just how W7M are looking to get under the skin of Furia, not just inside the server, but outside. They are so familiar with this LAN environment and they are making it count. Furia are under pressure. Their spot at EWC on the line. Tactical timeout called. Can they correct course? Can they turn it around?
If anybody can, they can. But just look at the difference in the facial expressions as well. It's all smiles on the side of W7M. Something as well that I love seeing every time I see it is that star on the Furia jersey that kind of symbolizes, yes, they've won an invitational. You know, if you ever doubt yourself, maybe you can look down at it and cheer yourself up just a little bit. But at this point, you need a little more than that. You are 3 rounds down on Clubhouse, on attack. But on Clubhouse, is that really that much of a problem, Guz?
The position at the moment is salvageable, for sure. Furia can now, after seeing these defensive holds, look to be a bit more reactionary and formulate plans to respond quickly. I just don't know if the fundamentals are as sharp as they typically are for that to actually take place. For me, that's the biggest concern for them. They could have all the strategic depth in the world to know how to counterplay these holds, but if they can't execute it inside of the server, it means nothing. Back to Gym Bedroom, round 4 as expected.
Bomb located by attackers.
And W7M hot off that clutch will have the confidence well and truly flowing. Furia, can they shake it?
And the bans come through as well, so it's another hard breach that's been banned by W7M. Furia will get rid of the mirror. You saw the double mirror setup last time we came to this site, and this was the site that Furia, I think, looked the worst on this game. Everything was so disjointed. They lost an early pick. You had JV just jumping into a window, who is playing Kali, by the way. It's worth pointing that out. No mirror, obviously, being banned, so maybe you'll expect something at long range, you know, get rid of a mute jammer. Oh, there we go. Volps will fall. Herds spotted him over by the other side by CCTV, and it's a 5v4. Early pick. The wall is, my old eyes, I didn't realize that the wall was reinforced there for a second.
Yeah, a bit hard to see. So Furia advantage, and that's been few and far between on this map. Looking to now convert this position. Clear Kennel side, and as you saw, Herds on the Roteros as well from below. Deathmark on Dodez and KZ to capitalize. This is looking better from Furia. They're commanding the map with a little bit more authority.
Yeah, and they still have an idea that there could be someone looking to play that extra trade to maybe retake top rafters. So they're not going to necessarily go in blind, but you will still have the hold being held. Herds down below inside the kitchen. You've got Palu directly above him over by Logi. He can do that. The hatch is, of course, as you can see, open, but nobody on the roof from the side of Furia. You look at another thing worth mentioning. On a site where we can see verticality have an impact, especially from C4s from below, none have been brought by W7M. So they need to defend this site from this level.
5 versus 2. KZ falls, but too little too late for W7M. And after that tactical timeout, Furia will successfully convert. Finally, getting around on Club. Around they so desperately were searching for. But Loban, hold on, could clutch. And I tell you what, he gets that final kill and turns it into a 1v1. It could have been his. Not to be though, and Furia now on the scoreboard.
And it was Nade that got that kill, and so many times is Nade that player who cleans things up at the end for Furia. Coming off the back of what was an excellent game from Nade, he gets that one. W7M, they finally surrender around here on the defense and Clubhouse, and if Furia win the next, well, you're going, whatever about that bad start, they've rectified the problems that we have, as Herds has a little laugh in the all chat inside the game. You know, one thing I like about the Brazilians is they usually decide to give their chat out loud, vocally across the stage, whereas some of the teams here, they like to try to get in the minds. I think we saw a lot of it from Weibo earlier today.
Yeah.
It kind of worked. I think they did upset DZ just a little bit with it.
So Cash CCTV for the 5th round. Pretty aggressive repick here from Furia. They bring the Capital back into the hands of Herds. And that tool critical in dealing with Garage presence if it is to be in play from W7M, and considering Azam is in play, and I'm seeing some of those keeper barriers players currently on the overhead. That will no doubt be a key objective for W7M in holding that position and making a default plant more challenging. Furia had a pretty unorthodox method of clearing these particular positions last time. They postured a lot towards that Kennels breach, set up crossfires, and tried to unlock it from there. Given where they've spawned and they're really posturing at the moment, probably suggesting that it's going to be a little bit more of a classical clear from them on this particular occasion. That does mean, though, they'll be feeding into the triple ADS setup. And Dodes, who can, at the best of times, be really, really powerful in that spot.
Yeah, and with only 2 fire bolts in the hands of Capital and the ADS now dealing with those, you've got to use some of that other utility. So those 4 flash grenades take on a little bit more value. Dodes will find that opener just, we're speaking about that Raptors position. Down falls JV92. Now, he did get the breach open, so he didn't fall, for nothing. You'll see KZ get to work now, finishing opening up that breach with the Rotero charges. And what more can he find? Where else can you do some damage? You're going to throw it in, maybe get rid of some of those Kiba barriers. That might capture one of those ADSs as well, which could be oh so vital for clearing the Raptors position.
Yeah, definitely got at least one of the catch, potentially 2.
But he saw the 3. He will have seen it as well on the camera.
Yeah, I think it got 2. Wow, that had quite the range. No, just the 1, but it's in the middle. Oh no, it was the one on the end. Okay, they were just quite separate in distance. Will that be enough to be a difference maker, though? Dodes, can he hold the line? EMP, the catch nullified. The Flames likely to follow unless Dodos can deny. Not quite the case. Flames come through, but the air jab able to disrupt that, and so he can reposition. Drone on his spot, so he knows, or pardon me, Furia know, that he's moved. Dancing around this keeper barrier. Furia having teething issues in clearing this position, but finally they break through.
And they've got 50 seconds to work with as well. JV92 has fallen, but you've now got control of Rafters. A smoke will be put so you can get up the stairs a little bit safer, but the barbed wire could be an issue, but nobody's holding that long angle that looks towards the stairs. Volps is still playing below, just by pit, and as these Furia players push deeper and deeper in the Rafters, if there's no flank cameras, if there's nobody keeping an eye on that potential flank, it could be a big problem. KZ will find a kill, but Herds has fallen during that one fight. KZ is going to go down now too. W7M and any 2 versus 1, they're going to get the res, but just as I spoke about it, the flank comes through and W7M will get another round and start the bleeding onto Furia once more.
Yeah, just looking over my shoulder at Furia specifically, and they just do look a little bit frustrated at the moment. They know they're not playing at their full potential. On the flip side, W7M, well, they just continue to be vocal as they have been throughout the day. Quite pleased with how things are eventuating here on Club. 4 rounds and potentially a 5th on the horizon. They find themselves 5-1 up. Again, it's Furia, I don't count them out, but I think based on what Furia we are seeing currently, it probably will be enough to seal the deal. We just need to see at least one player from Furia just fire up here.
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be the round, but they can still take a 4-2 half, but I feel like if we get to 5-1, it is going to be the job over. But I want to get all the viewers to think back. Furia's first game at EWC at this event was, I believe, against OXG on Clubhouse, and they surrendered a 5-1 opening half, and they just weren't able to come back against OXG. It's going to be just as tough, if not tougher, to come back against W7M if they surrender this round.
W7M will continue to bring the heat here. They're not giving Furia any respite. During these executes, they're continually disrupting them, and the flow from Furia that they're so accustomed to just hasn't been afforded to them. KZ below needs to be mindful of blue. That's a trade potential from Paolo in a moment's time, and there it is. So a 4 versus 4, you lose the Warden. Is that worth it for the death marks? I'm not quite sure on the Deimos. It's subjective. It does, though, mean that the 2 smokes in the pocket of the attack will be a little bit more impactful.
You don't want to lose KZ either. It's a 3v3 as we've got essentially another trade as Philippox and Dots will remove each other from this matchup. Volps takes a ton of damage as his feet were revealed inside of Cash. Azami is now going to swing, so you can see that Nade has read the situation. Do some damage, then assume that Azami is going to try to play the trade. But there you go, swings around the corner. Nade will find one. It's a 2v2 as in essence we get another trade. 2v1, 1v1, and Nade will clean it up again. Furia will get 2 rounds. It's a 4-2 half for W7M. But any single time that Furia need a hero, it just seems to be Nade.
That was such a classic Brazilian coded round though, where it's trade,
Yep.
trade. We don't see much action on the objective, and in the end it was Furia who were just a little bit sharper in the end. And with that they remain competitive. 2-4, a salvageable position if they can hold firm on defense. For the second half then, it's an additional wave of bans. Double hard breach in Thermite and Ace, and then double denial in Kaid and Bandit, which we have become accustomed to here on Club. And I suppose most notably it does mean that the Monty will be available and likely exploited by attack.
It's so funny because before CJX came out, if someone told you we're going to have a double hard breach and double denial ban on Clubhouse, you'd think that they were crazy.
Yeah.
But with CJX, with the fact you got an extra ban in the pocket after 3 rounds, it's something that you can afford to do. 4-2 W7M. Furia now switched to the defending half. Brazil, Furia, usually known for being solid on their defenses on Clubhouse, have been rattled on their defenses on every other map so far today. Can they claw this one back? Usually, when I work with Whippet, he likes to say that the 7th round, to him, is one of the most important rounds of any game of Siege because it's the momentum swinger.
Yeah.
You go from maybe 5-2 to potentially 4-3. I feel in this matchup between these two Brazilian sides, it takes on even more importance.
Yeah, it can definitely be the tone setter, I think, for the half. Early control then. Kitchen side, Loban wanting some space to open up hatch directly towards site. Plenty of drone work being taken place elsewhere, probably to facilitate a map clear from the attack, or maybe open up the opportunity for a more direct approach. Loban to go searching down bot main. It's a classic playbook from Brazil to try and exploit this position if there is a roam being employed. Just to plant the seed of doubt in defense, maybe force an over-rotation. But Furia are probably expecting that, of course, and aren't necessarily going to fall for that bait, at least not initially, without additional layering of pressure.
And they brought the Goyo for that exact reason as well. That canister popping off means that you can't just rush in and take immediate control of that church wall and in towards Moto. So the rest of W7M, they'll get to work clearing the map from the top to the bottom. They've got Blackbeard that will help them with that clear. They've got drones in position as well. Volps will just make sure that nobody's going to rotate from that guard side. We can see there is a defender in and around rafters as we speak. And well, this is the operator you want to get there to help out, right? You'd want the Blackbeard to work to clear this position because it's a lot lower of a risk.
There is a player in Cash. Dots now with the read. Herds, Nitro ripped. Frag grenade in response. Nitro shot and shots exchanged, but Herds will survive. Elsewhere though, KZ doesn't suffer the same fate, and Dodes gets in on the action. Herds now under a lot of pressure, but there's only so much he can do. 2 versus 3 in favor of W7M.
Nade and JV92. Nade having another good map in this series. Well, he's got to do a little bit more. The Goyo canisters can still slow down the push depending on where they're placed. 44 seconds on the clock. Volps has taken a lot of damage. The cam still up inside a bar will let you know where those players are. Loban looks like he might be thinking about where to go now. With 30 seconds, you're running out of time. It'll take a couple more seconds for that hatch to drop. If you're going to drop through it, that's even more. You're going to go to try to get the case down with maybe 10, 11 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be a problem. There you go. The canister will get the kill on the Volps. The drop's going to come through. 10 seconds to work within this 2 versus 2. The cover is going to be there from Dodez. But will they be able to stick the plant? Does they know the players by AKs? He'll step over, he'll spray, the case goes down, but it's a 2 versus 1. You know where the player is, but Dodez is better. Dodez kills him, and W7M will get one more round. And where did that come from?
Yeah, this is done. I think the game's done. Furia, you backed them in to win that style of post every single time to trade that out. Yeah, I don't know what Norris is saying, but if you said you guys suck, you should have won that, he's probably on point in that particular round. That is a wild round for Furia to be losing out on. Insane that they're allowing that position to be held in the post and not traded out efficiently.
That's a mental buster now, and you're 5-2 down on Clubhouse. You can still bring this one back. Defense on this map can be so effective for Furia, but W7M are just dismantling Furia on their defenses time and time and time again. Furia need this round. You give W7M a sniff of a map and series point, you can say goodbye to your chances at EWC. But for Furia, slow everything down, calm the heart rates, try to play the tempo back into the defender's favor. But for W7M, things are looking bright.
Yeah, it's not often I'd be calling it in favor of W7M this early against the likes of Furia, but I just really don't think they're firing at the moment. Unless they can have that big highlight moment and have that a key player or two step up and be the one to thrive, I just don't see them being able to navigate back into this one. Because as a team, they're continually falling short. W7M, everybody is having impact. And everyone's stepping up when the moment calls. Gym Bedroom, 4 round number 8. Palu down below on the Nook Lurk. Looking to counter that BPC to his side. In a position to catch a rotate if there is to be one later on. And he does catch a rotate. JV92 in the grave.
And things going from bad to worse. Loban gets the kill onto KZ as the numbers looking really good for W7M. 5-2 the scoreline, 5-3 inside the server as Dot is looking now to clear cache. They've got a ping on another one of those defenders, but how important could that be? Philippe Box retaking Raptors, gets a double kill. It's a 3v3 now as the IGL looks to drag his team back in. Now a player will go to Raptor's door. Nade gets the kill now too, but that reveals the position. The C4 thrown. Is he going to get one? It's shot out.
No
he does get
way.
traded, but he gets the kill. Palu in a 1 versus 2 for W7M. Position is known. He has a long ways to go. This has to be the cleanest trade, the cleanest hold that these two Furia players are going to do all day, because Palu, if there's one thing Palu has, it is patience.
And he has a minute to work with. He's already clutched up once here on Club. And if he clutches up again, it's a series point. Nade and Herds need to hold the line, hold the cross. They'll play compact. When one gets contact, the other swings. Can Palu line the
No
mark?
way.
He gets one. The second
No way,
gets up
Palu!
as well. Palu clutches up for W7M. Are you kidding me?
And it's not the first time on Clubhouse. Palu gets it done. You should not be losing in a 2v1 when you have the cross, but Palu will do it. 1 round away from sending Furia home now, our W7M.
Well, if it wasn't done after the last round, I think that one is absolutely the nail in the coffin. Nothing going the way of Furia and everything going right for W7M. They quite literally can't put a foot wrong at the moment. It doesn't matter what gets thrown at them. They continue to have that clutch ability.
Crazy thing about all that is they did it with his own charm on the gun as well. Yeah. You know.
Oh, the ultimate aura.
But you think about it, It all started the knock pick. He went down below. He knew that someone would rotate up through blue, through secret, through Adam, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, it was an insane start to the round. Then we saw Philippox with the Hero 3K despite being traded. That was huge. He should not have been allowed to get away with that. He put his team in the winnable position and they still couldn't win it with utility in hand, in play with the Kiba, 2 versus 1. Probably played it to perfection. Up to 12 kills on Clubhouse. And it's 4 series points. W7M red hot at the moment.
It feels like every single map we've been on, we've been in this position of like a 6-2.
Yep.
If I'm not wrong. And not once has the team at the wrong side of that scoreline been able to bring it back. Yes, W7M got close in the last game, but for Furia, all the trends, everything we've seen today tells you that W7M should get the job done from here. Your reload champions, former 6 invitational champions, back-to-back major champions. We know that they've got metal, but Lowen, he's got lead, and he gets that opening knock on the Philippox.
It only feels inevitable at this point. In a moment's time, Furia could be sent home by their Brazilian counterparts in W7M, and we know how deep this rivalry runs, and we expected it to be also close, but KZ with a clutch shot, the UMP onto the Blackbeard.
4 versus 4. The Blackbeard is down, out of this game. The case is cold, but there's still a minute and a half to work with. Look at the drone economy. They've almost got every single drone that they started the row round with. And they're still going to have those logic bombs that they can deploy a little bit later in the round. They've still got Loben on the Deimos who can identify where those... And there's a double. So you get the death mark. It's going to fail because of the mute jammer. And you target one of the players. So mute coming in clutch right there for Fury, at least for this stage of the execute.
60 seconds then on the clock. Develop's looking to clear default. The verticality potential for this attacking lineup isn't great, but won't necessarily be required for a round win. Still 6 drones up for W7M, and so they'll look to likely gain some information through this portion of the round to set themselves up for that final execute. Volps, does he elect a hatch drop? Do they go for the push down main triple? Hatch drop likely their best option at this point in time, but there is still 1 Nitro up for Furia.
Not only that, you've still got 2 death marks you can use. Now JV92, he will get a kill. It's a 4v3 with 24 seconds. But they've lost from worse positions than this already. 4v2 now, it's all down to Dodez if W7M want to win the map here. Furia looking to crawl it back. Dodez inside blue, the flames will dissipate, and the kill from above, Herds, will keep Furia in this, but for how much longer? Every journey starts with the first step, and they're 3 steps behind.
Better from Furia, W7M lacking in the execute. In fact, they weren't really able to posture for it in the end, but it got nicely disrupted by Furia. They deserved the plaudits on that occasion. It didn't feel like a direct throw from W7M, but certainly a step up in terms of performance from a Furia that haven't looked great here on Club so far. Can they turn it around? It'd be one of their great comebacks if they're able to do so. Final bans, both in the Shield department. It's Blackbeard and Clash.
They do have a history with you on the mic of making comebacks in games like this, so you just never know. W7M have called that timeout, so I think that they just want to get it done now. We saw in the last map that in a similar situation, Furia waited to the very final round in regulation to use theirs. But, like, it is defense on Clubhouse, so there is a chance for Furia to get this one done, but they need to not make a single mistake, because you know the way W7M are playing, they'll capitalize on it.
Great minds on either side here for both rosters in the coaching department, and it could be a key difference maker at the tail end of this series. CCTV and Cash to be the site of choice from Furia for this 10th round. No more opportunities to squander advantages. No more opportunities to make mistakes. And we've seen plenty of them from Furia, which is quite uncharacteristic of them. 3 rounds standing between them and OT.
ECTV Cash, the site of choice of Furia to try and get it done. They are going to need to win one of the tertiary sites as well if they want to win it. So in reality, we could be coming down to a situation where Jimbar and Furia have their game on the line. But we still got to get there. They've still got to win these important rounds. The round has now begun. The attacking lineup is set. They've brought the Capitao. You've got the Shield. Those two will work in tandem to attempt to clear Rafters. Something similar with Loban and the Flores as well, where you send it in through the main breach. But the question is, I always say this, the play on Rafters has to die. You're playing your life in this position. How much damage can you do before you fall?
Focus on the main breach. Currently, the wall pre-opened by the defense just to make Volps's experience a little bit more challenging. But you're right, JV92 in a key power position, and he'll be eager to have as much impact as possible. Stall out this push headed by the Monty for as long as possible.
3 ADSs and the Wamidisks as well. This is going to be a utility fortress for JV92, but you cannot peek too aggressively. I know you're trying to get the kill that's going to help your side, but you've got to stall out the W7M push. You can see the breach. Not quite sure if it's been opened just yet. Maverick is still getting the work. They have stood the soft one, so Loban now will use the Rotero to open that up.
W7M just slowly and methodically working their way through this checklist. Equally, much like JV92, they don't want to give anything away for free as well. Capitao bolts being expended elsewhere on the map. That's outside Kennels, although JV92 on Rafters, as you can see in the outline, hasn't really been dissuaded from his position. There'll be pressure on Dots now on Monty to march forward, to put this player under the pump.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous. The spray towards the door. He's going to get down the fire dart, but it's a 4v4, but Rafters has now been cleared. Philippox will find the position below. Might just be about to run into some trouble, as Palu might be not too far away. Stepping back down inside of Secret now, as Volps will start throwing utility. Philippox is blind, but Volps will get the kill. It's 3v4 now. 40 seconds to go. Loban's cleared it out. W7M looking to win the game here and now, Guz. But the case, importantly, is cold on Rafters.
Yeah, they'll need to look to collect that. 30 seconds on the clock. W7M with advantage may have the win con of kills if required, but Dodes to retrieve kit, Palu to play Overwatch below, as well as Loban, who could creep red.
This is the big moment now for Furia. He doesn't want to go through the window. He knows the risk from red, so he opens it up and he steps for the default plant. 9 seconds to go. Here comes the move from KZ, but the cover is good. Nade's going to fall. The diffuser is down and it's a 2v2 now. Rafters still controlled by Palu. He's falling back. He's been the star of the show. He's coming under pressure, but he's still alive. He will now be slain, though. One player left alive. Loban on the rappel. It's a triple for Nade, but can Loban make it happen? He knows it's going to come out. He wins his one. 20 seconds to go now. Whoa. He falls, and Herds will secure at least one more round for Furia.
Well, it doesn't get much closer than that. Furia winning it out on the post with a player still on rappel and a second Rafters. You punch that into the calculator, and more often than not, the attacking team is going to win that round. But that is a reflection of the resilience that Furia can finally now tap into, have finally tapped into. We've waited quite a while for it in multiple portions of this series, but a 4-6 scoreline now 2 away from OT.
The one thing is for sure, the more rounds Furia win, the bigger the heartbreak if they eventually don't win this tie. W7M still, though, on match point. So they still hold the advantage, but it is attack on Clubhouse. As I keep reminding everybody, do not rule out Furia fighting back. Lineup, little bit of a change now. They're bringing the Valk, they're bringing the Mira. But as we said earlier, they win this round. It's got to be. You've got to be going to... It's just like, where do you go to try and close this game out? Do you go back down to basement? It's a round that W7M have found a lot of success on, but we've still got to win this round before we can even think about it, I guess.
Loading full magazine. Wall fortified.
W7M bringing sense into the comp. No Warden spotted, Ying also included. Is that indicative of maybe something aggressive Jacuzzi side? Could they just be tools to help facilitate the clear from kennels across? Options are plenty. In the meantime, Loben as well on that Ying actually did take a bit of damage. I think that may have been Herds on the spawn pick attempt, but he's making his way back towards the objective now. Drone work early, garage side. And so there'll at least be an initial early map clear, but as is characteristic, work on the hard breach Jacuzzi side simultaneously.
Then you look at the lineup, they do have 4 can openers that they're going to use on the other side of the map as they create that line of, they try to open up cache, they try to open up that line of sight into construction. They open up even just a single line of that wall. They haven't opened the whole thing yet, but that single line gives Furia something to think about whenever you're trying to rotate around that section of the map. 2 minutes to go. A lot of early prep work has been done by W7M so far, but vitally, no kills on the board just yet.
Exterior con opened up, and so it just continues to be more groundwork in this opening minute and a half for W7M. Furia consolidating on site. There's no hold inside of cache currently, but there is JV92 and Con, and he finds a kill onto Loben, who I believe was in CCTV, perhaps through that angle in the wall. And W7M not in a position to respond. In fact, the wall was closed, so I don't quite know how JV92 found that opening kill, but either way, some nice finesse. And now W7M on the back foot.
Everything's still finely balanced, despite the numbers being in favor of Fury at this point. But that has just been changed. Dots will find... He's just vaulted inside a gym. He's got the case, but those smoke canisters are very dangerous indeed. He tries to find another knock, another kill, maybe something to help him out. But is this the execute attempt in the 4 versus 4?
Well, he dodged the Nitro, but still taking damage. Dots desperately trying to find somewhere safe to plant, but Dodez helps out, finds the kill. Nitro then lands. 3 versus 3. Dots is still alive, desperately trying to get that diffuser on the deck.
Yeah, and look, he's got 2 players have fallen. It's all down to Palu. Is it written in the stars? Is Palu going to do it once more? He looks at the wall that he didn't open enough to get into. Can he get back to Dodez? Could he potentially get his teammate back up? Philippok says no. With 20 seconds to go, he's got to go the long way. He was in this exact same position before, but it was a 3 versus 2. But this time, he's not going to get it done. Furia making sure we'll see every round in regulation. They're now 1 round away from overtime. W7M still 1 round away from the next matchup.
I really didn't think that this was going to be another classic Furia bounce back, but so far they have dug their heels in and W7M don't have the answers to match them. Good opening kill, no trade, and then Furia consolidate and they don't throw. They made it really difficult at the end, and yeah, I don't think I've ever really labeled Furia as throwing rounds, but today may be the exception. There have certainly been some. But they're finding form right when it matters the most.
Big round at the Esports World Cup. Furia, reload champions, the top dogs in Brazil, are 1 round away from being eliminated and 1 round away from overtime. You think of the teams that have fallen so far. FaZe are out of this competition. We lost DZ earlier today. These are 2 of the best teams that we still have standing. And as you said, could it potentially be easier from here for the team that wins? Because this is a marquee matchup.
Possibly, but I'm sure that's far from these 10 players' minds currently. looking to find the advantage in this round. It's basement in play and a map clear likely. Hatches, though, reinforced outside of stock. And so Palu's role on the hard breach will be critical on Habano. But he'll be required a little bit later on. Currently, drone work in play, looking to spot out any players that may potentially be above. It's Herds in bathroom, KZ Logi. And they'll be looking to work together to stall out this attack. KZ quite aggressive in Logi. If Dots drops, he could be under threat.
Yeah, Dots has got to be careful. He's got full information. Look, this drone is not finally going to get spotted.
Well, Philippox has gone down the kitchen. He's going to create Vert down below to try and counter this.
Yeah, does he know Herds is going to get the opener? So Dots is gone. The shield is out of here now. A shotgun from KZ will find another one. It's a 5 versus 3. Don't want to get too excited just yet. There's still so much time in this game, and Furia have given up bigger leads than this already on this matchup. But Guz, you've certainly given yourself a massive chance at overtime, but Dodez will eventually take down Herds.
And W7M still with a lot of time to work with. Philippox still in kitchen. Ooh, and he gets caught. In the meantime, though, Palu also falls. And that means the Habana is off the board. Moto hatch, kitchen hatch, well, they're both still standing. One can opener, and Dodez has a decision to make if he elects to open one of those hatches. Loban as well, on the line in support, may still have a scan or two remaining. It's very much a potential winnable position for W7M, but they have to isolate picks, and that's tricky.
The cam has already been dealt with inside garage. It's 53 seconds, so still plenty of time to work with if you're W7M. All the defenders now have retreated back to site as the turtle defense will be used. But there's 40 seconds left to go. Dodez with the diffuser, pushing down blue. The support doesn't seem to be here at this point in time, but one kill for him could open everything up. But KZ, he's got the answer. Loban will step in to pick up the case, and he makes it a 2 versus 1. The smoke will prevent the push from now. One defender over by AKs. It's JV92, I believe, in need. So it's 2 shotguns and an SMG11 to use. And JV92 will secure overtime for Furia. The comeback isn't over yet, though. But they are starting on defense. And you've seen how good defense has been here in Clubhouse.
Well, Norris is still smiling, so the vibes aren't terrible in the W7M camp, or at least he's hiding it well. Furia have fought back, and they will have defense in overtime.
I can't understand it. I tried. I had a look. There's laughing in there.
Yeah. So basement then for round 13. As the intensity just continues to find new levels in this matchup. And this is why, before this match started, we were fairly confident it would be close at some point. Now, sure, maps 1-2 lopsided, but the third, it has converged. What can W7M do now to halt some of this momentum, which has well and truly been built by Furia?
Basement defense to kick things off here in overtime. One of these teams will get the 2 chances to win the game in overtime. The other team will only get 1. Dots will bring the shield into play. Volps with Ying in the back pocket. Palu with Ibana will work on opening up those hatches. And in the last round, it was the inability to open those hatches that made that defense a little bit easier for Furia.
It's a horizontal entry from Loban, but we'll need to be mindful that, much like the prior round, Furia have the extension up above. Will they have teething issues in clearing it this time? Also note, Philippox is hiding, I can only assume hiding, inside of bathroom, and that is a position that could potentially go uncleared as well.
It's a really expansive roam from Furia in the early stages. There's 3 defenders on the top floor. Now, Loban will find one, and Nade is going to take some damage elsewhere. Now, there is a player inside of Bar. KZ can hear that about to pop off, but you got to be careful of the Monty that's just gone through construction. They might just spot where you are. Now, the attention is being drawn to the potential flank from that top floor, but W7M with an early advantage here on overtime.
Oh, that's the Monty down. Well, that's a blow to this attack. Dot's 4-11, and it's been a rough map for him. As we eclipse the midpoint of the round, W7M now need to collect the pieces. And again, keep in mind, to reiterate, there's still 2 players above, and a live drone for Palu to try and maybe cut that down. Volp's on the balcony, and Palu collects. KZ, though, still inside of Jim, and lands the shot from Waits. 3 versus 3, minute on the clock, and W7M struggling for map control, but they finally get that kill. JV92 and Nade now need to fortify the objective. Nade half HP, and there's a lot of time for this attack to now work with.
Yeah, it's got almost a minute left. They've got Palu still alive. He can open up those hatches, so they're not going to have the same issue that they had the last time they went to execute. Looks like he's going to push open through dirt, so maybe it's going to be a dirt kitchen hatch. At least make them think that that's the case. 35 seconds to go. Shotgun in the hands of JV92. He's only going to get a very quick window to try to get these kills. If they drop through that hatch, the stun grenade's going to be thrown, but it's not going to land. The push is going through bottom main. They've completely flipped it. Are they going to go in for that church tick? They're down there. Dodes is going to go open the wall, but time is the enemy as things stand. You really got to think Nade just has to win one fight here, and it could be enough. He steps over, but he's going to fall. But there's only 4 seconds. 1 versus 3. They step in. JV gets the kill, and Dodes is going to go for the plant. So rotate now. He's behind the table. The cover is good. The case goes down. And W7M are on the brink of going to match point again here in overtime, unless JV92 has something to say about it.
Well, he's had some good moments in this matchup, but low on HP, now needs to play the best he has tonight. Can he break the cross? The answer, no. W7M reclaim series point.
They had so many opportunities to win the game on attack and regulation, and they couldn't get that round. The first one in overtime, though, they're going to find it. So now, Furia, your attacks have been excellent on the other 2 maps, but here on Clubhouse, you've been left wanted. You need to draw into the well. 1 successful attack just to give you the chance to close it out in defense, or will W7M finally twist the knife in Furia and get the job done?
Yeah, we just saw a huge commitment for Furia on that top floor clear. And W7M were narrowly able to get that advantage. It then put the likes of Nade under so much pressure below. And despite there being so little time left, he just could not, for the life of him, catch a timing to get that critical kill. If he did, JV92 probably better postured to be able to do the rest of the work and get that round over the line. But not the reality we live in. W7M now with the lead. Now on defense. Can they close it out here finally?
Well, it is Jim Bedroom that could potentially be the final round here on Clubhouse. W7M already with a massive clutch on attack in this site. They don't want a clutch. They just want to get it done. They want to clean it up nice and easy. Furia, they've got 2 hard breaches. They've got Selma there, and they've got the Maverick. So they have the tools in their belt that they need to open up Jacuzzi Wall, open up the wall into CCTV, and then potentially into Cache. So they have the tools they need to set up for that execute, to get things ready to make a push into the game. But all good plans can change very quickly once you get punched in the mouth, and W7M will be desperate to get the opening pick.
0 in play for this round. 6 cams now in total, and that could be a potential difference maker if Philippox can gain that information and then marshal the troops. Nav trick for Jacuzzi, and that will be followed up with the Vitero from Herds, presumably. The groundwork, as pretty much anticipated with these 2, has been pretty good so far, and shouldn't see too many issues in that regard. Well, as I say that, Nade, this is the Mav, but He'll be able to quickly correct. Well dealt with. And in the meantime, Fleetbox has been scattering out that information on the 0. We'll see again if that could influence the late round.
Almost at the halfway point of the round, Jacuzzi wall's been opened. You can see that that Kiba barrier being thrown would at least let you know that somebody should be playing inside of Jim, tucked into the corner by the window, as it looks like they're just seeing if there's any utility to stop them going in. In particular, I think they're looking for that F-Knot to see if they can walk on in. But those two Kiba barriers, they're going to be an issue if you want to step, because that forces you down the corridor directly towards this line of sight. Now, Dots, he's under pressure over by this Logi side as he's shooting all of those 0 cams as they're shot in. But a minute to go. Things, tempo-wise, really suiting W7M.
Yeah, I do wonder if Furia have the util clearance available to deal with those Kiba barriers, because it is their biggest resistance. Palu almost dies from Balk. JV92, an opportunity goes begging. Jim, close. Loban, JV92 with the read, but he still loses the fight.
Loban wins the battle for the Jim, but the war's not over just yet because he is going to fall. Herds making it a 3 versus 4. 35 seconds to go. Palu on the lowest amount of health you could almost be on. And here comes the walkthrough. Bathroom is clear. Volps is down. 3v2 now. Are we finally going to see Furia find some success on attack? The F-Knock goes off, but Casey hits him, even though he's blinded. And it's all down to Dodez. He's got the red ping. He knows where someone is, but Furia forces to go all the way. One more round remaining here on Club.
Just when you think they're down and out, Furia bite back. The mid-round util game, I thought, was for sure going to be the biggest differentiating factor, and W7M would be able to make use of the utility left standing, but not meant to be. A couple of pretty crazy shots hit by Furia on the map entry. The biggest difference maker. And the final round now, 7-7. Impossible to call, but Jim Bedroom, the site of choice for Furia.
It's times like this I wish we had infinite OT. Yeah. I really do, but this game has to end on this round. Jim Bedroom once more. Furia will set their battle lines. Valk will get them tons of useful information. Fleetbox on the Mira will just give those defenders something to think about. But the question is, once you see the puzzle that's been set by Furia, how do W7M set themselves up to solve it?
Well, it's been a hard-fought series, and despite maps 1 and 2 not being particularly close, Clubhouse, it's been so difficult to split the two. Furia have fought back from the brink, however, and pushed it to 15 rounds. It really did feel like W7M were going to take it in quite a commanding fashion in regulation, but Furia were able to tap into that additional gear that they so often find in big matches like this. They will be eager to make a run deep here at EWC 25, and there's every world in which the winner of this game is one of the favorites to take it all. But to go that next step, you must win this round. It is do or die. It's a triple hold, cash side, the triangle formation from the defense, and Dots to play frontline on the Monty.
Yeah, and all Monty's doing at this moment in time is looking for information, trying to work out where the hold is. Now, this is a big opportunity, and Dodez will draw first blood. There's an attempt at a trade. Dodez, though, he runs out of ammo as another player swings, and they know that he is low. But he's drawn first blood, and he's stayed alive and on his feet, and you've already now lost cash, and you've lost CCTV. But the battle's still not lost. Fleetbox on the mirror window can prevent anybody from stepping further, and Dodez has got to be so careful on the Ash. But we're halfway through the round. W7M, they've drawn early advantage, but we've seen Furia fight back on defense time and time again.
Round 15, but neither team playing with fear. Aggression through the mid-round as Furia desperately tried to trade that initial kill, but unsuccessful. Eventually, though, Herds able to find 2, and Furia now in the driver's seat to win the game.
4v3, 4v2, it's a triple for Herds. He's feeling it, he jumps out, he gets the quad, and no, he's going to finish it out, but it's all down to Palu. He's won a 1v2, he's won a 1v3, he needs to win a 1v4 if W7M's journey is going to continue. He's going to throw the gridlock, the track stingers. He won this situation before, but the frost shield is there. The smoke will push him back. Moving back towards logistics. He's going to go down, and that's it. It's a furious comeback here from Furia, and they will progress here at EWC. But for W7M, despite Palu's heroics, it is done and dusted. They celebrate. Palu with his hands in his hands, but your reload champion's journey will continue.
Pure elation for Furia. They were facing defeat and then win 4 straight in regulation, push maximum overtime, and then dominate in that 15th and final round. On the opposing side though, for W7M, heartbreak, and Norris, perhaps for the first time in the last 3 hours, left speechless. Some friendly smiles exchanged. We know how much these two love one another, and the rivalry, it's so friendly in that regard. W7M will be reeling at this opportunity gone astray, and Furia will be setting themselves up for a deep run here at EWC 25.
Both these teams know that they've been in a battle, in a war. I look down, I don't know how many more times in my life I can take looking at Palu crying at the end of another lost opportunity. It really does break my heart, but for Furia, they've shown cream rises to the top. And as much as Brazil teams go at each other at international events, as soon as they're eliminated, they back their boys. And you know W7M are saying to Furia, go finish the job.
And again, the emotion within this arena at the moment, it really has bubbled over for both sides. W7M will just be so bitterly disappointed. And I think, to be honest, probably had the confidence similar to us that if they win this, they are such a good chance of being able to take it all and take the lion's share of the 2 mil prize pool, but they fell short. Furia, I can't believe they found that extra gear. I thought there was no world in which they were going to be able to do it. I thought this would maybe be the one time it doesn't happen, but man, Furia just so damn good.
Look what it means as well. Like, you've got W7M players crying on the floor because of how much this means to them. They thought they had the game won. It's going to be so hard to get the sleep tonight if you're W7M. But for Furia, they always find a way. And it's another time we've had you on the mic and another big comeback from the side of Furia.
Dan, do I get a share of the prize pool from Furia? I tell you what.
You know what? We can, in a few moments' time, we'll be able to see if Jake can ask that to Philippox down on the stage. But my oh my, like the mental fortitude for Furia to not give up when they found themselves in that 6-2 hole.
Insane. I thought they were down and out, and I thought their body language reflected that, but they just were able to dig deep and find that extra gear that they just always do. I cannot believe it, though. They have so much resilience.
Look, they have a fantastic IGL. They've got an incredible roster. They really drew deep into the well with players like Nade having phenomenal performances. But there's just something special about this roster.
Very special. They just have so much aura, and they have for so much time, and they just continue to find a way to tap into it. A win at Reload, EWC 25 looking so positive. Can they do it again? Can they go all the way once more?
Well, that is the question. We'll see if maybe Jake wants to ask that one directly as he's got Philippox.
Thank you very much, boys. What a game, a way to close off today. Philippox, congratulations on the win. You had to do it the hard way, though, but that's just the Furia way, isn't it? You're always fighting a way to come back. You're always down, but you're never out.
Yeah, we are the team of miracles. We did a miracle once again. And now I just want to rest. My mouth is dry as fuck. I don't want to talk anymore, to be honest, but let's do this interview.
I won't keep you too long, obviously. It's been a long day, long series as well. Talk us through it a little bit, though. Obviously, things started off a little bit slow, but that's probably been the tournament as a whole. Feels like it's just taken you guys a bit of time to get gelling, get going. That's going to have to change, obviously, going into tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a problem we have to fix. We entered Shalet really slow, not communicating well. And every game is like that for us. I don't know why. I don't know what we have to do to get better in that. We start to getting better in the matches only like after map 1. And we have to do something to fix that in order to be champions. And we're going to figure it out.
I promise I wasn't going to keep you long. Just the last question here. Virtus.pro tomorrow. Obviously, they've been playing quite well. You prepared for them?
To be honest, I didn't even know that I'm going to play Virtus.pro till now because I was focusing 100% in this match. And so now we're going to prepare against them and let's win.
Go over rest, Philippos. Congratulations on the win. Back to the desk.
Someone please grab that man some water. I'm not surprised that he's incredibly thirsty. I'm not surprised that his mouth is dry because that had us all on the very edge of our seats. W7M went from being 4-1 up, but ultimately Furia walk away victorious. Boys, how on earth were they able to make such a comeback?
One word, Furia. Like, they just have this innate ability to bring back unwinnable scenarios, unwinnable matches, and I probably should have known better than most to never count them out, and during the cast I genuinely did. They looked down in the dumps there on club, but as you kind of mentioned, right, they tapped in to that ability to just fight back. It's an incredible skill to have. They had a lot of issues throughout this series, and I'm sure Philippos would be, willing to acknowledge that. They didn't play at their very, very best, but it was still good enough to get the result.
It's in their DNA.
Yeah.
I don't think they've played at their very best this whole event, but they're still going through. And that's the real sign of a good team.
Well, you know what? I think it's only right that we hear from the losing team in this instance. It's W7M.
Well, commiserations obviously on the result, not the way you guys wanted to exit EWC. Hard fought at the very least. At least you guys can know you gave it everything.
Yes, I think we showed that we were superior to some point. We had most rounds that should have closed. It was to our side, but they threw some rounds too. So I think it was like a normal match for two big teams. In my opinion, one of those two that win today is probably one of the big contenders for the whole tournament. It's really tough, but what can you do? Like, we have just to go back, work more, and try to get back to the stage.
Obviously, in the moment, as you said, it's tough, but I'm certain there's still some positives to take away from the event as a whole.
Yeah, of course. Like, if we didn't choke, it would be like a really easy Shalet and a really easy Clubhouse. Like, we should have closed it out in the 7-4 or 7-3, something like that. I misclicked the rappel to go up, so that's a tough loss. But yeah, there's a lot of positive things to take from this match because we played really well, only outside of the border, but of course it's a 7-5, but it's the best border in the world. So a lot of positive things, but it's going to be hard to look to those because, yeah, it's tough to lose like that.
Obviously, after this, you've still got Stage 2, then potentially Major and potentially SI. There's a lot more siege to come. How do you guys now go home? Do you take a little bit of a break, or is it just straight back, prepared, ready to go for Stage 2?
We took a little break. Like, you need to feel the moment. Of course, if you feel the moment that you lose, you're never going to want to be in the same position. So you put that feeling to the work you do later. So we're just gonna do a little break for the moment and come back way stronger. Like, it's our job. We can lose, we can win anytime. We never know. So yeah.
You guys are always a threat. It's sad to see you guys go. Best of luck for the rest of the year, and thank you as well for your time, especially after the loss as well. Back over to the desk.
Man, that was tough, huh?
Yeah. It's always heartbreaking.
It breaks my heart. Honestly, as soon as that match finished, seeing the emotions of the players, seeing players sat on the floor crying, seeing how much this opportunity meant to them. But unfortunately, there always has to be a winner and there always has to be a loser. In this instance, we walk away with the Furia that finished first in SAL, first at Reload, third at SI25, and third to fourth at EWC. My question for you boys is the caliber of the Furia we have seen here today capable of walking away with the first place at EWC 2025?
Maybe. It's really hard to say. I think they do need to play better than they did today in order to look a little bit more of a threat against other teams that may show a bit more resistance in closing out games. It's really, really difficult to say at this point in time. There is also the element that it was a Brazil versus Brazil matchup and how that can influence how things do eventuate inside of the server. So I think they're a threat. Don't get it wrong. I think if they play better, they'll very much be the team to watch going forward.
I don't think they've gotten really out of second or third gear yet. And if they go into tomorrow against VP playing like that, VP will win that game.
Yep.
I have no doubt. Like, VP are playing phenomenally at this event. It's almost a case of you have a team that's peaking really early, coming against a team that maybe might be starting. So the question is, can VP beat this team? Like, they're going to be feeling great. You're not going to get the same opportunities against VP that you're going to get against W7M just because of the essence of Brazilian gameplay. But if they've not gotten out of third gear yet, the sky is the limit. Like, I keep saying it, this is one of the best teams we've ever seen. There's people out there who deny that it's a dynasty, but to me, like, it's the best we've had since the old Penta G2 days.
I mean, it's a good thing it's a best of 3 though, right? Because we had Philippe saying, I don't know what it is, we just always have to lose that first map. So who knows? Hold on a second, you can't even try and claim that maybe Furia can win, because his prediction was that Weibo would win
I'm still
EWC.
backing Weibo.
Okay, you're still backing them. How do we feel about performance of individual players? I know Palu was certainly a standout player throughout the duration of that entire series.
Yeah, I mean, Palu had some of the biggest moments, honestly, across the entirety of this match. That 1v2 I thought was going to be the nail in the coffin. And then from that point onwards, that was kind of when Furia sparked their little comeback. So yeah, Palu had a standout performance, not really too much to note on him. Furia was pretty well-rounded in the end. I think Philippe probably takes the credit in terms of being that player at the helm that could correct course. He's the one that the players would have been working around in terms of a squad, and again goes back to the common storyline here for Siege, which is team play is king.
Well, our Sony match MVP actually goes in way of Nade. I know you're keen to talk about this.
I am so happy that this player is getting the credit of the MVP for that game, because for so long he's the player that kind of operates in the shadows for this team. You know, players like Herds, KZ, etc., they always take the star, but they wouldn't have been in map 3 if it wasn't for the way that Nade played in that map 2. Even in the third map, in the opening rounds that they did find the win, it was him that was cleaning things up. He's had himself one hell of a day. And I think that it's nice to see a player who usually plays an incredibly supportive role to get that MVP.
Well, boys, it's certainly been an exciting journey thus far, to say the very least. Here we can see all of our teams that have indeed qualified through to playoffs so far. We have Shopify Rebellion, Virtus.pro, Weibo Gaming, and G2 Esports. Sad day for Dark Zero.
Yeah, very sad day for DZ. Honestly, probably even sadder for FaZe as well, which occurred on the other stream. They are one of the hot contenders from Brazil, and G2 just, I don't know, man. Is it the E buff? Is it the Stomping buff? I'm not quite sure, but they're popping off.
How are we feeling about our Group B and the way things have been shaping up? SSG making it through?
Yeah, look, I've always believed in like any roster that Callout's put together. I think that they're a very well-organized team. You know, one of the most organized that we have in this list. I think Secret were kind of a team that I see as dark horses going into this event, so no surprise to see them qualify straight through. I think it'll be curious to see what Ninjas and Pajamas are able to do, because they looked really good when we saw them earlier as well.
All right, I got to ask you boys, which one of our playoff matches do you think is going to be the spiciest, the one to look out for, and the one that will have us on the very edge of our seats?
I mean, I feel like the easiest answer for this one is the one at the very top, VP, Furia. Two teams that go into this bracket as probably having an expectation to make it all the way to the final. So the fact that they face off in the QF is going to be quite intriguing. And honestly, Furia will need to step it up. As you were kind of alluding to, VP could certainly beat them.
Yeah.
Well, on tomorrow's schedule over here on the B stream, we're going to have NIP and G2 Esports. How do you think that one's going to go?
That's going to be a lot of fun too. G2 obviously have a heavy Brazilian influence in that roster now, with a couple of players and Ramelow, the coach. NIP, they've made massive strides over the course of the last 12 months, but G2 is going to be tough. But that all North American matchup between Shopify Rebellion and SSG, that's going to be so fun, because for two North American teams, they've got really contrasting styles.
Boys, today has been exciting. It's been exciting, adrenaline-fueled, had us on the very edge of our seats. It's been chaotic. It's certainly been loud in the studio. I'm enjoying the peace and quiet we have right about now. But throughout today, have you had a standout match, your favorite or your most surprising result?
Well, I mean, the one we just had, right? Obviously, the two Brazilians going head-to-head, absolutely dueling it out. Went to the very, very end, maximum OT. Map 3, sure, map 1 and 2 left a little bit to be desired. It was a little bit one-sided, but Furia accomplishing yet another comeback to join a long list of comebacks.
Yeah, and I think that if you look at the other stream too, I think G2, you got to give them credit for that big win over FaZe. And since you're here, Weibo.
Yeah.
Like, what a game that was. They knocked, they got a big win earlier today, and I wouldn't want to play them.
No.
Well, you know what? Throughout today, if you're only just joining us, and where on earth have you been? Fear not, though, because we have plenty more Rainbow Six Siege X still to come tomorrow. On that note, I'm going to go ahead and leave you with our Kadia top plays of the day.